Yeah, what up, everybody? What's going on, Wandering Mason?
Right?
That's right.
And
Did you watch the Kirk Newsom pod? No. We're probably gonna watch that tonight.
People have been requesting that I cover Steven Seagal movies for quite a while now. The only problem I found was trying to pick one because there are so many and there's no way I'm watching all of them. So I decided to go with the one movie that Steven Seagal also directed. Hey guys, welcome back to the show. And on this episode, I'm going to be talking about On Deadly Ground. Because, you know, that's how he says stuff. Now, this movie came out in 1994, and during the 90s, there were all these action movies coming out. And during that time, I don't know if it was because the movie industry hadn't become so formulaic yet, or if audiences were just open to a lot of things, but I feel like you could do pretty much anything you wanted, and it didn't matter how ridiculous it was as long as it looked cool. So then you had a lot of these action movies in the 90s with not just Arnold Schwarzenegger, but you had people like Steven Seagal and Jean-Claude Van Damme. I think my favorite example of this is this movie called Sudden Death. So in this movie, Jean-Claude Van Damme plays a fire marshal who goes to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals, where a bunch of terrorists have kidnapped the vice president and wired the entire arena to explode as soon as the game ends.
No, but my dad played. He was a goalie.
Little semi-pro in Canada. Was a long time ago.
So now
What the fuck? I've gotta watch that.
Jean-Claude Van Damme is fighting terrorists, disarming bombs, and at one point, he straps on the pads and is playing as the goalie. Like, he's actually in net, stopping pucks. As part of the game. Now, if you haven't seen this movie, that may sound ridiculous, but back when this came out in 1995, this was a pretty cool movie. Anyways, this is On Deadly Ground, and the movie starts in Alaska, where this oil rig is on fire, so they call in Forrest Taft, a firefighting and blowout specialist. Look, here's the thing. The name of the character is Forrest Taft, but I'm just gonna call him Steven Seagal throughout this video because it doesn't matter what the role is. Steven Seagal just always plays Steven Seagal. So Steven Seagal gets out of this helicopter and lights a cigarello, even though it's already lit. Anyways, this is quite a serious situation. People are running everywhere. Apparently a few workers have already died. Time is of the essence, which makes it all the more impressive that Steven Seagal is able to change out of his jacket and black shirt and into a jumpsuit and a white shirt in 5 seconds.
Hey, you, what's cooking?
Okay, so this is something I noticed throughout this entire movie. It doesn't matter what line he's delivering, whether it's long or short, somehow he always makes it sound kind of unnatural.
Watch you fall back, you, before you say something stupid!
So he gets to the fire and he's like, all right, I'm going in. Hand me my fire shield. He gets in there.
I don't live in Toronto anymore, but the weather is warming up.
And finds that the preventers are broken, so he gets them to place the explosives, lights his cigarello again, and hits the switch without even looking back at the explosion, because looking cool is much more important than being safe. And nobody knows that more than him. He's the professional. I mean, sure, you might catch a piece of shrapnel or debris every now and then, but that's a small price to pay for looking like a total badass. I mean, how many opportunities at that do you really get? Okay, so here's what's going on in this movie. It takes place in Alaska, And this oil company is building a new rig, but if they don't get it online before a certain date, the oil production rights go back to the local tribal council. There's a lot of people in this movie that you may recognize.
Final Fantasy 13 sucks.
Michael Caine plays the CEO of the oil company, Michael Jennings. Some of you may be wondering why he agreed to do this movie, but I mean, look, the guy's been in more than like 160 movies over the course of his career. I'm actually convinced that he just says yes to everything. So when you do that many movies, there's bound to be some duds in there. Just like a Jaws the Revenge. I did a video on that a while back. But here's the thing, I find that even if the movie is crappy, he still manages to make the scenes that he's in watchable, and I think that's the sign of just a great entertainer. John C. McGinley is also in this movie as Magruder, the company's chief of security. Now, he's been in a lot of stuff too, but ever since watching Scrubs, when I go back and see him in something serious...
Rank your favorite Studio Ghibli movies. Mine is number 1 Monarch and second one is Castle in the Sky.
Probably... Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, Princess Mononoke, Howl's Moving Castle, in that order, and then the worst one that I've seen is that fucking piece of shit. What was it called? The one where that girl was in that fucking hotel for spirits, or Spirited Away. I fucking hated that. That was just dog shit. Fuck that movie. But thanks for the donation, Minoxidil.
It's like this, I can't take it seriously because all I see is Dr. Cox. He was so good doing comedy that when I see him doing an action movie, I just keep thinking, you know, something's gonna happen and it's all just gonna be a prank. Anyways, later that night at a bar, Steven Seagal is drinking by himself while this other guy is giving this Native American gentleman a hard time. And you just know where this is going. Steven Seagal stands up and everybody in the room gasps. But instead of fighting the guy, he just walks over to the bar to drink there instead. So then they start messing with the guy again, and Steven Seagal grabs a rope off the wall and starts beating everybody up with it. Alright, so this keeps going on for a while. He beats up an old man, he throws a guy through a window. This scene is really just the tip of the Vanity Project iceberg, because this isn't really a fight scene. At no point does anybody even land a single shot on him. He's just walking around, taking people out like a robot. And of course, he makes it look so effortless. So you can't really call it a fight scene because that would imply that there's some back and forth going on. So this is really just a Steven Seagal beats people up scene. So he goes up to this guy and he's like, "We're gonna play the hand slap game. And every time I slap your hands, I get to punch you in the face." You know, it's that game you played as a kid where you put your hands out like this and your friend would put their hands over top and they try to slap their hands. And this is just stupid because everybody knows that this scene would have been better if they were playing rock, paper, scissors.
You donate $2, let me see.
We now turn to a Russian Orthodox priest who is creating holy water by running it over the partially petrified foot of a dead saint. After the fossilized human hoof was used to create the most gag-worthy holy water in history, the people all dove in to collect the now sacred water in whatever vessels they could find. And though the video doesn't show it, the description says they all intended to drink it.
Welcome to air!
Did I just see one of those guys with a Kool-Aid pitcher? Also, if nothing else, this video is absolute proof why you just can't eat at everybody's house. You don't know what people be putting in their recipes. And if I ever come to your house and find out that you served me severed foot water, I'm calling the police.
People are pretty fucking retarded. Okay, that's weird.
On March 16th, 2000.
And at 29, Karen wife gets her husband maced. 29. Yeah.
Again, I'll kick your ass, you piece of shit. Yeah, I'm on video. I don't give a fuck. Say something to my wife again, I'll fucking beat the shit out of you. It's peaceful protest. It goes both.
I told you to get back.
Stop it! Stop it!
Get back. I told you to get back.
And did not touch him. The man was filming the whole time, so you can, and he's white.
He's carrying a camera and a giant sign. He has a hood on and sunglasses.
Okay, hold on one second. You said he's across the street, so is he
barrel and freight? I think he's trying to get his eyes washed out. Everything.
Wait, we're trying to figure out battery with Mace.
Okay, well that was stupid. Thanks for the donation, Q.
If Spirited Oi is so bad, then why does it have Unvzlakalam and is considered one of the great set animated movies of all time?
Because everyone's a retard. Simple as that. It's just not good. There's no story, and it's all just a bunch of nonsense that goes on for like 2 hours. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
2023, police were dispatched to a residence after receiving calls about an individual acting in a reckless manner.
There may be a background officers with them.
Yeah. What's wrong? Why don't you take a seat for me? What's your name? Do you want to talk outside?
I hate it when douchebags do this. Yeah, just cuff them.
What's going on? Are you hurt? Let me please. He's back up. Hey, relax, relax. I'm not trying to fight you or anything, okay? Why are you just soft? Okay.
Make sure that you're okay. It sounds
Position to try and flank me or whatever you're trying to do. And we're not gonna go down this route, okay?
Get in the head position. Hands.
Okay, well that guy's stupid.
So, think about that game, where the winner gets to hit the loser with the object that they won with. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, the rock is cool, the scissors too, but what about the paper? Don't underestimate a paper cut, okay? A paper cut is what I like to call a delayed injury.
I think Doug Walker aka the Nose at Catrit would disagree with you.
For a popular series, hands down one of my all-time favorite films. this movie has the creativity of all the great trippy fairy tales, Alice in Wonderland. The world is so open, the creature's so strange by and horrified by at the same time. He wants to help her. He has to sneak around or else straight up villain. There's just kind of want from it, because you know, I wish I could come up with something to end.
This was just stupid. It was just such a dumb film. There was no story, no point to anything. It's just a bunch of random, stupid, dumb, annoying creatures, then the movie's over. Sucked. Just terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Because, you know, sometimes you get a paper cut, but you don't even know that you got it until later. And then out of nowhere, you're just like, ah, this hurts. When did I get this? Yeah. See, it's dangerous. So, of course, you know what happens. The guy agrees, and since Steven Seagal is just perfect at everything, he wins every round. And you're probably thinking, what's the point of all of this? Why doesn't he just beat him up like everybody else and move on? Well, there's actually much more going on here than what meets the eye. What you see is two men playing a stupid game to decide who gets to punch who in the face. But Steven Seagal is much deeper than that. Believe it or not, he's trying to teach this guy a lesson. He's like a violent Yoda.
What does it take to change the essence of a man? I need time to change.
So, I guess, if Steven Seagal has taught us anything, it's that violence is the answer. It's the only way to change people's hearts and minds. Just beat people until they have a profound, bloody revelation. Anyways, Hugh, the rig foreman, thinks that Jennings is using faulty preventers on purpose and that Steven Seagal should check them out. So he goes into this office, and after pretending to type on the keyboard, he finds that the preventers the company is currently using are defective. But the new preventers have been delayed for 90 days, and the company can't wait 90 days. They need to get that oil rig online before the deadline, which is in 13 days. You know, it just seems like an arbitrary number. Why not just say 2 weeks, you know? And then you could have this running joke with Total Recall. So it turns out Hugh was right all along, and Magruder offers to kill them both so that no one will find.
Just random vids, only $2. Let me see.
Looks like an extra large stuffed toy is actually a Flemish giant rabbit. They're different from the rabbits we usually see. The Flemish giant rabbit can grow up to 45 pounds and reach
Wow, that's a big rabbit.
a body length of 1.3 meters, which is about as tall as a 10-year-old kid. It's known as the biggest rabbit in the world. Interestingly, the Flemish
My God, look at those ears.
giant rabbit has really big ears that look like two large fans and are very eye-catching.
I want to pet this bunny. It looks like a nice bunny, and I would like to pet him.
Besides, the Flemish giant rabbit has well-developed, long and powerful limbs. Although they look chubby, they can run really fast, up to 50 kilometers per hour. Interestingly, Flemish giant rabbit was originally raised as meat poultry. However, because they eat a lot, people found it very uneconomical to raise them. But the Flemish giant rabbit has a gentle and friendly personality and a relatively high intelligence among
It's a really good rabbit. Oh my God.
rabbits, so it has attracted many rabbit lovers to raise them.
Wow, those are nice rabbits.
Will then prepare to be attacked by Hayao Miyazaki and nostalgia critic fanboys.
They're all fucking retarded, dude. It's the same as people who like Demon Slayer. The only reason anybody likes Demon Slayer is because they think the animation is good. So, oh, the animation's good and Spirited Away, so that makes it a good movie. Same with that last Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse movie. That was one of the most garbage fucking films I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. And just because the animation is good, everybody's like, oh wow, that movie's amazing. Pretty colors. It's so shiny. Oh, that makes it good. So yeah, everyone's just an idiot. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
I'll fuck you up! Fuck you up! Nigger! Fuck with me! I'll fuck.
Alright. Where are hypocritical palitards now? Nothing?
have been murdered in Syria over the last few
Wait, let me see.
have been murdered in Syria over the last few days. The footage is out there, and there have been massacres. But don't worry, you can't blame the Jews, so it is all good. Al Jazeera won't have Syria in the headlines. The Muslim communities in the West will not be protesting. And the useful idiots, the US students, will also be keeping quiet. There won't be any movie about Syria winning an Oscar. It is just Arabs killing Arabs, so no one cares. Not even the Arab themselves. And don't say two wrongs don't make a right. 1.5 million Arabs have been murdered by other Arabs in Syria, Libya, Iraq, and Yemen in recent years. And you have been silent about it like a dead fish. You couldn't care less about the famine in Yemen or the killing in Syria. And the truth is that you don't really care about the Arabs of Palestine. You are just a hypocrite or an anti-Semite, or most likely both. And to all the Arabs calling me a liar in the comments, please enlighten me with your wisdom. Prove me wrong. Follow me for more. Yalla.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. $92, skip to 630.
The Reformed and even
it's okay to have a country. You are allowed, listen to me, Christian, you are allowed to have a country. You are. It is okay to say, no, that this country, this nation is for us and our posterity. It's not for Hindus, it's not for Muslims, and it's not for Jews. It belongs to Christians, and it's okay to have a country. You go to Islamic nations, and they're not going to be putting a bunch of Christians in positions of political power. Everybody else is allowed to have an in-group preference. Everybody else is allowed to have an in-group preference, except for Christians, and let's be real for a second, white people.
These people are cancer. Raising funds for my indie documentary about the inbred micro-exotic bully industry and how not only is it closely tied to drug trafficking and other crime syndicates, but it's creating thousands of backyard Joseph Mengele-esque mad scientists greedily cloning animals for profit. That's fucking crazy. Weird. I didn't know anything about that.
What's up, guys? In the pinned comment, join our locals. It's only $5 a month, and you get tons of exclusive content, including video, and can't find it on here. It'll be on our Rumble. So be sure to follow us on Rumble. Are not to cyberbully, harass, degrade, accuse, or threaten any individuals. Eric, about Emily, okay? I'm talking about others too, all right?
I'm gonna turn it off.
Because we're in somebody else's house, so we have to have proof that we didn't do anything. So that's why the cameras are going. So look, I just want to have a conversation about how this happened, if it'll ever happen again, and you can just tell me no, it won't. Right.
You knew that you were talking to a girl that young? You knew it.
No, I mean, I was...
You talk to me right now. You knew you were talking to an 11...
She didn't mean...
You've heard of Houston?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, dude, it used to be the fun hackers.
Have you read the messages then?
I'll write down my phone number for you. Comprehend the gravity of the situation, man. And yeah, we're gonna kid, you know. That you could see the whole interaction with him and.
All right, thanks for the donation, H.
When will people understand that good animation does not make good movies? Style does not equal substance. By that logic, Moulin Rouge must be the best movie ever made then.
Yep. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You are the retard calling people retarded for their subjective taste in movies, lol. How do you even measure a good story objectively? Spirited Away's story is about critique of Japan's work culture and loss of spirituality. It's a metaphor of faggot.
Yeah, that's still fucking stupid and gay. So what, if I make a movie where I do nothing but sit in a corner and fart, and it's a metaphor for, oh, how boring our lives are, and how we lost our sense of humor, does that make me farting in a corner for 3 hours a good fucking movie? Oh, there's no objective way to, like, measure me farting in a corner versus, like, fucking Spider-Man 2, so who's to say me farting in a corner is a bad movie? Go fuck yourself, dude. It's shit. Okay, if you like shit, then you like shit, alright? Some people like eating shit. You can literally find videos where people have fetishes about it. Some people like eating shit. Some people like eating fucking pizza. Okay? You like shit. So I don't care. That's what you like. Thanks for the donation, dude. Raflamgistifu, don't need to tell his thoughts, lol.
And even, for example, I've had to get in debates on my Facebook with vegans I've met over the whole Palestine issue. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to get into my own personal politics and all this, but I do not support Palestine at all in the whole Gaza conflict. And that's my own personal opinion. It's not something I talk about on YouTube.
This is entirely due to him hating Muslims, by the way. As far as I understand, he's also an anti-Semite. He was writing articles for the KKK at one point, apparently.
Or make a big deal about, because that's personal politics, and this is not a politics channel. But I don't. And I think, ethically speaking, I think both sides have made some pretty big mistakes, but push come to shove, that is not.
Imagine the first monkey's reaction seeing them, lol. Well, they look pretty cool. I like sloths. Sloths are nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Maybe because none of our taxes go towards other genocides by Israel. So how does it make it hypocritical? Let me guess, oh, you're just retarded. Because that's your response to everything. I love how stupid all you fucking Zeos are with your gotchas.
So you don't care at all if there's massacres or genocides anywhere. This is only about taxes. Okay, thanks for the donation, stupid. Dodo donate $2, let me see. Listen, if your representative is not doing a town hall, give me a ring. I'll say it right here, right now, if a deep red Republican...
If your representative is not doing a town hall...
You know, unfortunately, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a fucking retard. And because she's a minority woman and retarded, she has no realistic prospect of ever becoming president. Like, if she would, one, just stop being a fucking idiot when it came to Israel-Palestine, like, that was one of the dumbest takes she's ever had in her whole fucking life. Her dumbass anti-gun policies, like, that is stupid beyond fucking belief. And, she kind of teeters on retardation when it comes to some of the climate stuff. But I mean, I'd pick her over Trump.
Give me a ring. I mean, I don't know if an R plus 25 district would have me, but I'm always willing to be proven wrong. And I mean, I'll say it right here, right now. If a deep red Republican district wants to have an honest conversation, even if it's with someone they disagree with, I'm willing to do that. You know, I'm willing to meet with Republicans and just, you know, be honest about.
Why are you lying about Trump, saying he's the one raising egg prices when it was Biden having sex with all those kids on Epstein Island that raised the egg prices? You fucking Democrats is all liars. Trump's not guilty of anything, and the only reason you want to put him in jail so that Biden can keep raping kids so he can keep egg prices high. That's exactly what every fucking retard would say. Let's see. Turkish President Erdogan, we want our European Union membership process to move forward quickly. Yeah. No shit he does. Because the country is, like, absolutely fucked economically, and one of the few ways to make it better is joining the European Union so we can have easier trade. Yeah, no shit he wants to join the European Union. I don't know if it's a good idea to allow Turkey to join the European Union, though. Bullied by adults. Let me see. Republican Rep. Mary Miller correctly introduces Rep. Sarah McBride as the gentleman from Delaware, Mr. McBride. Oh my god.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Mr. McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was...
Yeah, they have to do that apparently because of Trump. Jesus Christ. This is so scary. Chinese AI agent runs 50 social media accounts 24/7 automatically. How can I compete with this? And
since starting Doge, Elon Musk has saved taxpayers hundreds of billions.
So the actual savings is around $2 billion, according to budget experts.
So Elon needs help, and we spoke to some people who can help him. Here's how much money they've saved you.
$75 billion, well over $10 billion, I think 10.8.
Oh, are these the inspector generals that got fired? Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. We'll watch that in a bit. Gaddafi donated $2. Do you think anybody deserves this? Gaddafi capture. I don't know why the fuck you'd send me that. If anybody deserves it, probably Gaddafi. What about this? Yeah, I'm gonna watch this on stream, dumbass. Thanks for the donation, retard.
By the way, this is the same Cryet who also said that Across the Spider-Verse is on of his all-time favorite movies at the 10.06 mark.
So I think like the first three... Across the Spider-Verse. So yeah, this is, I guess my answer whether or not I like Into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse more.
You're a actual genuine retard if you like that movie. You're actually stupid. That was one of the worst movies ever made. Apparently the development cycle for it was fucked, which is why it sucked. They didn't have any time to actually create a story, so what they ended up with was a skeleton of a plot that had nothing but exposition with no ending. Like, I just don't understand how... It just... Everyone's an idiot. Just put something shiny on screen. Oh, it's good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, yeah, this jackass is sending me gore videos.
I was supporting Israel and I hate Muslims, but after they voted against Ukraine alongside Russia and USA and other fascist states, sorry, I won't support Israel anymore.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, Blake. Yeah, dude, this jackass was sending me fucking gore videos of Gaddafi and shit getting hung. Like, you expect me to watch that on fucking stream? Fuck you. What kind of asshole would even try to make me watch that on stream? Like, you're a dickhead. Grey Knight Donny Taylor's another guest. Hard on the Edge Twins podcast. You can probably guess who it is, Lo. I'm not watching that. It's just going to be the same thing. Tate lying constantly and getting absolutely no pushback. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Ethan Klein being a bitch. Donny Taylor's Ethan Klein is trying to sue Reddit because people are being mean to him.
Show in front of their fucking office. I'll do what I have to do. I will go and I will fucking stay there as long as I need to, and I will do the show in front of Reddit headquarters and dedicate every fucking episode to destroying every executive officer there and dragging them to fucking hell. I will drag these.
What is this about specifically? Filing a police report about the fraudulent CPS call. Tips are anonymous unless they break the law. I'm working on getting permits. So this basically came from Reddit. Is that what was going on? The child thing? Okay. Thanks for the donation, dude.
$1 billion, 30 billion hard dollars.
$14.5 billion at least.
Hundreds of millions of dollars at NASA.
They might not be 19 and they don't have chainsaws, but these people know a thing or two about saving you money.
We did an audit that was released in October of last year, looking at pricing for spare parts for the C-17, the big transport. We identified one particularly egregious spare part. I believe it was a 7,943% markup on a soap.
Ethan said he wasn't on Ozempic. Just because somebody loses weight doesn't mean they're taking Ozempic.
Dispenser.
There was this rapper, I think his name was Nuke Bizzle. And Nuke Bizzle, he got so comfortable stealing this unemployment insurance fraud money that he actually went online and did a video.
I just been swiping for EBD. Go to the bank, get a stack at least.
It was the video that led to his capture.
Nuke Bizzle boasted about getting rich off fake COVID-19 relief funds.
Former Secretary David Shulkin had taken a European trip with his wife. It was essentially a couple of hours of meetings, but the rest of the time they were sightseeing in Europe, as well as getting tickets to the Wimbledon tennis tournament. The government had paid for this trip, so we did the investigation. The secretary had to pay back the value of the Wimbledon tickets, the value of his wife's trip.
Expensive soap, fancy tennis tournaments. You'd think Trump and Musk would be dying to work with these people. Unfortunately, that's not how this story goes.
Dear Christy.
Dear Larry.
Dear Hannibal.
On behalf of President Donald J. Trump,
I'm writing to inform you that due to changing priorities,
Your position as Inspector General.
Inspector General.
Inspector General.
Inspector General of Department of Defense.
At the United States Agency for International Development.
Of the Small Business Administration.
Department of Labor.
Veterans Affairs,
Interior.
Health and Human Services.
I don't think gore is allowed on YouTube, so I think anything that he sent you would have been allowed to show on stream for historical educational reasons. Also, did you ever repay Lee Richardson?
He got his money back. PayPal just automatically refunded him. Yeah, no, the videos are graphic in nature. Like, it's not somebody getting their literal guts ripped out, but it's graphic in nature. I'm not going to show Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein and shit getting beaten severely in public, getting rocks thrown at their head, and getting fucking roped. Like, you expect me to react to that on stream. Go fuck yourself.
I don't mind that he says I'm on Ozempic. I don't care. I'm pro Ozempic. I think that drug is a miracle drug, and I'm happy for everybody that takes it. However, the thing that surprised me about this is just like, isn't this so unethical of a doctor to be doing like armchair diagnoses and medical? I just kind of was shocked by it. Like, what the fuck? Watch this.
There's a million of these people.
Especially for a weight loss drug. It's like, I can understand if you're speculating whether somebody got plastic surgery because like their nose looks completely different or something. But it's like it's a weight loss drug. Why would you make a video about that?
H3
What?
This is like a whole genre.
I know, but these are
Of all these
doctors. You
doctors.
expect better from doctors.
You do expect better. There are a lot of people who do like fillers and stuff who will come on and be like, this is what I think this celebrity has. Is this filler, this filler.
Semaglutide and tirzepatide expert. Ethan Klein recently went on a podcast and said that he lost over 100 pounds. And when asked how he did it, he said he stopped eating, which is technically true because these medications do suppress your appetite, so you do eat less. Do I think Ethan Klein owes it to his audience to tell him the truth if he is on these weight loss medications? No, I don't think because I don't believe his whole brand is about weight loss.
I thought that was positive at least. It wasn't like accusatory in that sense.
The same way Oprah and Kelly Clarkson, their whole brand for
That is
decades
a good
has
point.
been about
I mean, that's
weight loss.
fair.
And so I do think they owe it to their followers to admit if they found a secret to
Invasive.
It's not.
Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
services.
Is terminated. Effective immediately.
Thank you for your service.
Signed, Trent Morse,
So it's obvious what they're doing. They fired off all these inspector generals so that they could personally get away with fraud. And then they're firing off a fuck ton of government employees just so that they can consolidate power. It's all part of Project 2025.
Deputy Director, Office of Presidential Personnel.
So, who are these people, and what exactly do they do?
What inspector generals have done for almost 50 years is not only save taxpayers billions and billions of dollars.
We look for fraud. We look for misconduct. We look for inefficiencies.
Crimes committed against Medicare, against Medicaid.
It's everything from murders to threats.
Against foster care programs, fraud that involved COVID supplies.
Contract fraud to benefits fraud.
Whoa.
They're lawful.
Jesus Christ. This is Biden at 29? He looks fucking 40 years old. How the hell did people look that old back then? He's younger than me here than I am now. Like, how does this happen?
It's not known that someone is taking Ozempic. Ozempic is a miracle drug and fatties should be taking it and praised for it. Shitting on people for it is as dumb if not more dumb than making fun of people for taking SSRIs.
Well...
Oh, don't tell me that Bill really is coming to pass, no.
What bill? You're gonna have to elaborate. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Well, making fun of somebody for taking Ozempic is even dumber than making fun of them for taking SSRIs, because Ozempic very clearly increases somebody's life expectancy, whereas SSRIs don't. So if, why would you ever shame somebody for taking a drug that will make them live longer? It's just absolutely retarded. But, thanks for the donation, retard. Appreciate it. Rank by flag design, donate $2. Can you rank the countries not by how good they are, but instead by how good the flag design is? D, C, D, 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 D. Flags are fucking garbage, dude. Dude, I swear, like, half of the... Well, no, like, they literally all look the same. There's, like, 3 flag variations. They all look like they fit under the same, like, 3 categories. Like, a circle in the middle with a dot, blue and white stripes, and, like, some green and red color or some shit. D, 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 D. I'll give that a C. least there's like a dragon on it or something. D, D. Canada's a C because like at least it's got a fucking leaf on it. Like Jesus Christ. D, D, D. Give that a C. It's a little different. D, D, D. D, 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 D. D, 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 D. Yeah, I'll put that in D. They basically copied Swiss flag or something. D, D. D, 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 D. D, 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 D. D, 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 D. D, 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 D. D, D, D. D, D, D. I'll put this in C because, like, at least it's a slightly different design. D, 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 D. That's definitely a D. Japan makes no fucking sense. It's just a red dot. D. All these are just fucking Ds. I'll give the American flag a C because, like, again, at least it's a bit different, but yeah, the rest are Ds. These are all just fucking garbage. And that's literally just copying the US. Yeah, that's actually a D. Yeah, all the rest are Ds. Actually, South Korea flag's alright. Give that a C. Yeah, the rest suck. So, what is that? Poland or some shit? I don't know what the fuck that is. Canada, I think that's Switzerland, US, South Korea, and Israel. They're the only ones with, like, mid flags. Thanks for the donation, Rank by Design.
We look for that sort of waste all the time.
Over the weekend, President Trump continued his flurry of executive moves,
firing at least 15 inspectors general.
All right, so Trump fired some federal employees. Why should we care?
This is not a story of a personal tragedy for Mike Ware, right? What American taxpayers should care about is that
this was a wholesale removal of 17, 18, 19 inspectors general.
This is historic. This has never been done with this number of IGs that have been fired at one time.
you took away the people who were charged with ensuring that Americans are covered.
Firing IGs puts up an open for business sign to fraudsters.
Administrations come and go.
It didn't make any difference to us who the president was, what the party was.
President Donald Trump appointed me.
President Biden.
President Donald Trump. President Obama.
The only way that this is done in a fair, unbiased, and impartial way is if inspectors general are allowed to operate in an independent manner, free from political interference.
Who is he putting in our place? If he's putting in inexperienced political lackeys, folks who are lapdogs, not watchdogs, then their credibility, I think, just goes out the window. The reports will not have the same efficacy, will not have the same impact.
The big deal is that you don't want to burn down the institution.
Okay, blah, blah, blah. Spirited Waves, Peak Cinema, donate $2. Funny, let me see. Yeah, we literally watched that yesterday. Yeah, somebody sent me that. I like the demon. Yeah, that guy was cool. Yeah, that demon design is neat. Maybe I'll do some drawings later. I've been meaning to make some more t-shirt designs.
The bill I was referring to coming to pass was Project 2025.
Well, Project 2025 isn't a bill. It's like a political strategy thing. Oh, I wish I could eat food normal. That'd be great. Feel very run down today. I also wish I had a real gun and not a toy gun. Not because I'm planning on killing anybody or killing myself, just because, like, I like guns. Be fun to go to the range and just shoot, you know, on my spare time. That's one thing that would probably make me go out of the house in the winter. Shooting range. But, you know, we live in a gay cuck society, and they don't even let me shoot my BB gun outside. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Also funny. Let me see.
Okay, I don't even know how to describe this. I was standing in line at the bank, and I'm about 3 people behind the first available teller. And the people are just like sort of filing in and out, going to the available tellers. Suddenly it's my turn, and the guy behind me, right before I go up, says something incredibly offensive. And so offensive that I don't even feel comfortable saying it. I would never say it. And the fact that anybody said that gets me kind of angry. When I'm looking at this guy, what the heck is going through your head that makes you think it's okay to talk to me like that? And so I grab him. I grab him hard and I bop. I bop him on the head with my head. I give him a head bop. Oh, and he doesn't appreciate that. He'd rather not have that happen, that's for sure. But I bop him again. And I say, don't you ever say that. You could hurt someone's feelings. And he gets the message at that point. That's when he understands. It makes me sick. It makes me sick to my stomach to even think about it. That someone could say that? I'm sorry to get so riled up, but you can't say that. You can't. Not anymore. You're lucky I don't get a little more serious with you, you know? Cut your nuts off, huh? I'll do it. Don't fuck with me, man. Don't fuck with me. I'll fuck with your nuts, huh? Tell 'em, boys. Me. These are my boys, and they're shit today. Because of people like you. And then...
Okay, that's okay. Thanks for the donation, Spirited Away. E donated $2. I'm curious if you get a visceral feeling of patriotism when you hear the Canadian national anthem, because all Americans get a shiver down our spine when we hear ours. Rank your fellow countrymen. No, it's national anthems are fucking stupid. F D F. Put them in B tier. Definitely F right now. This was like 10, 20 years ago or something like that. He'd be in S tier. I'm gonna have to put him in B. For right now, he's slowly getting into A tier because of the Sonic movies, but yeah, he belongs in B tier. This guy is just in shitty movies. I don't care about him. I don't care about her. Don't know who the fuck that is. I would say for the Blade Runner movie, Ryan Gosling is definitely in S tier. These are the same person, so I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Is that a Jackass guy from the... I think I know who he is. I think he's overrated as fuck. I'll put him in D tier. Does he even play on a Canadian team anymore? Terrence and Phillip, put him in C tier. I don't know who that is. Wayne Gretzky can go fuck himself. I don't like Wayne Gretzky. Absolute cunt. I don't know who that is. I know who that is. Don't really care about his acting. Wolverine, definitely S tier. I don't know who that is. 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 Well, there you go. Thanks for the donation, E. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
My dick, and it's a good 12 inches long, while yours, Mr. Zelensky, is really short. I mean, what do you have? Something like a 2-inch micro penis, and you think you can sit and talk with the grown-ups?
Wait a minute.
No,
You
shut
lie.
the fuck up.
That's
not
not
only do you
true.
have a micro
Not
penis,
micro.
which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not
Okay,
nice.
so first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share
It's
your
not fair.
cards. Calm
It was
down,
my
let
mom
me
who gave
explain.
them to me.
I understand that
That's
you're not
not
happy,
cool.
buddy, but that's how it is when you play with friends. So when I ask you to show us
But-
all your
But they are mine. They are
Pokemon
my
Dragon
cards.
cards.
I
Shut
received
up.
them for
Shut up.
Christmas. They are my
Listen,
dragons.
Volodymyr, if you keep going like this, you know what? Nobody will want to play with
that's
you
not
anymore,
fair.
and that
you,
includes
you
Vance
never
and me.
want to let me play with your Xbox.
You know why you can
How
play
do
with
you
the
think
Xbox?
that makes me
There's
feel?
some games that are too violent for you, and
I'm
you're
old
still
enough.
too young.
It's not that
There's
violent.
too much
I'm big
violence.
now.
Yes, it's
I
violent,
don't
and you'll
even
end
need
up
the
having
nightlife
nightmares
to
again,
fall
and
asleep at
crying
night
to your
anymore.
mom, and then she'll call my mom, and I'll be the one who gets in trouble. So you're going to stop complaining and give me your Pokemon cards and your lunch money.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. Putin set up a council on inter-ethnic relations to essentially promote mixing and multiculturalism. Yeah, because they're running out of workforce. So the only way to stop the economy from collapsing is to get in immigrants. Why does Syrian girl absolutely refuse to go live in Syria? Fake patriot hates her own country. She will live anywhere but Syria. Yeah, really. It's always the Arabs who do that. I remember when I was in high school, I think it was in my civics class in grade 9. There was some girl from Saudi Arabia who said Saudi Arabia is the best country in the world. Like, better than Canada. And this was part of her presentation. I was the only one in the entire class to interject and say, if it's so great, why the fuck aren't you living there? Why did your parents immigrate to fucking Canada if Saudi Arabia is better? Like, any logical, rational human being would live in the best country they possibly could, right? So, like, I mean, if Saudi Arabia is better, you'd be living there. And then a bunch of kids were like, Richard, that's racist. You can't tell somebody to go back to their home country. And I'm like, she said it's better. Like, oh my God, I hate them. Trump has had Russophilia ziggers buzzing around his ear for years. Don Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Vivek Ramaswamy, Jack Bozovic, Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, many more. Trump is less zigger than these assholes, but he is indeed influenced by them and follows their lead on this issue. Yeah. Yeah, Trump's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Sadie.
Answer the question: is Project 2025 coming to pass or not?
Yes. What's the stat on Project 2025? What is it, like 30% of it's done? What is it? Yeah, so roughly 35-ish% of Project 2025 is completed. So, yep. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Latest retardation from Russian forces. Must be out of North Koreans to sacrifice.
Russian assault troops suffocated in a gas pipe near Zudza in the Kursk operation zone. Enemy attempted to use a gas pipeline to establish a foothold on the outskirts. Russians themselves previously claimed this operation was successful. Despite making it through the sewer, invaders were promptly detected by defense forces, air recon units, and attacked with various types of weaponry, including missiles. Interestingly, a significant portion of the enemy troops were not just eliminated by fire, but literally suffocated. Exact casualty number. Russians don't appear to be all that smart. Yeah, Russians are not particularly smart people. And yeah, it looks like they're out of North Koreans. Photo taken during the underground breakthrough in Zudza, Russia. Military personnel penetrated the occupier's position. That is not a good idea. Yeah, that just doesn't seem like a good idea. Well, they suffocated to death for a reason, apparently. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Can Finn come in?
He can come in, but Finn is with Jasmine currently, and she cannot come in. Thanks for the donation, Netanyahu.
Have you ever jerked off to lean beef patty?
No, I have not. I haven't fapped to any of her videos or Instagram photos. She does have a very nice hiney, but I've never fapped to any of the content she's made. This video is boring. He just talks about her diet and stuff and bullshit she picks up from the supermarket. She eats like a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, balls. America donate $2. Please don't skip. Please watch it for a while, or for a little bit, and see if you get visceral shiver down your spine. That'll tell you if you're American at heart. Yeah, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Thank you for placing Israel flag C tier. Your actions on this day will not be forgotten.
Well, don't mention it, Netanyahu. Appreciate the donation.
My reaction to Project 2025 coming to pass.
No! No!
I like Gonzo. Alright, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Debate, react, donate $2. Let me see.
Any other secularist in the audience, let's say the Pine Creek problem, who advocates for Christian ethics but remains secular in his belief in God, non-belief in God, you'd have a debate between two secularists who have counterintuitive views and systems on what's best for society. Well, who wins? It's secularism versus secularism, and they have contrary positions. So now if a secularist can't argue against a fellow secularist about what is better for society, how can he argue against any other system, including Christianity, like he's going to try to do tonight? Now let's move into another problem secularism has. Given that society requires children, which secularism has no duties or obligations to make, by the way, it follows that what we teach children would be included in the metric for what constitutes a better society. So let me ask the audience a question here. Which is better to teach children? The Christian view that they were made by a loving creator with purpose, obligations, and duties, that their life has meaning and moral value, and that forgiveness, humility, and patience are virtues.
I love how he says Christianity like demands that you have children, yet at the same time it promotes celibacy. So how can you be celibate and have kids?
Of a cosmic accident followed by a long process of unguided chemical reactions we call existence, which is utterly meaningless and has no greater purpose. All of your thoughts and actions are determined by strict material causes, and there are no moral truth. It's just a matter in motion. Now, please do your homework, Timmy. It's
Christianity has no moral truths.
If Max here holds the position I just presented specifically, he's just a secularist. However, all that matters.
CDG donate tellers. Hi Richard, how's your day going? Have you ever had appetite problems like this before? The only time I had anything similar was when I was like deathly ill in the hospital with an E. coli infection, and I almost had my leg amputated. Always thought you were able to eat a lot in general. What do you think caused this, or did it come out of the blue? It just came out of the blue. I have no idea why. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
There wouldn't be a contradiction. Would that be good for the child to teach him that view? Would it be detrimental to society of raising a bunch of human beings who hold a nihilistic, empty view of the world? So, how can a secular system be better for people if it has no duties or moral obligations to reject any other view, including secular positions? Now, we might get into deeper conversations, but I think what I presented tonight is quite the meal to bite in for my opponent, and we'll obviously explore this. But there are other issues under the secular view, which include the assumption of dignity of human beings, the value of human beings. How, from a secular view, are you going to assume any sort of value from one creature to the other from that view?
What's with all these Christians online lately?
Well, I guess they found out what's the point of, having a real job when you can just talk about your imaginary friend online and get retards to give you money. So I think that's what's going on. Just a lot of grifting. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Found under the secular view at all. Now, he did say in his opening, me asking for a justification is some sort of cheap trick or move. That's actually not a presupp. The question of can you justify something is not a presupposition. It's merely asking you, okay, you're a secularist, you hold the view of XYZ. Can you tell me under your view how you came to XYZ as some sort of rational belief? That's a fair position for either of us to take in cross-examination. I just want to let you know that. So
this guy in chat is a dumbass.
Without further ado, I think we can move along.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. And folks, do appreciate that support. And we're going to have a Q&A after the open dialogue. So if you happen to have questions, you can submit them either by tagging me with @ModernDayDebate in the live chat, or if you do a super chat question, your question gets pushed to the top of the list for the Q&A. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. Floor is all yours.
All right. Can we agree on the question of the underlying base of reality? I don't
What
think
is
you
that?
would have
What do you mean? What's the underlying base of reality?
that you and me right now, two humans, you're in your house, sitting in front of, and this is actually what's going on.
Yeah, I agree that what's happening
Okay.
right now is what's happening right now.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
James. I'm sorry to interrupt, Max. Is there a cross-examination or not, or is it just open? I don't.
Only open dialogue. If you guys wanted to do something like that, we could. It's spontaneous.
Oh, I sort of missed that. I'm sorry. I must have not read the thing. I kind of assumed there's that section of cross-examination. That's fine. We can, Max, do you agree? We can just do a cross-examination questions
Yeah,
back
if
and
you
forth.
Whatever.
Find out about this. Really, I think the solution moving forward, instead of just murdering people, is just setting a password on the computer system. Like, why is Forrest able to access this information? He's like a subcontractor. And to make it even worse, they can see he's accessing it. So, I mean, if you can see that, why not just restrict his access to it? Restrict everybody's access to it. Isn't this like the smoking gun? You'd think you'd go to some lengths to hide it. Meanwhile, Hugh is downloading the files from his hard drive to a disk, I'm guessing because it's evidence, and he hides it somewhere when Magruder comes in. Hugh won't tell him where the files are, so they kill Hugh while they trash his place looking for the files. I guess he must have hidden them really well. Remember that. Steven Seagal confronts Jennings about what he found on the computer, and he's basically like, yeah, I don't like you anymore. I'm pretty sure you're the bad guy.
I'd just like to ask you something. How much is enough? How much money is enough?
The funny thing about this is he's criticizing him for only caring about money, but it seems like his character only cares about money too. They just established this in the first scene.
$350,000? I'd f*** anything once.
It's just hilarious how he's just like, how much money is enough? Meanwhile, I'd f*** anything for $350,000. Like, I think that's much worse, actually. Now he's turning it sexual, you know? He's making, like, what's off the table, Steven? So then, a few minutes later, Jennings is like, hey, there's been an accident at a substation. I need you to check it out. And Steven Seagal is like, yeah, okay. I mean, he didn't even say what the accident was, and I know he's been doing some really shady business, but okay, I'll trust him for some reason. He goes into the substation where he finds Hugh's dead body along with a bunch of dynamite, and they blow him up. And this isn't one of those situations where the hero just barely gets away before the explosion. He's literally engulfed in flames and tossed like a rag doll through the air. So now it's, I don't know, sometime later, and members of an Inuit tribe find his body, so they take him back to their settlement. The next day, this old lady is feeding him stuff that she's already chewed on, and this is when he opens his eyes and he's like, oh my God, what the hell is wrong with you? That's been in your mouth. You ever hear of germs? So then the leader of the tribe comes in, but Steven doesn't seem too impressed. Of course, the only person in this tribe that speaks English and can translate for him is his beautiful daughter, because of course. So he flips over Steven Seagal and sprinkles some herbs all over his shrapnel wounds before digging into them with a knife. And just look at this. After what happened to him, this is his only injury. He's flawless otherwise.
Yeah,
After
I take
this,
song requests.
So they're now flying all around looking for his dead body, and they're like, we can't find him. Maybe we should have done this, you know, yesterday, right after the explosion. I'm guessing it's the next morning after that. I'm never really sure with this movie, but Steven Seagal then decides,
Yo VG, son. How much would I have to pay you to get jiggy? Name your price, much love. Don't act bougie, you were shaking ass before.
Well, the twerk, the thing right there for twerking, $50 for a twerk. So I guess $50.
Can you play that again?
Request.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford. It's not that great. Thanks for the donation, Jiggy Vegan. Let me see. I got a tiny little and a tiny little ass. Shake this thing, I can't make it clap. My front is fixed with a strap, but now I gotta fix this teeny tiny ass. I saved up my money and went by the dock, said there's gotta be a way to widen these chops. Had to sell my truck and some crack at the lake, but I finally got enough for some aftermarket cake. So I got a BBL, I'm double cheeked up, got me 2 new humps, this old dump truck, I'm twerking while I'm jerking in the middle of the road, can't wait to show my cousin this double wide load. Now I'm the king of the bar with my brand new cheeks, this double wide booty has him weak in the knees, even the preacher said, son, what have you done? I said God made me skinny so I added some buns. So I got a BBL and I'm double caked up, got 2 new humps on this old dump truck. I'm twerking while I'm jerking in the middle of the road. Can't wait to show my cousin my double wide load. Oh yeah. Now my boots can't handle all this extra weight, but this is damn choice I've made. The boys all stare and the girls all cheer. This double wide so I got a BBL, now I'm double cheeked up, got 2 new humps on this old dump truck. I'm twerking while I'm drunk in the middle of the yeah, it's a double wide load. My ass is so fat that I can barely see. I got 12 new pounds of that booty meat. I'll shake and bake it like a countryman do. This double wide booty is brand hammer new. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford.
It's alright, I'm busting out of this joint. And I really have no idea what he's thinking here. I mean, they've been pretty good to him. They treated his wounds, they gave him food. Whether or not it was regurgitated, that's up for debate, but still, they made him clothes. It's pretty nice. So where's he gonna go? He doesn't even know where he is. This is the Alaskan wilderness. He could be anywhere. So then Steven Seagal just decides he's gonna commandeer a dog sled. I don't know what he was thinking was gonna happen. Like what? He's just gonna strap the dogs in and be like, yeah, let's go. Take me back to where I used to work. And I say used to work because, yeah, I don't think they want me back. I'm pretty sure they fired me. They tried to kill me in an explosion. That's like saying, hey, we feel like this business relationship is no longer working, and it would probably be best if you seeked employment elsewhere. Right? Watching a scene where Steven Seagal gets attacked by dogs is much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Like, this is everything I never knew I needed in my life.
Dogs, get off of me!
So he gets up and he's like, ah, crap, I guess I got to explain myself now. So he tells them that there's bad people after him, and if they find out he's there, they're going to come after them too. And they're like, okay, well, you could have just told us that instead of trying to steal our shit. So they take him on this journey, and they tell him that he's special, and that they see a great spirit in him, and then they ask him if he's willing to discover the nature of that spirit. And he's just kind of like, yeah, okay. So the tribal leader...
Does that mean he's gonna do drugs? It sounds like it's something to do with drugs.
...touches him with a feather, and he just passes out. And now begins his spiritual journey, I think. I'm not sure how much of this is actually happening, but whatever. He's running through the woods, and then he jumps onto a bear and starts stabbing it, and the bear just tosses him into the river. I'm sorry, it's never not funny just watching his body just flying. But then he suddenly appears before 2 paths. One leads to a beautiful naked woman, and the other leads to this old spirit. And you can tell he's really conflicted over this, like,
Yeah, choose the good-looking lady, I guess.
This chick's so hot, I want to get laid. But on the other hand, this ghost has a rattle, and I kind of want to play with it. So the spirit is like, yeah, mankind has caused a lot of harm to the planet Earth, and I need someone to go forth and tell all of humanity what needs to be done. I choose you. So you're like my environmental activist Pokemon now. So then he puts his hand in some water, and when he takes it out, it's oil. Oh my god, such subtle symbolism. Then he gets out of the water, so I guess that's all real, the stuff with the bear. That's what he needed to do to go on this spiritual journey? Stab a bear and get thrown into the water? Like, I gotta say, if it was me, I'd just be like, yeah, can I just drink something and meditate? Or how about I just jump into the water? There's really no need to get the bear involved. I mean, it seems pretty risky. And plus, that bear's just minding its own business. Yeah, I think it's pretty rude for me to just...
Why donate $2? Let me see. Ultimate pet tier list. Frog, S tier. I'll put that in C tier. S tier, S tier. S tier. Oh, chicken's definitely S tier. Chinchilla's S tier. Dog, S tier. Cow, S tier. Duck, S tier. Fennec fox, S tier. Ferret, S tier. Snail, S tier. Guinea pig, S tier. Fish, that in D tier. Hamster, S tier. Hedgehog, S tier. Crab, S tier. Horse, S tier. Monkey, no. It's like F tier. Mouse, S tier. Possum, S tier. Little parrot, S tier. Pig, S tier. Snake, F tier. Rabbit, S tier. Raccoon, S tier. I think that's a hamster, S tier. Turtle, S tier. Savannah cat, S tier. Is that a blue-tongued skink? I don't know if you can feed those vegan. I'll put that in F tier. I don't know though. Skunk, S tier. Spider, F tier. I think that's a sugar glider. Parrot. I think some monitor lizards you can feed vegan. Turtle, S tier. I don't know if you can feed frogs vegan. I don't think you can. I don't think that's a... Yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. Thanks for the donation. Oh, wait, there's another one. YouTuber tier list. There you go. There's my tier list. Thanks for the donation, Y.
Just start stabbing it in order for me to trip out. Anyways, Magruder finds the village and he goes up to the chief like, have you seen this man? And they find his clothes, so I guess the jig is up. It's time to really solidify our role as the bad guys and kill the elderly mentor. So Steven Seagal comes back in time to watch him die, and the leader gives him an amulet that will help guide him.
Tell him. Thank you. And goodbye.
Really? Seriously? Is that it? I'm sorry. I just thought because of the dramatic pause, you were going to say something really deep and meaningful, but no, just thanks and goodbye. Okay. This guy gets a front row seat? Like, what's the deal here? I've been here for 3 months, ever since my snowboarding accident. I didn't get to go on a spiritual journey. I didn't get an amulet. Why is this guy all before? Because the one time happens, so they have to walk. So they finally get there, and I guess by coincidence, the bad guys are flying the helicopter around the same area, and they see them going into Hugh's house. And I guess these bad guys are really bad when it comes to covering up a murder. I mean, they killed Hugh and made it look like he died in the explosion, but at no point did it.
Why donate $2? Let me see.
911, what is the address of the emergency? Hello, 911.
There's a bomb.
Hello, 911.
There's a bomb.
You said there's a what?
A bomb.
Where?
Walmart.
You said it's at Walmart? I'm a
Have already detained a suspect that Walmart pointed out to them.
Alright, just don't get into it right now. So, we're trying to confirm, management said he was trespassing here yesterday.
Where they find him in the back?
Kimberlin said he was trespassing at Murdoch Walmart yesterday.
We're going around all over the place today.
So we're trying to confirm that, and we got Mr. Kevin here hanging out.
Who's he?
His phone was the one that dialed. Yeah, dude, I'll
Unemployed behavior at its finest.
looking, you've been trespassed from a bunch of places.
And you've been like every business, just everyone's been calling about you for some reason. They just don't like me. I don't know about that. Someone to walk in a circle.
So verify in ACES whether he's actually been trespassing me or not. Oh.
Yeah. Here, drop your bag real quick. Drop your bag. Does this have on your bag?
Does this guy actually have Down syndrome?
What's going on? We're going to explain it to you real quick.
We're going to bring you down to our office, okay?
For what?
For an investigation we're doing.
Good. So, just have enough probable cause to detain you.
Dodo donate $2. Scroll up. Let me see. Nutrition industry needs to go to jail. They told me kale was incredibly healthy, and then after I spent a decade suffering through kale salads.
Vegan YouTuber tier list.
Let me see. Corey McCarthy, I don't know. He's weird. I don't know exactly where to put him. There's a lot of different things you can say about him. Yeah, okay, thanks. Get it. She voted for Trump because clearly his policies are supposed to affect other people she doesn't know, or them over there, not her. Play stupid games when stupid friends.
Voted for Trump in the November election. Then in February, she was fired from her civil service job.
Absolutely, I feel a little bit betrayed.
She was among more than 125 people dismissed last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service in Parkersburg, West Virginia.
There's always that back and forth conversation now. It's like, you knew this was coming, but we didn't. Like, nobody that I've talked to understood the devastation that having this administration in office would do to our lives.
No kings, no tyrants, no kings, no
Yeah, they're dumb.
You're about to pick an angle that you know an enemy is holding. But what is the best?
Yeah, I've already seen that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi, Richard. Hi. 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 Hi, 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 hi. Jasmine is next to me and she says hi. 7 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777. Sneed Kumar Richard Burgess. Sneed Kumar Richard Burgess. Wakanda forever, my boy. Alright,
thanks for the donation. Hi, Richard Burgers. Indian Scams donated $2. Serious question. Why do you think there's so many Indians that are known to be scammers? It's because there's not much the government's doing in their home country, and they're poor, so they try to do a side hustle through scamming. And they also know Americans are stupid, so...
Okay. So you're calling in about a fraud?
Yes.
So what's going on?
400,000 in gold bars. Holy shit.
Behind you.
What's up?
There's some reason why you're driving so slow?
Where are you going, dude?
Sir, I confused because I find hotel.
You're working right now?
No.
No? Do you live here? Do you have a thing you say can and will be?
Miami.
Miami?
Last times,
India?
India.
When did you move here? Is that the brother that's getting married in India?
Yes.
So, yeah, I'd like to take his home.
Yeah. Going on.
That's a lot of money he stole. And he would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling kids. Thanks for the donation, Indian Scams. Oh my god, was that a cat? Gum Gum? Oh my god, there's Gum Gum. Dodo Donate Tellers, what would you do if Jasmine threatened to release dirt on you if you don't give her some money for her pets or something? She can say whatever the fuck she wants, as if anybody is going to give a shit what she says. Or what if she just does it without even threatening? What would your reaction to these scenarios be? That I don't care, and she can talk whatever shit she likes. So, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Right now. So what's the probable cause, bud? Whenever you have the office, we'll speak about it. Thanks, right there. Alright, you gonna hop in there?
Dude, Gummy is so handsome. He's drinking his water right now. Oh my god, he's drinking so much water, he must be thirsty. Gum. Do you have a good sip of water? Oh my god. Wow, Gum. Do you want to come cuddle, Gum? Love for you to come cuddle. You know I love my cuddly kitty. Oh my goodness, she's walking around.
We've obtained the audio of the suspect's interrogation, where the detectives perform a masterclass in tricking a suspect into confessing everything.
Well, the guy literally looks like he has Down syndrome. I don't think it's too hard to convince an idiot to self-snitch.
Alright, go ahead and step on. Go ahead in that back door right there.
You able to take these things off?
Are they tight? Yeah. I'll check.
Jasmine, donate $2. Do you think Jasmine will get married again? Probably not. Also, I'm wondering if your house is dirtier since Jasmine left. Did she secretly clean? No, it is not dirtier. She was... Well, if anything, it's cleaner, because... Oh my god, the stupid shit she'd do. She'd make, like, a weird... mushy paste in some of these pans, and then rather than rinsing it out, she'd just fill it with water in the fucking sink, and then it'd be filled with fucking mold the next day. She was really bad streamer. Remember this dog shit stream?
What up?
Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Or I mean, Jasmine. I don't know who that was. Might have been Dodo.
Who in chat is hoping Jasmine is gonna publicly talk shit about Richard cause we like drama? What if she lies about you, Richard, and tries to get you cancelled? Is TART gonna be grounds for a lawsuit, or are you gonna not care? I low-key think it's funny.
I wouldn't bother suing her, because again, who the fuck is gonna take her seriously? Like, what is she gonna say? He let me buy things with his credit card. I didn't have to work for 10 years. Like, yeah, she can complain all she wants. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Second, real quick. Here, before you sit down, it'll make it easier for you to stand up.
Just with my Apple Watch.
You want me to take that off so it's not like in the way?
Sure.
Okay. Here with you in just a minute, all right?
Time is now 4:50 p.m. Today's date is going to be January 12th, 2024. It's in reference to...
Yeah, it was just Harvey.
I'm Detective Jones, physical. With the intent to deceive the investigation or lie while under oath. Place you under oath real quick. Raise your hand for me. Swear from the same about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to read you some of your rights, okay? The right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You also have the right to stop things during time to talk to your lawyer. Do you understand what I explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what were you saying about earlier? Something about you volunteer for something?
Yeah, volunteer for fire department.
Okay.
Where's that at? Stafford Township, South Jersey.
Yeah. Well, what are you down here for if you're up from up north?
Well, I own a trucking company. I mean, I just do that, help them out, whatever. I used to live up north. My mom lives up there.
Okay.
I stay here with my aunt.
So obviously you and I had interacted when you were at the Walmart neighborhood,
right?
To include Corporal Mark. We know you were. Okay. You know there's cameras, right?
Yeah. Okay. I was in the store. I'm looking to get, because we have a rat problem at the house. I'm looking to get this peppermint oil, but it was essential oil. Mm-hmm. So I was doing some research to see if the essential oil would work. So I was waiting. And then all these cop cars show up. So then I wait, and I said, oh, essential oil will work. So I go back to go in the store, and they say you're not allowed. So then I go across the street, get them massage, come back.
Let's just start from like the first time you were in the store. Tell us what happened from when you went in the store.
I went in the store, I spoke to the pharmacist. I asked if they had peppermint oil. She showed me where it was. I looked at it and said it was essential oil.
And what happens next?
I go take a piss, I go out back to the parking lot, and a bunch of cops are there, so what's going on here? And then I look on my phone and try and see if the...
Hey, Gum Gum. What's going on? How come you're looking at me? You can come jump on my lap. Come cuddle. I love my Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. I love you, Gum Gum. He's such a big kitty. Dodo, Donatillers, Jasmine streams were truly awful. Never said so at the time because I didn't want to be mean, but they were so boring and bad. She wasn't interesting, barely talked, and sucked at games. Also, do you think Chloe is hotter than Safi and Amanda? I think so. Yeah. Safi ain't bad. She has a good nose. Nice eyes. But, yeah, Chloe was hotter. I like alternative chicks. No gum gum. No eating out of my bowl. Dude. I fed Gum Gum his lunch. Non-stop, he was demanding more food. So I gave him a little snack. Then I fed him dinner. And then he kept fucking whining for more food. I don't know why he needs, like, so much food. Just constantly demands more snack. Why do you need so much snack? You're such a silly kitty. Come here, silly. Come here. Oh. Here's my big chubba-wub. Look at my little chonko. This is my chonko. All he does is demand for additional snack. Two most important things in his life are cuddle and snack. And not necessarily in that order. Sometimes he prioritizes snack. Isn't that right? You're so big. You're such a big kitty. Love my big kitty. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Samar trademark and donated $2. This did not age well. Also, I see you're scared of babies. Canada and US after becoming allies. Yeah, that did not age well. The fuck? That is very weird. Okay. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Essential oil was going to work for the rodents, and then I, figure out that it could possibly work. I go back to the store, and you guys say I'm not in. And I go, because the guy said it would be like 15, 20 minutes. So I go across the street, get him a shot, come back, buy the oil, and then you guys are handcuffing me. I've never done anything in my life. I took a piss and washed my hands.
DNA and fingerprints are going to come back on that phone.
Mine, no.
If it was a prank that went wrong, I get that. All right, what's done is done. Right? Nobody else was in there during the time frame that the phone call was made. So was it a prank that was meant?
Why do you have someone else arrested then?
We don't. That guy was trespassed, and he just happened to show up at the wrong time. So it is what it is, right? If you made a prank call and it was taken wrong, I get that. We can explain that, right? We just want to make sure you're not the guy who actually put a bomb in there and it's going to blow up later, right?
We just want to document it, so with our case, that it was just a stupid idea that you decided to do for whatever reason. Unfortunately, people do it all the time, but there's a difference between just pranking and with intent, to which unfortunately there has been the real issues where people have done an actual bomb. But there's candidates, you know what I mean? But once we get something like that, we're trying to get to the moral of it. Like, what the reasoning did you think, let me do this stupid? Did you watch YouTube or something, or TikToks or something? They do this stuff all the time, unfortunately. Is that what kind of persuaded you to do something? So where'd you find the phone at?
So I just laying on the paper, the toilet paper thing.
Toilet paper things. Now looking back on it, I mean, is there a huge regret for your decision?
Yeah, I've never been in trouble at all.
What the there,
Well, that is very stupid. Karen calls 911 on the police.
Ohio cops were called to deal with a woman who had been spotted at a liquor store she had been trespassed from earlier that same day. They didn't know it yet, but this woman was about to make the officers' lives hell.
Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm gonna tase you.
Why are you tasing me? Why are you arresting me? Why are you arresting me?
Unresisting.
Hello! Help me! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! I need to call 911. Help
Jesus.
me! I need to call
She's in custody.
Get off of me.
You know, it's kind of funny watching fat people struggle with the cops, and they roll around and they kind of look like a big fat seal on the ground.
Help me, sir. Damn. I can't. Please, escucha.
Because she said some shit as she was leaving, and I didn't get it on video. I started recording it, but I basically told her, I said, if you come around me with some shit like that, my wife will handle that. Because I work for the city too, so I know certain things I get away with, certain things I can't. But she's very, obviously, mentally unstable. And what happens now when she gets out, now she's going to try to retaliate against me because I'm the one that told her now, and I'm the one that caused us today.
Right, yeah. Obviously tried to contact her when she's starting.
I didn't do anything wrong. Where's the lawyer?
It occur to them to maybe clean up the actual murder scene? Steve goes right upstairs and opens up a closet to get a bag which has some clothes and his weapons in it, and holy crap, there's the files. What an amazing hiding spot. So I guess when Magruder was ransacking the place looking for the files, he got upstairs to the bedroom and said, yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna look inside that closet. There's probably nothing in there. I'm not even gonna check. I mean, this guy went through the cupboards, the dresser, basically the entire house except the bed. Meanwhile, Steve and Masu go to some guy's house. I don't know who this is, but his name is John. So maybe this all takes place in some alternate universe where John left Yoko to go live in the woods. Steve then goes through the computer files and he's like, damn it, I knew the people that killed my friend and tried to kill me were bad guys, and this just proves it. I just need some coffee and then we're gonna kill them all. And Masu is like, wait, we have all the evidence. Let's go to the authorities. Let's go to the press. We don't need anyone else to die. Haven't you learned anything from my father?
I mean, do you really think that this hocus pocus spirit stuff is gonna help us now? Maybe some ghost will stop all the cars from using gasoline. See, I love the spirit world and I loved your father, but it doesn't matter right now. What really matters is the cold, hard reality of this world, and that's what we got to deal with.
Yeah, Masu, haven't you been paying attention? I don't care about what your father taught me. He's dead. That part of the movie's over now. We gotta start blowing shit up because that's what people paid
Steven
to see.
Seagal
Then he
is
opens
hilarious.
a secret closet that is just filled with guns and starts loading up. Then I guess he got changed again and put on his action clothes, and they ride up into the mountains because this is where he has his own cave filled with explosives.
Yeah, I stocked this place up a couple years ago, just in case.
In case of what? In case they declare war on some small country.
Yeah.
The bad guys are talking about how they can't find any background on him and that he must be CIA or something.
He's a firefighter who just randomly kept a shit ton of explosives somewhere?
Because, of course, he's gotta be the most mysterious, dangerous man who's ever walked the face of the earth. Then Steven Seagal turns something on to send out a signal so that if anyone's looking for him, they'll find the signal and come directly to him. And of course, that's exactly what happens instantly. So he packs a bunch of explosives and then rigs the whole cave to detonate so that as soon as the signal from the helicopter comes close enough, it will blow up, which is kind of a gamble. I mean, what if the helicopter got there while he was still inside? He doesn't know how far away it is, but it's a good thing it goes off as soon as he's far enough away from the explosion. And this is just hilarious because now he starts setting traps in the forest for the mercenaries who are coming on horseback, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that anybody's coming for him through the forest, and he definitely doesn't know that they're gonna be taking that exact path. But they do, and some of them die, and now it's a chase until they reach the edge of a cliff. But that's no problem, they'll just jump over the cliff and then set an explosive to blow up the cliff.
This guy's good.
Like, this is some Wile E. Coyote type shit. So now they're suddenly at the rig, and of course, Steven Seagal turns into a one-man demolition crew. Cutting stuff, shorting out electrical panels, blowing stuff up with his cell phone, killing everybody with minimal effort. It's pretty much what you'd expect. And then he finally finds Jennings.
You know, I've been thinking about this for a long time. What does one say to a man with no conscience?
Jennings decides to just walk away, and Steven Seagal creates a lasso and strings him up before shooting the wire so he falls into some oil, which is a pretty anticlimactic death if you ask me. But whatever, they managed to run out of there while the entire rig is blowing up. I also like how this pipe is just a piece of debris that's here to add to the visual of this place falling apart, because there's no other reason for it to be here. It's not connected to anything. They find a car that I guess has the keys in the ignition and escape to safety. And now we have the most pretentious part of the movie. For the next 4 minutes, Steven Seagal gives a Neil Breen level speech about how everybody needs to start protecting the environment. And this is just the icing on the cake. This whole movie has been one giant ego stroke to show how cool and tough Steven Seagal is, and now it caps it off trying to make him look like such a great guy who's gonna solve all of the Earth's pollution problems. But it all comes off so hollow and disingenuous, and I think it has something to do with the fact that for the past hour and a half, we've watched him kill countless people, and now it ends with him basically going, you know, we could make the world a better place if we all just drove electric cars. Now, if some of you make it this far and continue to watch the credits, halfway through, you'll be treated to an extra scene where Steven Seagal and Masu were on a canoe and they see a raven. Oh, wow. It must be her father. And he must be thanking Steven Seagal for blowing up the oil rig and killing all those people. Honestly, I really don't know what more there is to say. It seems like the general consensus is that this seems to be his defining work, and it represents his movies the best, and I can see why. I mean, there are so many moments in this movie that are unintentionally hilarious, and I know you've heard me say this before, but at many points, it feels like a parody of itself, and I love when that happens. It was nominated for 6 Razzie Awards. It won for Worst Director, but that's pretty much it for this one. As usual,
That is absolutely fantastic.
This channel does not promote or promotion any illegal activities.
Oh my goodness, this man's a little specimen. So fucking... They even got his cock size right. Cock's out!
Hey, that's the demon, man. Brother's not gonna be sleeping. You're not gonna be a sleeping dog.
Yeah,
you gotta sleep. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
I don't want to. Like, I don't want to.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, what's up with you guys? All right, you guys want to compare sizes? Drop them.
Yeah. Last year straight.
Harry Compton. I'm the only motherfucker that can swim over here. Fuck.
I would, but I tore my fucking thing.
Bro, it's the same range of motion. Oh, no, it ain't. The fuck? I can see where you dribbled after taking the piss. Fuck you, man. It's fucking spawn. Well, yeah, hey, man.
Ethan now donated $3. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. The sentient one, Joey, is getting groomed by the orange one, Maui. Oh my god. Oh, they're grooming each other now. Oh my god, they're friends. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my god, they're such good friends. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, dear God, that is just amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, now.
Yeah, dude, not.
Alright, they're just deadlifting. See if they have any other Menti content. First chest day since pec tear.
Suffer will determine your quality of life.
To know.
You guys was eating a crumble cookie while I was a few days from the show.
What is that one? It's like cake batter.
These look like the best lineup.
And then
I think I need to go to bed.
How does it feel to have him back?
my house is a fucking pigsty.
Crumble, let's get some crumble up in here right now. Yeah. You don't get none, okay, buddy? Hey, I got the app, bro. You need more punch in that? Don't worry about it.
Smart Raid Markin donated $2. My name's Smart Man. Oh, I see. You seemed stressed, dude. Maybe get yourself one of these. Sound on for last one. That looks very, very gay. Yeah, I think that would only stress me the fuck out. No, thank you. That looks absolutely horrible. Yeah, no thanks. That's terrible. Oh, Jesus, that's bad. Yeah, no thank you. No, 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 no. We're not going to be doing that. Oh, yeah, that was funny.
Fitness influencer tier list.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, faggot.
Why was it so?
Yeah, that was funny. Thanks for the donation, smart man. Alright, let me see. Is that more plates, more dates? That's like C tier. I don't know who that is. Sarah Safari's D tier. I don't know who that is. Lean beef patty, put her in C tier. I don't know who that is. Is that the retard? Put him in D tier. He went insane. Don't know who that is. Don't know that. Alex Eubanks, D tier. Elf Destiny's A tier. Don't know who these people are. Is that Austin Dunham? Put him in B tier. Don't know, don't know. Oh, that guy's an idiot. Don't know. He doesn't really do fitness content. I'll put him in B tier. This guy is just funny. He doesn't really do fitness content. Don't know who that is. Is that Buff Dudes? I put that in C tier. Don't know who that is. Don't know, 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 don't know. That's Mario Rios, definitely D tier. I don't know what that is. Torres, D tier. Pretty much all these are going to be Ds. I don't know who any of these fucking people are, dude. Literally don't know any of them. Chris Haria. Let's see. Don't know, don't know. Oh, that guy's a dipshit. That guy's a dipshit. D. I don't know, like, any of these people, dude. I don't know who the fuck that is. Greg. Put him in B tier. Okay, that's gotta be S tier. Julius Maddox, who fucking cares? I don't know, I think he's, that's David Lade, right? Yeah, that's D. Put, Jeff Nippert in A tier. I don't know any of them. Joyce Swall, yeah, D tier. Is that Larry Wheels or is that someone else? Yeah, I think that's Larry. I'll put him in C. Put Mike Isertel in C. Thurston, think he'll go in C. Hooper, put him in A. Put Omari Sifane. I don't know who that is. Rich Pianos. Fuck. Definitely S tier. Put Sam Sulik in B. Sean's definitely an A tier. Squat University, that's definitely A tier. This guy's definitely D tier. Tren Twins. They're hilarious. I'll put them in S tier just because they're funny. I'm definitely S tier. Back guy, he's funny. I'll put him in there. Don't know. There you go. There's my tier list. Thanks for the donation, faggot. Dodo donate $2. Can you understand how people live in these neighborhoods and homes?
Standard view of English and Irish estates. At first glance, this looks like a maze. I guess
this is like a commie block, only like for wealthier commies. That's what it reminds me of. Looks terrible.
these people really don't like neighbors. But honestly, this would look totally fine if some trees were added.
Yeah, this is like a wealthy commie block. Just such bad architecture.
It's far better than...
And city planning. That is awful. Maybe we can go through this whole video. That just looks awful. Also, what time are you playing Life is Strange? Sort of depends, but I would say at the absolute latest, 2 a.m. earliest, maybe hour or two from now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Which tier do you place Brian Turner in? If Brian Turner hit you up and wanted to get together and do some bro things, would you hang?
I don't really care much about him, and I don't really have too much of an interest in being friends. If you wanted to do a collab for a YouTube video or something, I'd be down, but I don't think I'd want to bother hanging out with him. Whatchamacall, probably put him in like B tier. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. W donate $2. What would you do if one day you woke up, came to your PC, and saw that your cat did this to your chair? What would you be mad? As long as the chair still works, I wouldn't really care. Gummy does scratch the back of my chair, and it's pretty fucked up right now, but I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, W.
Barbed wire.
1,500? How the fuck you have 1,500 points?
Wait, bro's gold status on the fucking Crumble app. Oh,
last
sick.
orders last week.
No,
that's crazy.
lying. But yeah, we flew all the way to New Jersey. Aries supplement shop, had a meet and greet, went well. Signed on MILF's tits, so that was pretty cool. Actually, Angela White commented at Mikey. That might be coming to fruition here in the future.
I think they're into older women. It's pretty funny.
They don't invested that shit.
We're gonna train legs.
Never training legs with you again.
Why?
Never training legs with you.
I have a better chance of becoming Mr. Olympia than training legs with you.
There were some good workouts now.
I think we had 20 plates on the hack squat last time we fucking did legs.
He's back, and I think you're bigger than you were before.
I was gaining weight, gaining strength too fast. Started taking some D-ball.
Yeah, we pretty much just said fuck everything that Kyle told us to do, and we went on our own route, and that's why we went down a very dark one.
A dark one, which included McDonald's and Wendy's and There was nights where I couldn't fucking, I was out of breath eating, bro. I remember we went and got Wendy's. All right, my girlfriend's calling me. I'm gonna go jerk off on FaceTime with her. So, I'm just kidding.
I want you to put 3 plates on. We're gonna unrack it. I just want you to hold it for a 5 count.
What
and then we're gonna put it back. And then from there, you tell me. I think that's gonna break your. Right now, it's mental for you. I think if you're capable of doing 3 plates, I just want you to prove to yourself you can hold it, so you know what it feels like again.
I haven't felt that shit in fucking 4 months.
How much you got in the bar?
Man. I got 485.
Oh shit.
425 plus 50. 475, I think. Hey man, I need a spot.
Ready. Throw the bus. 1, 2, 1. Done. Yeah. How does it feel? Does it feel okay?
It feels good.
You're just afraid?
Yeah. I feel like a pussy, bro.
Once you hit 275 for 10, bro, you have to be at 315. Like, there's no, the next time you're in the gym, it's automatically going to 315.
I'm gonna show him how it's done. Hey, Kyle, add a 45 for me.
Jeez, is he already doing over 315? Like, is this the first fucking chest day? That's a lot after you have a pec tear.
That's how you do it right there.
No, that's I think Mikey. I can't remember their names.
Not gonna hit your last set on the bench press.
He'll hit it. Just dogging it.
Yeah, I'm good. That was lightweight, bro. That was lightweight. Let's just get blood flow.
He's out of breath.
Sooner or later, we'll continue to.
Yeah, dude, if only they made steroids that were actually healthy for you.
Fuck. No stopping. Yeah. Fuck.
At least 10.
Oh, these gonna hurt.
Fucking 12. Come on, 1.
Oh, fuck.
Let's go.
Oh, fuck.
Let's go. 3.
Jake, bro, come on.
Let's go. What the fuck? Grab the 65.
Bro, I'm not good for rest, bro.
Go. 2. 3.
Is this cinematic? I'd show some more songs.
Just having that extra set of eyes, because when me and Mikey get alone, bro, we start wilding out. Like, essentially, powerlifting meet March 27th. It's just gotta be before my birthday. I'm still in juniors, and I could really break that fucking record, because I'm repping that shit right now, but always at a meet, it's different. I still gotta lose like 8 pounds to get into the weight class. When Mikey tore his pec, bro, it was really hard for both of us, honestly. Mikey's always been like so fucking grounded and like I've never seen him down. I'm just happy to be out of that stage, the recovery stage, and actually pushing. It's only gonna go up from here.
All right.
Fences. Those things make it look like a battlefield. And at the end of the day, everyone wants to have their own little private space. So at least you get barely above 4,000 meters. But number 40 housing. Number 2.
Smart man donated $2. This girl's got a cute pet, but you've never seen the second one before. The third one is hottest thing I've seen in my life. That's kind of stupid. That probably tastes like shit. That's not that good. Thanks for the donation, smart man.
2. 18,000 people in a single building. Doing in the mid excavating is 40 degrees Celsius. Number 2. It was finished when people lived in phase, beauty salons, and even a private kindergarten. People. Number 3.
Oh, dude, Texas has some of the worst suburban neighborhoods I've ever fucking seen.
Welcome to Texas. This image shows a Texas neighborhood with rows of identical, single-story brick houses. It looks like they were copy-pasted.
Oh, dude, that is so disgusting.
They all look the same, which can make the neighborhood feel repetitive or boring to some people. These kinds of neighborhoods are built to provide affordable housing. Some think they feel soulless, while others like the quiet and low cost of living compared to downtown areas. This isn't just in Texas. Places like Las Vegas and other US cities have similar suburban neighborhoods.
Ugh, that's terrible.
Number 4.
It's like literally commie blocks.
One more lane. This insane traffic jam will make you thankful for your commute. It happened in August 2010 near Beijing, China. It lasted for about 12 days and was over 100 kilometers long. Cars and trucks moved only a little each day. The traffic jam happened because of road construction and too many vehicles. People were stuck for hours, even days, waiting to move. Some locals sold food and water to the drivers, but at very high prices. Across the globe, the same things happen. At first, I thought it was the Trailblazers logo. But this is just what traffic looks like during Thanksgiving in Los Angeles. And the worst part is it happens every year. I think one more lane would fix it. Number 5. Houses on top of an 8-story mall. Building houses on top of malls is very unusual. But in Zhuzhou, China, they built 4 houses on top of an 8-story tall shopping mall. They look like regular homes with gardens and nice views because they are so high up. They have electricity and plumbing, so they work like real homes. But these houses are not for families to live in. They are used as offices for the mall's workers. In some cities in China, new buildings. Number 6. Lying skyscraper.
What in the fuck is this thing?
In Moscow, Russia, there is a strange building called the Lying Skyscraper. It doesn't reach for the sky like other tall buildings. Instead, it lies on its side. It's about 736 meters long. That is almost as long as 7 football fields in a row. The building is filled with many offices and shops. It was built to make better use of space in a crowded city. But its long, narrow shape makes it feel like a giant maze. It can feel cold and crowded, like being stuck in an endless hallway. Number 7. Lovely day for a picnic. This photo was taken in Charleroi, Belgium, often called the world's ugliest city. It is filled with factories, smokestacks, and grey skies. The air can feel heavy, and the view is mostly of metal and concrete. But some people still find ways to enjoy life here. This family set up a picnic right next to the industrial ruins. Even in an area like this, they make their own little moment of joy. Number 8. Hotel in Thailand. This is the Liboyo Hotel in Thailand. Its design is very strange. The windows, walls, and balconies are squeezed tightly. All the rooms are so similar, like they were copy-pasted. It hurts my head when I look at it. But from the side, it doesn't look that bad. Many people visit this famous hotel and it's actually rated 5 stars. Number 9. Replica of Paris in China. There's a small city in China that looks like a replica of Paris. There's a big Eiffel Tower just like in France. The buildings are also like those in Paris. Construction of Tianducheng started in 2000.
Oh yeah, the Lion City in Saudi Arabia is gonna be fucking terrible.
Number 10.
It's not even getting built yet.
Belgrade, Serbia. Belgrade is the capital city of Serbia. In the city, there is a big urban artwork that shows buildings as teeth-eating trees. It tries to tell us that buildings are destroying nature. In New Belgrade, especially, there are many big grey buildings. They were designed during the socialist era. Some people think these buildings look dull and make the air.
Chris Hatch donated $2. Let me see. Politics tier list. Lost in the sauce. These are pretty easy. Does he even do politics? I don't even know where to put him. I don't know, in the middle. Is that ContraPoints? I have no idea. I don't know anything about her. Put whatever I don't know in the middle. Put him in the middle. Like, Ethan doesn't really do political content, but he's getting better. I'll just put him up there, actually. He's kind of in between. We'll put him there. I'll put Destiny up there. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Chris Hatch. Tool donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I've already seen that one. People sent me that like 3 times. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Area feel empty. Many other cities in the Balkans and Eastern Europe have similar architecture. They all look very much the same. Number 11. High-rise in Hong Kong. Hong Kong has many tall buildings called high-rises. This is because there isn't much land, so building upwards allows more people to fit in the city. In fact, more than 7.5 million people live and work in these tall buildings every day. In the mid-1900s, Hong Kong had fewer tall buildings. Fast forward to today, the city is almost unrecognizable with over 7,800 high-rise buildings.
Holy fuck.
Poor people in Hong Kong have no choice but to live in very small homes called cage homes. These homes are tiny and crowded, like little boxes. Number 12. A small city in China. Now, this is what a small city in China looks like. This one in particular is called Songshan, a busy town with over 250,000 people. Rows of similar houses and apartment blocks line the streets. It feels like a maze of...
Dude, how do you even remember where you live? Tool donate $2 lol. Have you seen this one? I found it pretty amusing. That's a good one. Oh god, that's gonna be bad.
If she's down, I'm down. I'm a homosexual now. Jennifer's Lopez straight out of downtown. If she can handle my special needs, if she wanna get handy with Angelina Jolie. Take this cake, no matter the baker. I reach you for a 7 out of 46. Hola, como estas? Stay-on syndrome. I didn't know they started making them like this. What's the O-Link? She might be down, but something is definitely a Scarlet Slow Hexen and half away. I bet she is down to fuck. At least the commentate disabled from a Hayek. I need someone special in my life. I mean, I'm just one time. Selena Chrome, ask Jenny down the block. This is the rated R material I've been waiting for my whole life.
Oh, that was a bad one. Thanks for the donation tool.
Concrete and steel. This is what modern urban life looks like in many parts of China. Would you live in a place like this? Number 13.
Hell no.
The concrete jungle. Everyone knows New York City, one of the most famous cities in the world. It's huge and filled with tall buildings and busy streets. Thanks to a famous song by Alicia Keys and Jay-Z, many people call it the concrete jungle. But living here isn't always easy. Some people struggle to find a place to call home. The air is sometimes dirty with lots of cars and pollution. The streets can be messy, full of trash and noise. And in some parts, rats are everywhere.
Oh, rats.
But despite all this, New York City has a special energy. People love it for its excitement that never stops. Number 14. Coldest city in Europe. This is Vorkuta, Russia, the coldest city in Europe. In winter, it reaches minus 52 degrees Celsius. That is really, really cold. Many people have left because of the harsh weather. Today, many buildings are empty. They are covered in ice and snow. It looks like a frozen, deserted city. Vorkuta was built by prisoners during a tough time. The extreme cold makes everything fall apart. Living here is very hard, yet some brave people still call it home. Number 15. Duisburg, Germany. Duisburg was once a major steel industry hub. It used to have many steel factories. When the factories closed in the mid-80s, the city faced many problems and economic challenges. They turned the old Tyson steel factory into a big public park, which is now a popular spot for families and visitors. In one area called Ruhrort, people are working to make the air clean by 2029. This means reducing pollution and protecting nature. However, some areas have still not improved. There is a tall building named Weiser Reise. It is not safe and many want to tear it down to improve the neighborhood. Duisburg is changing to make the city a happier place. Number 16. Inequality in Brazil. This picture shows the inequality in Sao Paulo. You can see luxury buildings next to crowded slums. It's like two different worlds in the same city. This gap between rich and poor is one of Brazil's biggest problems. The city is full of cars, buildings, and people. It grows fast, but the infrastructure can't keep up. Look at this busy intersection, for example. The city's traffic and pollution make life harder for everyone. But going to poor parts of Brazil is even worse. Here is a slum in Rio de Janeiro. Favelas like Rocinha are packed with homes built close together.
Holy
The streets
fuck.
are narrow, and people often don't have clean water or proper bathrooms. This image shows electrical wiring and water pipes in a Brazilian favela.
Oh my
They are
God.
messy and unsafe, creating risks for the residents. It's hard to live here, but many work hard to make the best of it. Number 17. Most inhuman housing complex in Russia. This is Samara, Russia. New housing complexes have been built there. One of them is called Tough Springs. People say it is the most inhuman housing complex in Russia. They even call it Samara Luxury because these houses are meant to be elite. There is a church here that looks like a mockery. In St. Petersburg, there is a housing complex called Northern Valley that is compared with these. These buildings look very modern and strange. Number 18. Cairo, Egypt. Cairo is a huge city with millions of people. Everything is so crowded there. Look at the Egyptian version of Times Square, for example. The buildings are packed
Holy
tightly together
fuck.
and nearly everything looks the same, just a boring sandy brown color. The city is so dense that most Egyptians live.
You know, it's funny how all these people who say there isn't an overpopulation problem, like, I mean, yeah, this isn't overpopulation. We can't handle having fewer people on the planet.
Far away from the busy center. Because of this heavy congestion, they built a new area called New Cairo to give people more space and to ease the crowd. Even though Cairo has a rich history, its modern part can feel very overwhelming due to the tight spaces and endless buildings. Number 19. Petare, Venezuela. Petare is a large neighborhood in Caracas. Many people live in small, crowded houses made of red bricks. Some houses even use their neighbor's roof as their own floor. There are no sewers, no running water, and no electricity. And people often steal power from streetlights. The streets are narrow and steep, which makes it hard to move around. Public transportation is also limited. Many people walk or ride in small buses called jitneys. Trash piles up because there is no regular garbage collection. This causes bad smells and attracts pests like flies and rats. The city also struggles with high crime rates, making it unsafe, especially at night. Despite these problems, the people of Petare work together to improve their community. They clean up trash and create art to brighten their surroundings. Number 20. Lagos, Nigeria. Lagos is one of the largest cities in the world with about 17 million people. But it's also one of the fastest growing ones, with a 3.5% increase every year. Everything is very crowded. Many people live in densely packed slums that lack basic services.
I just don't understand why people have kids when they're living like this. Like, fuck that shit.
The city's infrastructure struggles to keep up with all the new residents. Traffic jams fill the streets and clean water is hard to find. There is little proper sanitation for so many people. Urban expansion is even pushing into natural habitats.
Oh my god, dude, it's like a poop swamp. Why in the fuck do people keep having kids?
Pushing into natural habitats. Efforts are being made to manage this growth, but the challenges remain huge. Number 21. Hyderabad, India. Hyderabad is a bustling city with many people and cars. The air is very polluted, making it hard to breathe. Heavy traffic causes long delays and lots of noise. During the rainy season, the city floods because the drainage system can't handle the water. This flooding damages homes and roads. Many lakes and parks are disappearing as new buildings take their place. All these problems make life very hard. Efforts are being made to fix these issues, but challenges still remain. Number 22. Neighborhood in France. At first I thought this was another spot in Russia, but it's actually in the suburbs of Paris. It looks like a whole Tetris level. Many people choose spots like these for its location and affordable price, moving closer to the center of Paris. There are buildings right between a busy boulevard and train rail highways. The noise from
Lamau, have you seen this one? WTF?
Let me see.
It's your favorite food, chicken and rice cube, nigga, something stole a car you can't try. The next Rush Hour movie will only feature him. Lucky Chad Pro can't drive or swear. Get your neck or steal that empire. Good at basketball because he calculates his shot. Bro steals from his own store. Bro gotta be excellent at math and sport. Trigger, my sticker, Konnichiwa, Konnichiwa. LeBron James, Kanye East, Milanese, bro.
Jeez.
Knows exactly how much to steal. 50 cents, 58. Bro is average at math, Kentucky Fried Cat. Bro's eating wings with chopsticks. Is it small or big? Bro will calculate the perfect time to rob something. Bro can mathematically explain why he loves KFC. Bro first farms for cotton and converts it to housing sheet factory. Bro steals math homework for fun. If the song Black and Yellow was a person, shut it.
Jesus. That's pretty racist. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. CDG donate Taylor's thoughts on female bodybuilders. Do you find them hot? Well, most professional female bodybuilders are on way too much steroids for me to find them attractive. Like, there's some that are hot, but, like, pretty rarely. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
From traffic and passing trains is hard to ignore. Rent starts at 800 euros per month if you qualify. It shows how they try to make use of every inch of the place they have. Number 23. Highways on top of city. Italy had a different idea than France. In Naples, they decided to build highways directly on top of existing neighborhoods. Could you imagine living under a highway?
Oh, bro.
There's constant noise from the cars and trucks above day and night. You also wouldn't get much sunlight because the huge roads block the sky. Many locals have criticized the decision, saying it has damaged the city's beauty and quality of life. But this is what life is like for some people. The view from some hotels in downtown Naples shows this clearly. It looks like a nuclear disaster happened here. Some parts of the city feel abandoned or forgotten, with crumbling buildings and graffiti everywhere. Number 24. China's unknown megacity. This is Chongqing, China's largest municipality by urban population with around 23 million people. They have petrol stations on top of roofs, trains that run through residential buildings and multi-story restaurants floating on the river. They call it the 5D city because you never know which floor you're on. They have high elevated roads that run over houses, like the Kayuamba Bridge, which carries 6 lanes of traffic and 2 train tracks. At night, the train...
CDG donate dollars. So you don't like girls with 17-inch arms and abs, lol. What's like your limit for muscle in a girl then? Can you show example? It just depends what they look like. I mean, where's... Yeah, like I find her attractive. So, like, I'm into muscle mommies, but when girls become way too masculinized with, like, a fuck ton of steroids, like, pro bodybuilder chicks, like, that's a limit, but she looks hot. So, like, this... Like, I wouldn't mind if she was a bit more muscular and shit. Like, the biggest thing is the face. Like, a lot of, female body... Oh, my God. But A lot of female bodybuilders, like at least on the professional level, they just look like men. Like their faces are masculinized. They have huge enlarged clitorises and stuff. They don't have like a feminine looking body. She has a really nice ass though. So yeah, like Natasha Offey's hot and she's really jacked. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Tool donate $2. Let me see.
If you comment some horse shit, I'm not gonna take you serious. If you comment some dumb shit, I'm not gonna take you serious.
Ignore the haters, keep your chin up, bro. Built like the Snapchat logo. How we fold this house, he's never owned a tie. Necklace behavior until next time. Can't wear a necklace because he is necklace. What neck of the woods are you from? This guy ain't sticking his neck out for no one. The guy who can survive a car crash. The people on your neck or your chest bros never get choked out in a jiu-jitsu match. Master for head and shoulders with the neck bros. Project Graham, look it up. But immune to uppercuts, dude, is a whole new race of people. Mexican, allergic to headlocks, neck reveal. Shut it.
That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Tool. CDG donate $2. She is on roids though, obviously, so you just like girls that take moderate amounts. Yeah, like I'm fine with chicks taking steroids as long as they don't go overboard with it. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Train line makes bright lights over the houses, disturbing the peace. People even live right next to a twisty spiral helicoidal street. They squeeze the homes and make everything feel cramped. Number 25. The Nightmare Neighborhood. I swear this place was in a nightmare of mine.
Oh my god.
The Nad Al-Shiba 3 neighborhood in Dubai looks like the control and V keys got stuck during planning.
Ugh.
Rows upon rows of identical villas stretch as far as the eye can see. Good luck navigating this maze. It's a quiet place to live, but I'd definitely get lost every day. The interiors are decent, but don't expect much of a backyard. Number 26. Ah yes, trees. Finally some trees. Or are they? I think someone stole my Lego trees from when I was a kid. These trees were planted in Al Qasim, Saudi Arabia. They did this because there's not much water in the area. But many people didn't like the fake trees. They said real trees are better for the environment and suggested planting trees that don't need much water. Real trees help clean the air and give shade. Fake trees.
Tool donate $2. Let me see.
Let's make something not Italian.
You know she can make it disappear. Truly a job, but she can whisper in her own ear. Takes her 7 business days to brush her teeth. Smile free the movie. We found your new lead. Her voice echoes by itself until insurance denied. She eats salad with a pitchfork after dating that guy. She can taste tomorrow's dinner. She speaks for everyone. She speaks in IMAX. She can sing 2 songs at once. Laugh out loud. She can sing in 3D. She can eat a banana horizontally. Why did she overline when her mouth was already half her face? A dentist dream. She can eat a cucumber sideways. Puts on lipstick with the paint roller. I can see the back of your head. She can deep throat a thermos. She sneezed and bit herself in the chair. Legend has it to 747 accidentally landed there. Tell which side to start kissing. I am not sharing food with her. Shut it.
Some of these are mean. Thanks for the donation, Tool. CDG donate $2. Wow, that place looks better than Canada, Saudi Arabia, referencing what you said earlier about that girl, lol. Yeah. Jeez. Like, what a fucking moron. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard someone say when I was in school. Saudi Arabia is the best country. Like, by the way, this is back in, like, 2006 or 2007. So she wouldn't even legally be allowed to drive there. It's just insane. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Trees can do that. It shows how important it is to think about nature when making cities. Number 27. Inequality in South Africa. At first, I thought these were 2 different pictures. But it's an actual location in Tembisa, South Africa. It's just incredible how close 2 completely different areas can be. We can clearly see the divide between the poor and rich. The right side has nice things like a mall, a library, and a swimming pool. The left is not so lucky with crowded buildings that leave hardly any space for privacy. The area that separates them in between is a cemetery, and it's ironically where the inequality ends. A very similar situation is in Johannesburg. Pretty much everyone with a semi-good income will have a fence, probably electric. Just look at this upper-class house protected by barbed wire. Number 28. There are cities.
Dude, South Africa is an absolute fucking shithole. Feel bad for anybody fucking living there.
And then there is Tokyo. More than 14 million people live and work in Japan's capital. There's around 6,200 people per square.
I really want to visit Japan and see Tokyo and shit. Looks kind of cool. Wouldn't want to live there, but be cool to visit.
Kilometer. Because there isn't much space, buildings are tall and close together. Streets can be very crowded with cars and people. Some people feel stressed living in such a busy place. But many also enjoy the excitement of the big city. Number 29. Ghost town of mansions reclaimed by farmers. Look at these huge empty mansions. They were built for rich people long ago near the city of Shenyang. Now it's been more than a decade since anyone lived in them. Farmers have come to use the land. They grow plants and crops around the old houses.
Let's see, Tool donated $2.
One believes in holy forces, beyond against 5D forces. Whole glory versus glory hole, the holy trinity versus the trinity of holes. Forgiveness, the other one just spreads. One's plan B is repenting, the other's plan B is break fast. Oh Lord, forgive me for my sin. Oh God, put it back in. One is for Sunday morning, other for Sunday night. Yeah, one says Christ is coming, the other so am I. One swallows pride, the other swallows the whole state side. Soul's been nailed to a cross, the other nailed by a boss. One has hope in her soul, the other one has hope in her hole. The moral and the oral, holy grail versus holy rail. Hates abortions or AIDS abortions. One is forgiving and the other is forgiving. The Old Testament versus testing older men. One takes care of orphans, the other creates dead.
That's a good one. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Nature is slowly taking back the space. Number 30. New Delhi during lockdown versus now. This image shows the heartbreaking effects of pollution in New Delhi. In fact, 21 of the world's 30 most polluted cities are in India. In 2019, New Delhi's air had a PM 2.5 level of 110.2. That's 9 times the level considered healthy by the US Environmental Protection Agency. In November 2019, some parts of New Delhi had an air quality index over 800, more than 3 times the hazardous level. Most of it is due to rice stubble burning every October. The deadly smog gets trapped by the Himalayas and the winds push it back towards the city. This mix of human actions and nature is causing great harm with few solutions. It's insane how people just live like this day to day. Number 31. Magnitogorsk. Magnitogorsk is one of the worst polluted cities in Russia. Only 28% of children born here are fully healthy. The Ural River splits the town, with the west side being in Europe and the east in Asia. In the 1930s, a big steel factory was built here. It could produce up to 7.5 million tons of steel for tanks in World War II. But the factory also released 650,000 tons of waste and 68 toxic chemicals, which polluted 4,000 square miles of land. According to a steelworker, none of the filtering devices were in working condition. Number 32. The poorest area of Bucharest, Romania. Ferentari is a poor area in Bucharest. Most apartments are squatted and have no electricity. It is hard to believe this is in the European Union. The streets are full of garbage and the buildings look old. Looking at these pictures makes me thankful for what I have. If they could take the garbage away and plant trees, it would instantly get so much better. Number 33. A village inside of a city. These areas are called villages inside cities or urban villages. People who live their work in the city and need a home that is not too expensive. The houses are old and packed close together. The streets are narrow and busy with small shops and food stalls. Local landlords own the buildings, but mostly migrant workers live in them. The government wants to eventually have them cleared for more modern and organized city blocks. I'm surprised how nice and clean it actually looks on the ground level. I wouldn't want to be a delivery boy here though. Number 34. Children playing basketball near a power plant. This image shows kids playing basketball near the John Amos coal-fired power plant in Boca, West Virginia. Looks very grim, but I love the photo.
Really?
The power plant looks like the one from The
next to
Simpsons.
it?
On a serious note, think about all the harm that coal burning has done and still does, both locally and globally. The air quality in that neighborhood must be very bad. Coal power plants actually emit even more radiation than nuclear plants. Nuclear plants only send out water vapor, which is harmless to your health. Coal is like a recipe for lung problems and cancer. So if you live near a coal plant, move to an atomic one. It's probably a lot better for your health in the long run.
Jesus.
The kids got some solid defense though. Number 35. Inequality in Mumbai, India. Yes, this is just one picture. It shows the divide between the richest people in India versus some of the poorest. In the slums, many people work in entire districts that deal with textiles. They design knockoffs of big-name Italian and French fashion brands. Of course, labor is cheap because the poor are willing to work for anything. These people are dirt poor, but they make products worth millions of dollars annually. Many of these slums are being gradually cleared and developed. Right now, life there is very tough, but at least there is greenery and a river. Number 36. Wuhan, China. At first, I thought this was a Minecraft screenshot. Building clusters like these are all over China. It all looks the same and very dystopian. But at least there's a lot of space between each unit for sunlight. And many windows help too. It actually seems like an efficient and decent way to house an insanely high population. If they add some parks and little shops on the ground, it would be even nicer. Number 37. Inequality in Abidjan, Ivory Coast. Another location where the rich and the poor live side by side. I don't know how you could live here knowing that below.
Did you see Brian Johnson leave in the middle of an interview because of the air quality? No, I didn't see that.
Below your balcony, there are fellow humans existing in poverty. This is in DOGE Plateaus, a well-off area with a neat grid layout and paved roads. But at some point, Turkey with many Number 40. City of abandoned castles. Burj Al Babas is a place in Turkey with many empty, castle-like houses. It was meant to be a luxury village, but now it's a ghost town. They spent millions of dollars and built over 500 of these buildings. The project stopped because they ran out of money. This is a medieval dream gone wrong. If urban hell had to have a flag, then I think this would be it. Want to see more content like this? Check out our...
Alright, let's see.
Defenders. In response to J.D. Vance's criticism of President Zelensky that he doesn't say thank you enough, Ukrainian defenders are now filming thank you videos of themselves in front of their donated American equipment. I want to play a couple of these videos, and we'll start with this one.
Thanks to all American people for providing us with weapons. Thanks to your support, we are still alive, and we are able to protect our cities and civilians who live there. Thank you to our American people.
This is a Patriot air defense system that will soon be worthless because Donald Trump has cut off the resupply of air defense missiles. Same is true for the Hawk surface-to-air missile system. Here's another thank you video from a Ukrainian defender.
Dear Americans, thank you for all support you already provided to Ukraine. This particular Hawk SAM has shut down already a bunch of cruise missiles, saved lives, and protected our critical infrastructure. I've been in the US, I was studying there. You have a great country, it's beautiful. I wish Ukraine one day could be as peaceful, prosperous, and strong as the United States. Thank you for your support.
At the moment, Ukraine is running out of surface-to-air missiles because Donald Trump has cut off the supply. There are more videos, I'll link these all down below, of Ukrainian defenders thanking the United States. But we can be honest, guys, these are thank you videos, but they're really Ukrainian defenders begging MAGA to reverse this decision and to continue supplying military aid, especially air defense missiles. And this isn't about gratitude. This isn't about saying thank you. What Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want from President Zelensky is for him to surrender, to be passive, to be docile, to be subservient to them the way they are subservient to Vladimir Putin. I appreciate...
Tool donate $2, let me see.
I bet when you want your tits, give each other high fives. Elon Musk, just 6'2", sleeping on your side. Do you need a passport to roll over? Really, jeans don't fit. You look skinnier than tomorrow, Taylor not so sweet. Joe Biden, Spider-Man, Hulk cooking lazy. Lord of the Onion Rings, 50 Shades of Gravy.
Yeah, that one's not so great. They're just calling him fat. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
The videos, guys, but I don't think MAGA cares. U.S. intelligence sharing has been frozen, and this deprives Ukraine of knowing in advance about Russian airstrikes. This is the critical thing that people need to understand about the United States cutting off intelligence sharing. It's U.S. intelligence with U.S. satellites that gets the early warning about Russia's long-range bombers taking off or ballistic missiles being fired from the ground. The immediate impact from the total U.S. shutdown of intelligence sharing to Ukraine will be wide-ranging, but Russian airstrikes targeting civilian infrastructure will likely become more effective. This comes at the same time that the United States has cut Ukraine off from air defense supplies.
The truth.
So this is a triple whammy. Ukraine is getting no resupply of air defense missiles from the United States. We lost the intelligence, we don't have the early warning anymore, and now Russia will be more successful in striking civilian targets far from the front lines. This is the immediate crisis that Ukraine is facing. And sure enough, a day after the United States did this to Ukraine, Russia launched a massive ballistic missile attack. And they've been saving their ballistic missiles more or less for the last month. They've only been firing mostly the Shahid drones. Ukraine energy infrastructure under a massive attack. This happened last night. These are the long-range missiles as well as the Iranian drones. Worth noting, this was the first time that Ukraine deployed the French-made Mirage 2000 jets they took to the skies to help shoot down these missiles and drones. Once again, how successful, we're not quite sure. This was a Russian ballistic missile attack that happened the night before on the city of Kryvyi Rih. The Russians decided to blow up a hotel that they thought was housing US and UK volunteers, killing 5 civilians. This is what this nice hotel looked like in the city of Kryvyi Rih, and this is what the hotel looks like now. That is an American flag flying in front of this hotel. And Russia blew it up to kill civilians they thought might be trying to help Ukraine. And I have to share the names, I have to share the faces of some of these victims. This woman, Ernia, lost her leg and suffered a head wound, and her husband, Sergei, was killed by the Russians 2 nights ago. So is there good news? And France says they will increase intelligence support to Ukraine in response to what the United States is doing. The UK wants to continue sharing intelligence with Ukraine, but the United States is telling them not to. The United States is applying pressure on the United Kingdom to cut off all intelligence sharing with Ukraine. This is on top of the United States self-isolating itself from the Five Eyes Alliance. This is Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the United States, and the UK. And the United States is not your ally. The Trump government administration wants to be allied with Russia and China against all of these people. So to my international friends, you can't trust the United States at best.
Fucking retarded.
And at worst, we're going to be hostile to you. We are now your enemy. So Trump is threatening new sanctions to Russia in response to this ballistic missile attack that happened last night. He put out a tweet this morning, but it's all nonsense. Donald Trump is not going to do anything to upset or offend the Russians while he's negotiating an aluminum deal with Vladimir Putin. While he's talking about new Arctic trading routes they can explore together, he's talking about resuming diplomatic relations and restoring direct international flights from the United States to Russia.
Oh my God.
Trump might occasionally put out a nasty tweet, but we're not going to believe it. He's going to do nothing to adversely affect the Russians and his personal relationship with Vladimir Putin. On top of that, private American companies are being told they can't support Ukraine. Satellite imagery provided by Maxar has been suspended. This is Donald Trump putting pressure on private American companies to cut off all support for Ukraine. Now, this is a bad business decision because if you're a European partner or Japan, South Korea, whoever, why would you do business with Maxar if Donald Trump can tell a private corporation to stop providing you with satellite imagery? This is pretty alarming. So the Trump administration is going to say they're doing this for Ukraine's benefit, to stop the war, stop the killing, and make peace. U.S. is weaponizing military aid and intelligence cutoff to force Ukraine into a ceasefire with the Russians. There's one problem with this plan, though. Russia says they don't want a ceasefire. A temporary Ukraine ceasefire is unacceptable. The Russians are not calling for peace. They're calling for a completion of the special military operation. They want the entire administrative borders of these 4 oblasts. And they're not going to stop fighting. They're not going to stop killing Ukrainians until they take everything they claim belongs to them now. Here are thoughts from Timothy Schneider. Russia's leaders have said nothing about peace. They have made a list of demands on the United States, the fulfillment of which allows them to broaden the war against Ukraine. And the United States simply fulfills all of these Russian demands without question. That is only a peace process in the Orwellian sense. And if you're hoping the professionals in the administration will save us, they won't.
Oh
They're
my
gone.
God. Rubio.
Rubio calls Ukraine war a proxy conflict between the United States and Russia. This runs contradictory to everything that Marco Rubio has ever said or believed in the past. This is Donald Trump telling him what to say.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't say it, he'll be fired. To call Ukraine our proxy, and that this is really a war between the United States and Russia, this completely disqualifies the sovereignty and independence.
These people have no honor, and they are just cynical scumbags only looking out for themselves. Like, if you ever wonder, like, oh, why did everybody listen to Hitler? Like, surely, people in Hitler's circle disagreed with him. Why did they all just go along with it? There you go. You've just got jackasses who will just listen to authority no matter what. Oh, I want to keep my job. Oh, it's the president. I got to listen to what he says. Yeah, that's humanity for you.
And the free will of the Ukrainian people to simply reduce the nation of Ukraine to being a proxy or a vassal of the United States, rather than a democratic ally, a democratic partner that we are supporting. It's in America's best interest that Russia doesn't succeed in this war. But this is Marco Rubio now repeating Kremlin propaganda. It's the Russians who for the last 3 years have been saying Ukraine is just a proxy of the United States. And Joe Biden and the Democrats. And I really was hoping we could avoid this, but after the Oval Office confrontation, MAGA's gone, guys. MAGA, I don't believe, is ever going to support Ukraine going forward. This is the net favorability rating of President Zelensky.
Wow.
So to get Zelensky to sign that minerals deal, Donald Trump started attacking him, saying that Ukraine started...
Yeah, dude, we have like 50% of the population that's actually just completely and utterly fucktarded. Oh my God. Ban Republicans from voting.
This war, and Zelensky is a dictator. There was then the blow up, and now the net favorability rating of Zelensky is minus 40 amongst Republicans. This is MAGA. It's plus 63 amongst Democrats, which is nice, but the Democrats don't control anything. MAGA controls all three branches of our government right now. And it gets worse as far as the professionals. Retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg blames Zelensky for the Trump debacle. And Ukraine brought the halts to their military aid and intelligence sharing on themselves. So Keith Kellogg, of course, this guy opposes Russia and supports Ukraine, but once again, he has to say and do what Donald Trump wants, otherwise he'll be fired. I think all these people eventually will be fired anyways for different reasons, but they're just trying to hold on to their jobs this week. And Keith Kellogg has stopped tweeting. After the Oval Office disaster, this was over a week ago, he hasn't tweeted anything since then, but he made an appearance at the Council on Foreign Relations and gave a speech, and this was a really bad speech. This was insanely offensive. So according to Kellogg, Trump recognizes that the U.S. needs to reset relations with Russia in order to secure U.S. national security. The continued isolation and lack of engagement with the Russians as the war in Ukraine continues is no longer a viable strategy. So the slogan for as long as it takes? Nope. Donald Trump says we need to get back to business as normal with Russia today. Lift all sanctions, normalize relations, pretend like nothing bad ever happened. And Keith Kellogg didn't have to do this, but he was pretty darn offensive. Kellogg said on the effect of U.S. military aid and intelligence cut off to Ukraine, it's like hitting a mule in the face with a 2x4. You know, you got their attention. So this is Keith Kellogg comparing the nation of Ukraine to a farm animal, a beast of burden who needs to be smacked around to force them to do what you want them to do. This was uncalled for. There was no reason to speak like this. And honestly, it's really sad because retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg, he's 80 years old. What does he care if he's fired? Why is he trying to hold on to this position if he can't do any good for Ukraine, if he can't put up any opposition to the Russians? When you're that old, when you're that advanced in age, you should really, as you're about to leave this world, stand for something. Stand for real principles. And this man at the moment stands for nothing. He's an embarrassment. I apologize. Based on these comments, Kellogg is clearly on Putin's side. Everything quoted below is 100% consistent with Putin's objectives. He did not say one word of criticism of the country that started this war, annexed territory, terrorized civilians, and kidnapped Ukrainian children. Just shocking, and for me as an American, embarrassing. Everyone in the Trump administration today is embarrassing. And it gets worse. Trump allies hold secret talks with Zelensky's political rivals. This is members of MAGA and Trump's administration shopping around for a new president of Ukraine. They want to get rid of Zelensky. They don't like Zelensky. And to Ukraine's credit, Ukrainian opposition leaders dismiss the idea of wartime elections. Publicly, they're saying this would be irresponsible. There's no functional way for Ukraine to have an election while Russia continues the war. But Russia is demanding this because they want to get rid of Zelensky, and Trump is demanding this because Donald Trump wants to get rid of Zelensky. The new U.S. administration is pushing for elections in Ukraine. According to multiple polls, General Zaluzny is the main contender against Zelensky. Here's what General Zaluzny said today. Washington is taking more and more steps towards the Kremlin regime at a time when Russia and the axis of evil are attempting to dismantle the global order. So even if Trump and Putin manage to get rid of Zelensky, it would probably be General Zaluzny. Here is the polling for all of the most well-known potential presidential candidates. At this time, Zelensky is still getting 43% against everyone else. But General Zaluzny is at 20 and Poroshenko is at 10. But every time Putin or Trump attacks Zelensky, it has a rally around the flag effect inside Ukraine. Zelensky's approval climbs to 68% following his dispute with Trump.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trump is a Russian spy, Kreznov.
So here's the polling data going back to December. So this was 3 months ago. Zelensky's approval rating was 52%. It then went up to 57%, and now the latest polling after Trump called him a dictator and said it's Ukraine's fault for starting this war, now his approval rating is 67%. So what Trump and J.D. Vance want is to get rid of Zelensky because he won't do what they want. And here's some expert analysis from David Frum. This guy nails it. He says it better than I can. So I'm going to play this clip. It's about a minute and a half. And David Frum is going to explain to you what exactly is MAGA. What do these people actually want?
I think there's something more that's going on. MAGA is the celebration of male grievance. It's this cult of manhood. But in fact, the people around Trump are cowardly, contemptible people, and they're soft. And they steal. They get rich in corrupt ways. And then they're confronted with the Zelensky we saw in February of 2022, with this extraordinary act of personal courage. The Russians coming to his capital. He's offered exit. Yes, by an evacuation, and he refuses. And he says, "I'm going to. We will win this war, or I will die in the ruins of my capital city." Yes. You will see my face, not my back. And I think he just shames them. He just shames them. Every time J.D. Vance looks at Zelensky, he sees a better man, and he hates it because, at some level, if you're a J.D. Vance, you have to know what you are. And maybe you have systems of justification, but you have to know you're a troll, you're a bully, you're just a lesser person. Here is the bravest leader in the world, and he makes you feel. So you have to create these fantastic stories, like he's stealing billions to buy yachts. Even that's described as the people in the Trump circle. But so they have this animus against him because they have to. Because otherwise, if he's not what they say he is, what are they?
Absolutely base.
For the last 10 years, I've not understood MAGA.
Tool donate $2. Let me see. Somebody literally just sent me that, and it's not good. They just make fun of him for being fat. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool.
But all of my interactions with MAGA people, it's been more or less the same thing. It's male grievance. It's mostly men who are upset. Angry at women, the red pill community, angry at Muslims, angry at immigrants, angry at the LGBTQ community. And in the comments section, guys, these people are just very unhappy. When I meet a typical Trump supporter, they're not a happy person. They're incredibly angry about whatever they're angry at. And yeah, they hate President Zelensky because he's not for sale. He's not corrupt. He's not willing to do what they want. Because he stands up for freedom and democracy and human rights and the international rule of law. Everything that Trump and Putin and Vance can't stand. They hate it. So they're trying to get rid of Zelensky. They're trying to smear him. They want to replace him. But I don't think the Ukrainian people would ever vote for somebody different. Whether it's Zelensky or even Poroshenko. I don't think they're going to get a better alternative. But at the moment, they're trying to destroy this man because they can't corrupt him. And cruelty is the point. Trump administration reportedly plans to end the legal...
Tool donate $2. Let me see.
Bro can't smell colors, bro breathing, no fight. Bro be making the trees work overtime. As Mike Tyson, this is why George Floyd died. Can see a brain defloat when you smell pie. He's the reason we can't breathe in space. Dr. Nova, bro, has a free AirPod case. If you sit in the same room as bro, you might suffocate. Bro can't smell GTA 6 release date. The doctor didn't have to ask him for a deep breath. Bro doesn't snort a line, he snorts a paragraph. I can see your childhood memories in the back. Leave us some air, bro, you need to be paying your tax. If I can't have water, I want air, I know. So smells like AK ultra hasty mode. When farting, bro, is cooked, bro, I saw your frontal lobe. What season we cook can cause a hurricane with that nose. And then doesn't need to minimize the enter, bro. Bro uses a shovel to pick his nose. I smell danger, I bro is white on the inside. Bro can smell sound, bro can smell cookies from websites. Bro can smell people's dreams. Bro can smell us through the screen. Bro can smell colors, bro breathing, no fight, bro.
It's repeating over again. Well, yeah, he has a big nose. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Status for 240,000 Ukrainian refugees. This is according to a source telling Reuters that this is what Trump is planning to do in the future. Now, the White House press secretary says this is fake news, but her answer is not reassuring. The truth, no decision has been made at this time. If it's fake news, you can say they're not at risk. They'll be allowed to stay. These are 240,000 Ukrainian refugees who have been here for years. Their kids are in school. This is mostly women and children. They've learned English. They're white. They're Christian. These are the ideal immigrants for MAGA. But cruelty is the point. If Zelensky doesn't do everything that Trump wants going forward, then yes, he's going to use this as a pressure point. He's going to deport hundreds of thousands of women and children back to a war-torn country, right when the United States cuts off military aid and intelligence sharing. So let's check in on the Russians. They can't believe their luck. They can't believe how everything is going so well for them. Solovyov says Russia should take back the Baltics, Armenia, and Central Asia. If Russia can take Ukraine and the United States doesn't care, then yes, they're going to go for Moldova.
Yeah, dude, like, it just doesn't make any sense that Trump would do this if he wasn't a Russian spy. Still pretty fucking confident that he's Kreznov. Like, if I had to bet my life on it, and it was like, he either is a Russian spy or not, I'd bet on Russian spy.
The Caucasus, Central Asia, and the Baltics. So here's Solovyov having a good week. There hasn't been a blow like this against the Western world in a long time. What have we found out from this speech? He's talking about Trump's State of the Union. First of all, it wasn't for China that the American people lost so many to build the Panama Canal. So 100 years ago, the United States paid to build the Panama Canal. And this was 100 years ago, so thousands of people died of malaria and tropical diseases building the canal. But those weren't U.S. citizens. They were natives to the Caribbean. cheap labor that the Americans brought in because it was so dangerous to dig trenches, when malaria and other tropical diseases were so prevalent. Note that it doesn't matter that it is on the territory of some other country, Panama. I immediately project this on all of the great construction projects by the USSR. I'd like to note, we didn't build the ports in the Baltics for these NATO Nazis. We also have lots of questions for Central Asia and Armenia. Who built all of that? So because Trump is using the argument, America built the Panama Canal, therefore we can take it back whenever we want, this is Solyov saying, the Kremlin, under the Soviet Union, built all of these dams and infrastructure projects in the Caucasus, Central Asia, Ukraine, the Baltics. Therefore, Russia has a right to retake all of that territory. That's what he's saying. Based on Trump's logic, everyone should come home. I really liked how he addressed the people of Greenland. The people of Greenland, you can decide your own future. If you want to join America, ho ho. Right away, I thought that all is fine with Donbass now, and Crimea is also fine. Who knows, maybe Donald Trump will first militarily invade Greenland and then have a fake election where everyone at gunpoint has to vote, do you want to join the United States? It'll be a rigged election, the way it was in Crimea and the Donbass region, and this is just how the superpowers act going forward. First you invade the country, you then have a fake election to give yourself legitimacy, and then it belongs to you. This might be what Trump will attempt to do in Greenland, and the Russians support it. The people of Kharkiv, Odessa, Mykolaiv, Tallinn, there are many of our people there who also want this, and also Riga, also Vilnius, so they don't think they were forgotten. What inviolability of borders? Who says annexations are forbidden? It's over. Forget it. So the sovereignty of nations, international law, it's gone. Warfare will now be continuous, as the largest superpowers, China, Russia, and the United States, will continuously be at war with their smaller, weaker neighbors, knocking them off.
CDG $20 thoughts on not masturbating on occasion to have more energy for a workout. I've never found masturbation reduces my energy, but if you find that, go ahead. I always feel more aggressive on days when I skip fapping the night before. Does that happen to you too? No. I have to fap nightly to be able to fully relax. Well, I know post-orgasm syndrome, so like dudes who feel extremely tired, exhausted, depressed, lack of motivation, that's actually associated with low testosterone. So if you're feeling any of those symptoms, you might want to get your testosterone checked, but I've never experienced that personally. Thanks for the donation though, CDG.
Off absorbing them, either installing puppet governments or just redrawing the maps. This is what MAGA and the Russians want to do. And this is the only way that Russia can win, is if the United States stops supporting Ukraine. 3 years of warfare, and I've barely done any map updates at all the last couple months, guys, because it's just not noteworthy whenever the Russians take a tree line or a wheat field. They're still losing 1,000 people a day in these stupid meat assaults, and they still can't even take the city of Pokrovsk. I do want to mention that Ukraine is currently on a counteroffensive in the city of Tretsk, as well as the surrounding area in Pokrovsk. They're having some limited success on the battlefield. They're trying to prove their strength and worth. You can see these blue areas where Ukraine has retaken some territory, but Russia can't win this war unless we just let them win. And that's what Donald Trump is trying to do right now. So where's Europe? What is Europe doing? EU leaders commit to working together after Trump signals that Europe must defend itself. Here's a statement from the Prime Minister of Poland. The war, the geopolitical uncertainty, and the new arms race started by Putin have left...
CDG $20, how often do you masturbate? Every couple days, usually. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Europe with no choice. Europe must be ready for this race, and Russia will lose like the Soviet Union lost 40 years ago. From today, Europe will arm itself more wisely and faster than Russia. The economy of Europe, minus Russia, it's 10 times larger than Russia. This is no contest. It was no contest 3 years ago. And the Europeans love their press conferences. They love their meetings. But they just haven't taken strong enough action. And we might actually be there. Who knows? This is the president of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, and there was this emergency summit. This is the statement she gave after she had her meeting.
I think I'll be a little bit more blunt than usual today, and our message on this day of the Special European Council on Defence is that it is about damn time. This is something that we have been asking for a long time, that the European Union, that Europe is capable of standing up on its own 2 feet. That's why we've been saying we need to scale up, we need to be prepared, we need to produce, and we need to protect. That is essentially what our citizens are asking from us. That is essentially what it will take for Europe to say that we are ready to put, finally, our money where our mouth is. On Ukraine, the situation today is exactly the same as it was 3 years ago. Ukraine is fighting for Europe, and Europe needs to be hand in hand, lockstep, with whoever is fighting for our security, for our values. Ukraine's security is Europe's security. And today, more than ever, also with the president of the country, we will stand with him and will say, we are with you. But to do that, we need to do more. We need to make sure that even here we put our money where our mouth is, that we help financially.
CDG $90 only once every couple days. Isn't that a sign of lower test? No. I'm kind of busy, and then by nighttime I get tired, and then I just sleep. So, thanks for the donation though, CDG.
That we help militarily, and we're able to say that yes, what you are fighting is what we will be fighting for together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Allocating more money is great, but Europe needs to start mandating to their companies to start producing more for defense production. The existing defense industry is not big enough or strong enough to meet the demands of the European continent. The governments of Europe have to tell companies like BMW, if you want to still make cars, you can still make cars, but you have to start making armored vehicles. We need civilian companies that don't make weapons right now to sit in some meetings and sign some agreements. They'll be paid, but they need to start producing for Europe and Ukraine now. Ideally yesterday, but now is better than nothing. Macron proposes French nuclear extension and Ukraine troop deployments. The president of France gave a fiery speech. It was about 13 minutes. And Macron has talked tough in the past, but will there be action? We can't trust Russia's words. I appreciate this. France has done a lot, especially with a threat. Kremlin says Macron is detached from reality, comparing him to Hitler and Napoleon after the French leader warned of extending his country's nuclear deterrent. So France has about 300 nuclear weapons, and if the United States isn't providing nuclear deterrence to NATO at all anymore, well, at least Macron was willing to say, if Russia uses a nuke against Ukraine, you might get a response from France. I appreciate it. Kremlin prepares Russians for new mass mobilization. So if Donald Trump lifts all sanctions against Russia, Russia's economy will start doing better. If Russia's economy does better, Putin then thinks he might be able to get away with a new round of mobilization, an additional 300.
CDG $donate makes sense. Did you ever go through a phase where you jacked off daily or even multiple times a day? Like, yeah, sometimes. So, I eat when I'm hungry. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
300,000 men that he can then send to the war zone. This potentially could happen later this year. Everything is uncertain. Let's get to the good news for Ukraine, and there was an interesting piece of American news I want to share with you. U.S. Supreme Court tells Trump he must pay out $2 billion in withheld foreign aid. So Elon Musk destroyed USAID. This was money allocated by Congress, and the executive branch is in charge of executing the laws of Congress. But Donald Trump said all foreign aid is a scam, even the foreign aid that was going to Ukraine. So this made it all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Trump administration lost in a 5-4 vote, which is shocking because there's only 3 liberals on the court. So
I'm going to guess Thomas is the one who voted against.
So we need 2 conservatives, 2 Republican-appointed justices
it's either Thomas
to vote with the
or
liberals.
Alito.
And Chief Justice Roberts joined the 3 liberals, as well as Amy Cohen Barrett, or Amy Barron-Kowitz. I forget what her name is. Amy Coney Barrett. Trump appointed her to the Supreme Court a couple years ago, and she just voted against him. So at the moment, MAGA is calling her a DEI hire because she's a woman. And there was this moment in the State of the Union address, you got to be careful because there's cameras everywhere. But when Donald Trump walked past the Supreme Court justices, this is Amy, and she doesn't look that happy or that impressed to see the President of the United States. Donald Trump is a misogynist and a rapist, but yeah, maybe he made a mistake appointing a woman to the Supreme Court if she ends up ruling against.
So did you donate to lawyers? Sorry, man. Didn't know fapping was a sore topic. You're just asking stupid fucking questions. Thanks for the donation, dude.
10 important cases coming up this year. We'll see. I do want to say it's insane. The vote was 5-4. The 4 conservatives voting in favor of Trump. What is the legal argument? What is this based on? It's frightening that it's even 5-4 when Trump is just breaking all federal law. He's not executing the laws of Congress. Do I sound alarmed, guys? I'm pretty alarmed. Other good news. Norway to double aid for Kyiv to 7.5 billion euros.
XD donate tellers. If you don't think about fapping and or sex 24/7, then your statement must be low broski. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Gross. Thank you so much to the fantastic Norwegians. Netherlands offers 3.5 billion in new military aid package. Thank you so much to the fantastic.
Thanks for the membership, CDG. Appreciate it.
Dutch. UK agrees to £30 million deal to supply advanced drones to Ukraine. Thank you so much to the Brits. Latvia donates cars confiscated from drunk drivers to aid Ukraine's humanitarian and defense needs. Not good for the drunk drivers. They lost their vehicles, but It's a good use for the vehicles, 31 in total. Thank you to the people of Latvia, especially you alcoholics. Final clip I want to share for you is once again from friend of the channel, Kalen Robertson. This is his report from yesterday in the capital city of Kyiv. Donald Trump just said he wants to deport 240,000 legal Ukrainian refugees from the United States. And there's air raids going off all around me here in the capital of Ukraine, and it really begs the question, to where? Where are Ukrainian refugees supposed to go while the United States is siding with Russia? Most Ukrainian refugees I have met in the West are people who want to go home, who would happily go home. They don't need to be deported. They speak of their home in Mariupol, Donetsk, Luhansk with love and passion, places they grew up and places they would go home in seconds. But instead of giving them a home to go to and allowing them to go home, Donald Trump has decided to side with the person and the country that took their home from them. And that is why this is so cruel and so evil. This city is being bombarded, as you can hear, on a daily basis by Russia. And that is why there are 240,000 Ukrainian refugees in the US. People that would go home in a second. But Donald Trump has decided instead that he wants to side with their enemy, to side with the person that's firing drones and missiles all around me right now. And that's why this is particularly evil and particularly sick. If you made it this far, I know the news is dark right now, but I promise you all of these idiots are going to lose. We are...
I farted, and it smells like rotten eggs. Also happy 6 months as Dono Richard. Here's to another 6. Fap, 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 fap. All right, well, thank you, CDG. Appreciate the other gifted membership. Good evening, Richard. How are you today, good sir? Anything new? How are the family pets? Oh, just fucking exhausted from not being able to eat. Energy drinks and coffee can only do so much, you know? But, you know, I'm getting by. The fuck happened there? Okay, weird.
Will surely out, and this current kind of crazy aberration in the United States will not last. It will not subsist. So we have to hold true to the people of Ukraine, who above all deserve it. The bravest people in the world.
Okay, so earlier this week you said in a post on social media, we have to consider the possibility that President Trump is a Russian asset. If so, Trump's acquisition is the crowning achievement of Putin's FSB career, and Europe is on its own. Now that a British MP accusing a sitting US president of potentially being a Russian asset is quite extraordinary. What prompted you to say that?
Well, first off, Vladimir Putin is, of course, a KGB or rather FSB agent. That was his work. His whole job was to corrupt people and bring them over to so they could be used for Russian ends. And Donald Trump has had a lot of engagement in Russia over many decades, and now has, in something far more remarkable than a...
Thanks for the other gifted membership, dude. Appreciate it. Can't donate through Streamlabs. Is it down or is it on my end? I have to verify my Stripe account, and my IDs have expired, and I'm still waiting in the mail to get my new IDs delivered. So if you're using a credit card to donate, you won't be able to. You have to use a PayPal.
A British MP suggesting the possibility, only the possibility, that the President of the United States could have been suborned by the security apparatus of Russia. Far more extraordinary than that is the fact that he has ripped up the whole principle, it seems, of NATO, of mutual defense, of recognition that we're all for one and one for all. Even, I think, in the last 24 hours, suggesting that France wouldn't come to the US's aid if Article 5 was called upon, which is just ridiculous. So that's what's ridiculous, is Donald Trump's behavior. He's reneged on his agreement with allies, and he has taken the victim of an unsolicited, unjustifiable, and brutal war, namely the Russian invasion of brave Ukraine, and turned it on its head and suggested the leader of Ukraine is the dictator rather than the real dictator, Putin, that the victim of this assault, Ukraine, is somehow the perpetrator.
I found it, man. Skip to 11.40.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. Yeah, this was hilarious. Did he actually step on stage like that? He did, right? My god, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me? Who the fuck takes... Who the fuck takes a photo like this? Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I can't look at this and not laugh.
Yeah, Genova provides some of the best mints. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. CDG donate $2. Yes, PayPal works, as you can see here. Love you, Richard. Yep. I don't know when my new ID is gonna come in. Hopefully it's next week. I think they said 3 to 4 weeks. So I think next week is gonna be the 3rd week. Not entirely sure. But yeah, hopefully soon. Probably by the end of the month I'll have Stripe working again. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. And thanks for the gifted membership again.
Of the war. And so he has turned everything on its head. And you can, if you like, you can subscribe to the view that Donald Trump, this great deal maker, the art of the deal author, has a kind of world view of a belief in great powers, of spheres of influence, and it's a sort of philosophical approach. But I don't think even that washes, because he may have sympathies with that view, but does that explain making absolutely no demands on Russia, the aggressor, and the enemy of the West, the country which authorized the poisoning of people on British soil, that has led by Vladimir Putin, who has spent his whole career dedicated to the downfall of the United States. I mean, to make no demands whatever of Russia, and yet inordinate demands of democratic Ukraine, is something that I don't think you can explain by way of philosophy. At which point you ask, well, if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, you've got to assume there's a possibility, at least the possibility, that it is a duck.
So I know on your original post on Twitter that Elon Musk actually replied to you.
Yes, he did. I think he intends to insult me with something about some link to some site that identifies retards, as they use in their language. But I had seen that his excellent artificial intelligence bot, Grok 2 or 3, whichever it is, when asked to rate the likelihood of Donald Trump being a Russian asset from 1 to 100, duly came back and said that, and gave a long and detailed argument, talking about his Russian entanglements in the 1980s, the often dubious Russian business people with whom he was doing business, and came out with a figure, I think it was sort of 75% or so likelihood on Elon Musk's own AI that Donald Trump was indeed compromised.
Get got. Holy fuck. Even his AI is saying there's a 75% likelihood that Trump is a Russian agent. Like, again, I'd be willing to bet my life on it at this point. I think there's a good 80% chance at least that that Trump is a Russian asset who was recruited by the Kremlin in the 1980s. Probably in 1987. Like he said, there's not really any philosophical reason you can understand Trump siding with Putin or being sympathetic to Putin. This seems to be like some sort of business relationship and corruption and spying.
Russian asset. Now, I don't know whether he is or he isn't, because I said in my tweet, which it wasn't that I know that he is a Russian asset, but his behavior is such. But looking for explanations, you come to the conclusion that he may well be. And it's interesting that Elon Musk's brand new artificial intelligence algorithm comes to the same conclusion and provides rather interesting historic data with which to back that up.
It's almost a redundant question about whether or not he is a Russian asset at this stage, right? Because even if he hasn't been groomed by the KGB, he's acting as if he was.
Exactly. And that's a very serious problem. I mean, Pax Americana, upon which we've all relied for such a long time, and from which, when you consider that the US is so easily the richest country in the world, the biggest beneficiary of that not only is the United States and the people of America, and he's ripping that up. So it's these are sobering times, and as you say.
CDG donated $2. Since I donated a lot today, can you please watch 5-minute vid without skipping for me? It's Jason Blaha, so it won't be super boring. It's just, I just like to watch your reaction. We literally watched this yesterday.
We watched this entire thing yesterday. He did a Jason Genova where he exposed himself on his own Facebook, uploading a photo of his browser where he's looking for new houses to rent. So he's lying about owning property. He's also using Green Pass, which is like a thing if you're in debt that helps you get out of debt. And he's also on an escort website trying to buy prostitutes. So yeah, we saw this whole thing yesterday. And apparently he gave this woman, I think, like $30,000 or $40,000 to peg him. Like, this is all being confirmed. People have interviewed her, and she actually got like some purple strap-on dildo thing to fuck him with. Jason is just such a pathetic lowlife dude. Just such a sad, sad human being. If he wanted an argument for eugenics, Blaha would be the example. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah. All right, I am back. Oh man. It is fucking cold down here. Do I donate $2? Let me see.
If you're the president, if you're the Secretary of State.
This is like how what I was saying, how if China had liberal elections, there's a good chance they may elect an even worse government than the CCP. Same with Russia right now.
We didn't push the South.
All right, I'll take a look at those videos. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Door end raider door.
Damn it. Yeah, go fuck yourself. Thanks for the gifted membership, CDG. Appreciate it. Oh, man.
Monica! Good. Okay, good to see you. These are all for you.
Wow, it's nice.
Do you need paint?
Absolutely do.
If you guys would like to help Monica with paint.
Okay, that was stupid.
And you're looking at this where there's these interweaving systems of alliances, and you give some guy aid because you need something and pisses everybody else off. How the hell are you supposed to keep track of this? How do they have these matrices that you got up there and they're
We have so many wonderful people working in the State Department. I've met a number of them because they are students at the War College. You should be proud of all the people who work for the Department of State. They're all of these different experts, different parts of the world that get sent around hither and yon. Very thoughtful people. Also, I've read in the archives many CIA reports because I've gone to these presidential archives, starting with the Truman administration all the way up to Bush Sr. As you get to the more recent stuff, less of it's been declassified. So I've read most of the CIA reports I've read are for earlier periods where they've been declassified. It's impressive, the level of analysis. And I know that the CIA has several there's the analytical part of it, and then there's the send people out to do. We aren't even going to talk about what which is completely different. But they're very fine analysts. And then we have, like, the Department of Agriculture has very fine analysts about agriculture of the whole world. So we have a tremendous amount of expertise. And the other thing that presidents get, and also the high-level bureaucrats get, are these daily reports where and they're very short because they have to be, about what's going on everywhere in the world that people think is important.
CDG, donate $2. I've been looking at new monitors and want 4K monitor, preferably ultra-wide. Ultra-wide suck, dude. Do not get an ultra-wide monitor. They are pure fucking trash. They're the stupidest fucking monitors you can get. And I want a high refresh rate. What do you think of this one? QD OLED. What is that? $1,000, 31.5 inch. Is this 16 by 10? Looks more square for some reason. No, 16 by 9. Well, it looks good. I personally wouldn't want an OLED monitor just because they still have issues with burn-in, and the way I use my monitor, that would be a huge problem for me. But, it's got a very high refresh rate and good response time, and it's G-Sync compatible. So, definitely wouldn't be a bad choice, and it has a VESA mount. Do not get an ultra-wide. They're just stupid. They're just super thin, so it's like looking at something with like through a slit. It's stupid. But yeah, that looks like a good one. Thanks for the donation, CDG. The monitor that I have is, I think it's a Samsung G7 or something. Yeah, it's a Samsung Odyssey G7. The reason I got this is it's a VA panel with local dimming. Still has a high refresh rate, good color accuracy, very deep blacks, really good HDR support, but it's not OLED. But the benefit there is it's cheaper and you don't have burn-in, so... If you're fine with, in all likelihood, replacing the monitor after like a year and a half, 2 years, because they don't last that long. If you're gonna scroll through like YouTube where you have these like, you know, bright areas, dark areas, and all that shit, you're very likely going to experience burn-in. Linus Tech Tips did a video about this. It happens very quickly on monitors. But thanks again, CDG. Kof Blaha Fitness, donated $2. Richard, I was literally a bull, you know. I've done steroids before. I was a big guy. I was a bull. Women loved my BBC. Jason Blaha looks like he aged so goddamn much. He looks like such an old, frail man with sagging skin. Must be because he quit veganism. I think it's from, being morbidly obese and not having particularly good genetics, and alcoholism and laziness, and just a lot of very bad life choices culminating into what he is now. Thanks for the donation though, dude. CDG donate $2. Yeah, no, I want something that lasts 5-10 years range at least, as this year's. No. I have the 32-inch, but, yeah, mine's a 32-inch. I don't think they make this one anymore. Yeah, I have, like, the older one that's a 32-inch. Why does this say... fucking Amazon is weird. Yeah, so... I would look for a good VA panel with local dimming. If you want to avoid burn-in. Because, like, especially with a monitor, because it's a computer, you're gonna, like, sit and have tabs open and stuff. You're gonna end up having burn-in. It's not like a TV where you're only gonna really turn it on for like Netflix or something, and you're just gonna have an image that's constantly changing on the screen. Like on a computer, you're gonna be playing games with like a UI and just doing whatever productivity stuff you're doing. IPS panels suck. They don't have deep blacks. They have a worse response time, and they look like shit. Don't get a IPS panel. There's no point if you're getting a monitor. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Cat Daddy donated $3. Let me see. Okay, this is gay. Yeah, this is for gay dudes. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Friendly reminder that Fiona chose a literal ogre over a short guy. Well, I mean, to be fair, there was a lot of other less than desirable qualities about the guy, besides being short.
Not sustainable by any country what's happening to us in the United States. Millions and millions of people, 21 million plus, have been dumped into the United States, and many of them are murderers. Many of them are horrible criminals. What Kamala Harris has done is unforgivable. It's a crime what she did. It's got to be criminal. There's no greater act of disloyalty than to extinguish the sovereignty of your own nation, and that's what she's done. She's ruined our nation. She's ruined our nation.
That's nice and retarded. Mao is one of humanity's biggest heroes? Saved billions of former, current, and future Chinese generations. What the fuck? Mao's the greatest mass murderer and torturer in history, a literal Satan in human form. I don't know how the fuck these people exist, dude. That's just downright psychotic. Did any of these astroturfed influencers care when Putin mass murdered Christian Ukrainians in Bucha and other places? Their outrage is extremely selective and targeted to be against the current thing. Fake people. Over 100 Christians were massacred in Syria. Yeah. Yep. They're just in support of fascism. Thanks for the donation, Sadie Inward. Can you summarize why PC gaming is so superior? Better graphics, higher frame rate, legacy support, you can play whatever old games you buy, better online connectivity, more mature players. You can use whatever controller options you want, mod support, which makes a lot of games have way more fucking longevity, and you can modernize them with better graphics, different gameplay mechanics. Do I have to go on?
The enemies to hold elections because we knew Ho Chi Minh would win. He was the only national figure in Vietnam. So the United States is all about free elections.
There's also a lot of games that can really only exist on PC. So if you're interested in any flight simulators, racing simulators, you can only really play those games on PC because they have better peripheral support. Cat Daddy donated $3. Let me see.
Motion extremely important. We're gonna do that one more time. Full range for that deep flexibility.
Yeah, that's content. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
For them to know. So there are a tremendous number of smart, well-educated people trying to get information to presidents, secretaries of states, and things. And then you have all these regional desks where there's, I don't know, I can't remember exactly. I don't.
Yeah, dude, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. IPS does not have as good of a response time as a VA or TN panel. That's why pro gamers never use IPS panels, and they look like absolute dog shit. They have, like, dark scenes just look gray. You're an idiot. Like, how about you get a good monitor, and then tell me, oh, IPS monitors are so good. I don't care if you bought a fucking $150 monitor from fucking Walmart, and you're like, my monitors are IPS monitors, and they're good. What do you think, Gummy? Gummy says VA panels are better. Go shove your IPS panels up your ass. That's what he says. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? My God, you are so big. I love just being able to grab you and hug you. I love you, Gum Gum. You're the best kitty.
Know the organization chart of the State Department, but you can look at it by region of the world, and people work there and provide this. So there are.
Cat Danity donated $3. Let me see. First time in Thailand, slowly realizing that masseuse had such a strong grip.
Going to watch tonight the show, the Ladyboys of Bangkok. They're not actually girls, they're boys. Pretending to be girls.
They told you. They're real girls, trust me. I beg you.
I know
no, that's real girls.
I know you want them to be, but they're not. They've got willies.
They'll be rude.
They're not real. That's why they're called lady boys. They call them that because they're boys that look like.
What in the fuck is that from? Oh, I mean, if he enjoys himself, what does it matter? Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Demon Cunt donated $2. Are you still sick and dying? Well, I can sleep just fine, but I can't eat, so.
People that don't know is a month. In the month, it is believed that month is the birth of month. Ramadan, for those.
That sounds like something he'd say. This guy is a complete and utter fraud. Just some dumb teenage dipshit. Doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. Do you have an Oculus? Are you into VR gaming? I've got a Quest 2. I don't use it too much. I usually use my Valve Index. Kind of wanted to upgrade to the Quest 3, but like the Valve Deckard is probably going to get announced soon, so I don't want to buy the Quest 3 and then get a Deckard for no reason. So I'm probably just going to wait for the new Valve VR headset.
Wonderful experts that are working on this.
You mentioned in the lecture that if China and India had figured out a way to work together, the world order could have looked completely different.
Huh?
Spell out the counterfactual for us. How would it have been different?
I don't
What would
know,
have
but
happened?
well, there's another question that you've got, so let's just handle it here. Well, these are the ones that I remember, which is about what the relationship was between Chiang Kai-shek.
This is great. I don't even have to ask the
Yeah,
question.
well, no,
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. I've been studying Tulsi Gabbard's connections for 10 years. Wrote a chapter about her in my 2020 book, White House Reds. If Tulsi was sincere, she would explain her ongoing connection to pro-Russian propaganda such as Jackson Hinkle. Ew, she's actually friends with Jackson Hinkle? Proponent of MAGA communism, founder of the American Communist Party. Avid supporter of Putin's brain, Alexander Dugin. Jackson Hinkle and Tulsi Gabbard shared the stage of the pro-Russia Rage Against the War Machine protest. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, the United States doesn't even have a government anymore. Bro, you people elected a Russian spy. That's just so fucking crazy. Yayus found the Zedtard propaganda 3 years too late. Ukraine has biolabs where they clone niggas, them niggas Satanists. Yeah, apparently. Andrew Tate jumped on the Jew naming thing as a means to deflect from his own depravity. It's a neat deflection tool. Remember, before his fake conversion to Islam and embrace of love-based red pill ideology, he compared himself to Epstein, mocked his male victims, addicted to porn, and mocked Christianity. Now all he has to do is distract you away from his past. Hey, look at the Jews over there. They're doing bad stuff. I'm not the bad guy. They are. Tate cannot criticize people for doing bad things because he is a criminal. Yep. I would agree with that. What's funny is Ben Shapiro is basically playing that same game where he realizes the majority of his audience hate Jews. So he's trying to deflect all their hate towards Jews to black people by making that video about why they should pardon Derek Chauvin. All feminists are man-hating demons. No, most of them are ethnic activists subverting ethnic European societies through a divide and conquer strategy. Also, the big feminists are mostly men, so your statement is illogical. No, men can hate men. Feminism has just turned into a Marxist political ideology. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Demon Cunt donated $2. Would sales be the best answer for people who don't want to go to school and escape the fucking Matrix? Nope. Fuck. What are these people doing? Whoa. This is seriously stupid. Most people can't make any money on in sales, and a lot of these financial gurus, they try to tell you, oh, I can teach you how to be a sales expert like me, and none of them have ever sold anything. So no, most people aren't ever going to make money in sales. Thanks for the donation though, Demon Cunt.
Dude, let the video finish this time. It's not that long, bro. Relax. You have the attention span of a Gen Zer.
I did let it finish. It just went on a loop. I'm pretty sure it just went on a loop.
I beg you.
I know
no, there's real girls.
I know you want them to be, but they're not. They've got willies.
They'll be rude.
They're not real good. That's why they're called lady boys. They call them that because they're boys that look like ladies.
I think you're cutting wrong.
Baby, ladies, let's go. Don't you wish your girlfriend was wrong like me? Don't you wish your girlfriend was fun like me?
Girls.
We are strictly
Oh,
limited
sexy.
by the usual time, so this is our thing. I did all that, and may I say that in a shining. Oh no, not me. I did it my
Sam?
What we got?
Looks like his mind was blown. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
No, here's it. So I spent the grand total of a week in India. It was a trip on the way back from Australia, and that was the amount of time we had. But we went into the Mahatma Gandhi Museum in New Delhi, and there's a whole piece of it where Chiang Kai-shek is giving him things. And it became really clear that Chiang Kai-shek had a really good relationship with India, deep respect for India, and this shared desire of, we want to be independent. We don't want Japanese running around our country. We don't want a bunch of Westerners running around. We share this with India. And so I think if you get Chiang Kai-shek winning.
Oh, I have a nice kitty on my lap. Demon Cunt donated $2. What would be your best advice to people who don't pursue higher education past high school besides trades? Do whatever the fuck you want that makes you money without hurting other people committing crimes.
Last 3 years, I've drank more than I drank in my whole life. Being friends with Tristan Tate is tough. He drinks a lot. If there was an Olympic event for drinking, he would be...
I can't listen to that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The Chinese Civil War and things, you might have had them team up and had a much more productive relationship. Elections. The Vietnamese could have run a free election and Ho Chi Minh would have won. That was our assessment, that he would win. Okay, well, if you're for free elections, it means you don't get...
Do you think it's still worth it to go to school for STEM fields now? I am interested in being an electrical engineer but would have to take out student loans, and I feel the future is so unpredictable with AI.
Depends on what kind of job you're going to do. If you're going to be an electrical engineer. It's all just a calculation of investment, risk, reward. So if you're taking out massive student loans and the kind of job you're looking at is only going to pay so much and you're going to have to pay off those student loans for like 20 years, then what's the point? So depends on how much money you have, how many, like, what the size of the loan is, what job you're going to get afterwards. So, if you're going to have to do physical things, like, you know, inspect a job site or something, like there's not going to be robots in the near future that will do that job. So if people need to be there, then your job is pretty safe and secure. If people don't need to be there, then your job may be in jeopardy. So, yeah, just, I would say the primary assessment you should be making is what the size of the student loan is, what job you're planning on getting afterwards, the likelihood of you getting that job, and based on the level of income you'd be expected to have, how long it's going to take you to pay off that student loan. Because if it's only 2 years to pay off the student loan, it's not that big of a deal. If it's 5 years, it kind of sucks, but not too bad. If it's 10 years, well, that really sucks. If it's more than that, then, you know, like, what's the point? Thanks for the donation, though, Chris. Dodo donate $2. You sure Trump dying would be a preferable option if there's no government in the U.S. right now? Then why hasn't the stock market collapsed yet? People just haven't realized it yet. Don't worry, we have RFK Jr. Well, the stock market is going down. And I don't know if he's going to cause a complete collapse, but he's going to fuck some shit up. But yeah, the U.S. effectively doesn't have a government. You just have a Russian spy and just a bunch of idiot yes men working for the Russian spy. Amazing how protesters got so close to Vance's 3-year-old daughter with Secret Service protection. You lying fuck. Imagine how Ukrainians feel being bombed, killed, raped. Children stolen. Shut the fuck up with your performative bullshit. Did you say this with tears in your eyes? Today, while walking with my 3-year-old daughter, a group of Slava Ukraini protesters followed us around, shouted at my daughter, grew increasingly anxious. Oh my god. This guy's just a piece of shit. I fucking hate Vance. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Say the N-word, donate $2. Let me see.
This is actually Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam what do with Aisha. He saved her, and he married her when she was 6 years old, and he lived with her, you know, when she reached the 9 years old.
And then he had sex with her
after that.
When she ready?
Yeah.
When she ready, she menstruated at 9, and then he had sex. When she ready, and they know that she is ready, they have the physical relation.
May I ask a question? Why do you consider that as pedophilia?
I think that a 9-year-old is still a child, so I consider having sex with a 9-year-old to be pedophilia.
But it has already passed that stage. It's not. She became an adult. She finished a stage and entered a new stage. With it, it is considered as an adult. She's physically grown. She has the ability to bear. Like if she gets married, she can get pregnant.
Oh man, we need more Muslim immigration. Oh, if only more people like that could come into the US, Canada, Europe. What a great idea. If only we could experience their cultural enrichment. So retarded. Xenophobia, racism, not all Muslims. Tristan Tate brags about recruiting more girls into porn than anyone else. No matter how well fathers raise their daughters, if they're not rich, he can get to them. Jesus.
This is a good question. Tips on raising daughters so they don't end up 304s, prostitutes, on the pole, OnlyFans, etc. Most men I know don't have daughters for these reasons. I'll chime in very quickly and I'll say, 1, I have recruited, I think, although you've worked with a lot, more girls into, I guess, the adult entertainment industry than anyone else. I really have. And the one type of girl I couldn't recruit were girls with rich parents. Oh, do that for money. I don't need money. My family's rich. So when I see these broke boys on Twitter and on Instagram be like, oh, my daughter, I'm raising her right, and she's like 9 years old, but he like works some crappy job. He's a wagey. I'm like, she's going to get that Louis Vuitton purse one way or another. So you might want to level up your game and buy it for her, my G.
Yeah, hopefully they go to jail. Russians pouring cluster munitions on residential neighborhoods in Zaporizhia. Yeah, thank you, Trump. He's definitely a Russian spy. I'm absolutely convinced at this point. Is there not a second that these goofballs are not filming themselves and posting it online for validation and engagement? They're as addicted to attention as OnlyFans harlots, complete degenerates. Hello, Florida AG, Ron DeSantis. Tristan stole my snacks on the jet. Well, hopefully Ron DeSantis is actually able to open up criminal charges against these dipshits. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. CDG, donate $2. Can you please explain your PC hardware setup? If I want to have 2 of those monitors to have, what do I need to support it? Just want reasonably high graphic settings in games, and your monitors are 4K, right? I don't know why you'd want 2 of those monitors. Like, if you're just going to be gaming on one monitor, just get a shitty monitor. That's cheap if you just want an extra window open, like on the side for whatever, like if you're gonna put on Netflix or something. But I would recommend getting at least an 80 series graphics card if you're gonna be running games in 4K. So RTX 4080, 5080, you can't get a 5080 really, and they're kind of overpriced. I just get like a 4080. You might be able to get away with like a 4070 Ti or 4070 Super Ti, whatever the fuck stupid name they call it. If you're gonna run games at 4K, but I'd recommend getting a 4080 if you want to play on like high settings at 4K. Sounded like somebody broke in, but I think it's just the rabbits. But thanks for the donation, CDG. Cat Daddy, you donate $2. Let me see. Well, you expect a woman to be able to do a wheelie like that? Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Demon Cunt donated $2. I think school is a scam. I can make 10K a month off door-to-door sales, sometimes even 20K. Fuck Trump for the letting the rapper bros free. Or raper bros free. Well, that's good for you. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. CDG donate $2. What processor, motherboard, RAM, etc. Can you talk about what you have? I've got an i9 13900, or sorry. Is it an i9? Yeah, i9 13900K. I wouldn't go with Intel, just get the best AMD processor right now. think it's their 3D effects something or other, and I'd recommend getting 32 gigs of RAM, 16 gigs minimum. You really need 16 gigs to run modern Windows, but I'd get 32 gigs of RAM minimum. And get whatever compatible motherboard for the processor. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Get the outcome you want. And I wonder if that wasn't a terrible mistake, because the Vietnamese actually can't stand the Chinese, so they were always going to be a counterbalance to the Chinese. But due to the McCarthy era, we'd purged all of our China experts, all these children of missionaries who knew a great deal about China, less so about Vietnam, but at least it's a related cultural group. So we had gotten rid of all that expertise in the McCarthy era. So we're running blind in Asia.
After Germany and Japan surrendered, if they tried to elect another fascist party, we wouldn't have been like, all right, well, that's what you guys voted for. They're in charge now. We would have, and so why is the principle different in Vietnam?
Because the South Vietnamese would have voted for him as well. We've just been fighting a massive war with Japan and Germany. There's no way we're going to let the Germans and Japanese decide anything initially.
Sadie N-word donated $2. The first one is adorable. Check all the pics on the post. Be nice to burbs. I would agree with that. Mess with the teal, you get the steel. That's a good one. For Putin to stop bombing Ukraine... Oh, wait. What is needed to end the war between Ukraine? For Putin to stop bombing Ukraine, except that it's not his territory. Yeah. How times have changed. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
But what we did do for both Germany, our half, West Germany and Japan, is we did our best to set up democratic institutions that within a cycle or two, they're making their decisions whom they're electing. We are not choosing their leaders. And it was a very generous piece. It was realizing in World War I, ostracizing Germans, ostracizing Russians, it probably doesn't... you need to bring them back into the family of nations because they're on the planet. They're not leaving the planet. And the generous piece with Germany, look at them. They're the most wonderful allies, as are the Japanese. They're terrific.
During the Cold War, the USSR is constantly funding these communist parties around the world. And these parties are doing like exactly their bidding. Whatever Stalin says, they'll do.
I don't know about that.
Well, yeah, feel free to clarify. But it doesn't feel like any other country managed to pull this off. There's not like an American party in the French parliament that does exactly what the president would tell them to do. How do they pull this off?
I don't think it's that they did exactly what anyone wanted. What the communists have is a really powerful doctrine for how you go from nothing to something in a failing state, how you start out with a bunch of people on some campus. Mao literally starts out as a junior librarian in Beijing University. So I don't know, he's there with the librarians, I don't know, the ladies, who knows what it is. It's probably guys in those days. And then he's turning these people into cadres and eventually guerrillas and eventually conventional army. But they have a really good program that works the world over, and it's very effective for taking power within a broken state. It's lousy at producing prosperity thereafter. Right? And you'll get the Communist Party today. They're really good at staying in power. For a while there, under Deng Xiaoping, it ran in parallel what the economic reforms needed to be to produce wealth and what the party needed in order to be more powerful. But now that's running at cross purposes because for the party to maintain its monopoly, well, all these much more educated Chinese aren't going to be interested in that anymore. And so it's time to lock those people up, and then you're going to have trouble with keeping your economic growth rate going.
What he's made clear is that he isn't prepared to defend Western values and that he's prepared to abandon the people of Ukraine who have shown such heroism, are led by a hero who could so easily have collapsed. Everybody believed in the outside world, all the intelligence briefings, wherever you were, told you that against Russian might, Ukraine couldn't last more than a couple of weeks if it was lucky and if it performed really well. Well, 3 years on, thanks to the bravery, dedication, and heroism of the people of Ukraine, led by Zelensky, that's been proved to be anything but true. So it's just shocking. It's astonishing. The achievement of Ukraine in maintaining its sovereignty and maintaining its will. Of course, it's difficult, and the challenge for the people of Ukraine is immense. I can barely conceive of what it is required in terms of the courage, but Ukrainian people have refused to surrender their sovereignty, refused to surrender their autonomy and their right to choose their own leaders and their own system of government, and despite all Putin's efforts. And that is why it's so important that the British, and I'm proud of our role, we were arming Ukraine with lethal weaponry before this latest incursion. and I'm pleased we were doing that and have played a role with our European allies. And Sir Keir Starmer has continued from Boris Johnson in being clear in his support. So as a Conservative, defeated in last year's general election, I fully support Keir Starmer's, passionate espousal of the case for Ukraine. And I also understand why he has to work very hard to maintain relations with the United States and seek, by any means possible, to get them to restore the intelligence supply to Ukraine and to restore weapons and financial support for Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting on behalf of all Western values and everything administration, and this is just one.
There's a video on the side that I wanted to watch.
Let's talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I want to play this clip, and this is the first I heard of them coming after the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It was on the Vox Populi, Joe Rogan, where he invites all of his billionaire friends on to basically present conspiracy theories or just out-and-out lies or mechanisms in which to get the popular support against things that end up protecting the populace, essentially. Here's Mark Andreessen explaining to Joe Rogan, a wrapped Joe Rogan, about debanking.
Position of deciding who gets money. It's time to unleash economic growth.
Elon explained that there's more agencies than there have been years of the United States.
Correct. Yeah, 450 federal agencies and 2 new ones a year.
Pause it. I know this is not relevant, but Ryan, you've been working as a Washington bureau chief for years. Could you tell us the relevance of the, historically, of the proportion of agencies to years that a government has existed? Because what is that quotient called?
The Andreessen rule? Andreessen rule? Yeah.
I mean, what's this just like topsy-turvy bar trivia? There's also more members of Congress than the amount of years that the United States has been in existence. So checkmate.
Yeah,
I don't know what this
AI
is
can give
prove.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right. I mean, it depends on what you consider to be, there's no accounting for size. Fish and Wildlife Agency here, small business this, just saying a big number like that is kind of absurd.
Exactly. Yeah. If you put all those nickels together, it would reach to the moon.
Federal agencies and 2 new ones a year. And then my favorite twist is we have this thing called independent federal agencies. So like, for example, we have this thing called the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, CFPB, which is it's sort of Elizabeth Warren's personal agency that she gets to control. And it's an independent agency that just gets to run and do whatever it wants, right? And if you read the Constitution, there is no such thing as an independent agency, and yet there it is.
What does her agency do?
Whatever she wants.
What does it do, though?
Basically, it terrorize financial institutions, prevent new competition, new startups that want to compete with the big banks.
Really?
Oh yeah, 100%.
How so?
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything new in financial services.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, debanking. This is where a lot of
pause it there for a second.
Yeah, let's pause it.
Just to highlight one hilarious absurdity there. His argument there is that Elizabeth Warren set up this agency to protect Wall Street from competition against other banks. Those are words that just came out of his mouth to another human being who we expected to believe that.
Do you think, everything he's saying here is almost 180 degrees from the truth.
Yep.
Do you think he is consciously lying, or do you think he's just this stupid? He just knows, it's against my interests, so I'm just going to say stuff. And because does he know that Joe Rogan's this stupid? Because if I'm Mark Andreessen and I'm on the biggest podcast in the country, I might be afraid to say something so untrue, because if the person across from me goes hey, wait a second, Elizabeth Warren, she's built her whole career on things like antitrust and attacking banks. You're saying that she's actually protecting banks? And hey, wait a second, she's a senator. She doesn't run this agency. Hey, wait a second. He doesn't seem to be afraid of this.
I think some of it is he thinks he can just get away with it. But
I fucking hate turn-based games. They suck.
Some of it is I think he has personally been investigated by the CFPB, and his friends have, and not just the CFPB, it's actually more the Federal Reserve and the SEC. They have gone after the different scam operations that he has put his money into. And I'm sure that has been very difficult for him. And I'm sure he has been in calls with his lawyers who are describing to him what's being done. And he's absolutely enraged and feels deeply victimized by this and feels a genuine sense of injustice, because these people surround themselves with sycophants who are constantly telling them that their great ideas about building an island in the middle of the Pacific are amazing, and you're such a genius. So to have some pencil-pushing accountant like Rohit Chopra come in and send him a letter and say, by the way, all this stuff you're doing is illegal, I'm sure there is a genuine visceral sense of injustice that then blinds him to the obvious reality that we can see. That's no, what you said just doesn't make any sense.
It's like that noise that you get where you're watching one of those movies where somebody is next to an explosion and you just hear that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Even crazier than Trump threatening war with Iran while simultaneously cutting off aid to Ukraine because he claims to want peace is the fact that have to seriously contemplate the possibility that he might invade Canada first. After Iran rejected Trump's nuclear deal offer today, the White House says President Trump has made it clear that there are 2 ways to resolve the Iran issue: military or through a deal. Yeah, well, I mean, Trump is a Russia puppet is an Iranian talking point. Ian Miles Chong doesn't believe anything he says. He is just a grifter. European Union strongly condemns the recent attacks reportedly by pro-Assad elements on interim government forces. What is... Trump's first administration was mostly filled with mainstream figures who often treated the president's statements as if he doesn't really mean them. Trump 2 is very different. It is entirely built around Trump's ego. Its members know exactly what is expected of them. Blind obedience, constant praise of the genius deal maker. They no longer sweep Trump's lies and inconsistencies under the carpet, but simply double down on them. The administration's only vision of strategy is whatever rambling. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Why are some dudes like this? VG, I love you, brother. Lol.
I'll take a look at that. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy, and thanks for the donation, Sadie. Could you do me a favor? Please check Discord real quick. Want to get this figured out before I go to bed. Yeah, just give me a second.
Hey, dude.
So I just click join.
Yeah, real quick. So you said afternoon 1 or 12 to 1 p.m. EST. Are you saying 12 to 1 p.m. EST, or is that when you would like to start either of those times?
Oh, no, I meant like if you wanted to chat quick before we do the stream, because the plan was to do it at 9 EST, 8 CST, right?
Cool. I'll move it. I updated everything because I misunderstood that. I'll change it back right now, and then we can chat tomorrow 12 to 1. I was just trying to get an announcement finalized so that we can do that tonight before tomorrow, and it'll go out to like 90K people. So I just wanted a time frame nailed down. So 8 p.m. CST, 9 p.m. EST works.
Say that time again.
8 p.m. CST or 9 p.m. EST. It's the same time. It's just
yeah, that works.
Cool. Well, we'll get the announcement out now. Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Hear from
All right,
you tomorrow.
thanks. Take care, dude.
Hey, you too. Bye. Have a good stream.
You too. Or maybe not you. Okay, there we go.
Did I say to move? You're gonna do it right in the position you were just in. Lower yourself. Lick. Look at that. He has the fucking mud on his nose. What a fucking piece of shit. At least he has a little bit of style. Fucking bitch. Do you know that you're a fucking bitch? Do you? Do you?
I don't get it. Why some dudes are into that. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
Can I just ask?
And nobody must correct him in his world ever.
But so he's conflating here the rules that protect people from debanking with the. But I'm asking. But I'm just asking Ryan. Like he's conflating the rules that the CFPB had that protected people from getting debanked with the enforcement actions against him personally, and conflating those two things. Okay.
Yeah. Let's continue on because that's where he's going to next.
Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%.
How so?
Just terrorizing anybody who tries to do anything new in financial services.
Can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, debanking. This is where a lot of the debanking comes from. Is these agencies. So debanking is when you as either a person or your company are literally kicked out of the banking system.
Like they did to Kanye.
Exactly, like they did to Kanye. My partner Ben's father has been debanked.
Really?
We had an employee
for what?
For having the wrong politics, for saying unacceptable things. Under current banking regulations, here's a great thing. Under current banking regulations, after all the reforms of the last 20 years, there's now a category called a politically exposed person, PEP. And if you are a PEP, you are required by financial regulators to kick them off of your to kick them out of your bank.
What?
You're not allowed to
What if you're politically on the left?
Well, that's fine.
No,
because they're not politically exposed.
So no one on the left gets debanked?
I have not heard of a single instance of anyone on the left getting debanked.
Can you tell me what the person that you know did? What they said that got them debanked?
Oh well, I mean, Dave Hurwitz is a right wing. He's pro-Trump. I mean, he said all kinds of things. He's been very.
All right, we don't need to hear, I think, any more of the stories. So, okay.
Let's do the PEP real quick for people who are curious about that. So a politically exposed person, you can just Google this and find it out. That means if you are a mayor, a member of Congress, a banking regulator, like let's say you're Rohit Chopra, for instance, at the CFPB, and you are susceptible to bribery, like not susceptible, but like you're the kind of person that might be bribed, then there's a higher level of scrutiny that a bank has to do to make sure that these people aren't doing money laundering or like washing bribes through their bank accounts. That's what a PEP is. It has zero to do with anybody's politics at all. Like
is it called a political? What did he call it? A
PEP, politically exposed person. It's an actual.
Okay,
concept.
so politically exposed in the sense that you could be, like, I guess, subject to bribery or something like that, and you have a vested stake in. It makes you just more, I guess, vulnerable
you're a higher
to
risk.
financial exploitation.
Same as if you live in Sinaloa and are conducting all of your transactions in crypto. As a bank, you have to have heightened scrutiny of that customer because we have know your customer laws, and that's where he gets caught. His companies like to work with those people. They create workarounds for those people, and they don't like that the CFPB or the SEC or the Fed are coming in and being like, so you're moving a couple $1 million of crypto from Mexico over to Lebanon and then into this New York account. Like, who is this? They're like, how dare you ask who this is? These are freedom-loving Mexicans or whatever they are. And then they'll shut their account down, and they'll be like, I got debanked for saying something about Trump.
But there is
because they're also Trump supporters, so they're like, that's why it was. It's like, no, that account got taken down because it was moving crypto for the cartels.
Now there is such a thing as debanking, though, insofar as like you can lose your account if well, I mean,
What's happened? Like Laura Loomer, it happened to her. Like the Canadian truckers, I don't know how good an example they are because they're in Canada, but like people
cowboys, I think.
Yeah, people have lost bank accounts because of their political activity, and the CFPB came in and said, you can't do that to Laura Loomer. Like Laura Loomer has a right to Uber Eats and PayPal. And
because it affects Venmo and PayPal too, right? Like it affects other payments that are not even just your Chase or your Bank of America or whatever, right?
But I just want to be clear here. You're saying that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau did the 180-degree opposite. They had a rule that you specifically cannot debank somebody because of political speech.
Right.
You have this other regulators that are saying we have politically exposed people so that we money laundering and Treasury and whatnot. SEC probably looks into these things to make sure that you're not money laundering, just like you can't take $10,000 out of your bank in cash and not have the bank automatically tell the government, like, that's how Rush Limbaugh got caught with his Oxy habit. But so the CFPB had a rule that was exactly 180 degrees opposite of what Andreessen and Rogan were talking about.
And took heat from the left, because people on the left said to Rohit Chopra, why are you doing this? We should be able to debank these white supremacists, Proud Boys or whatever. And Chopra said, no, like, that's not what the law is. The law is you can't discriminate for any political reason, even if these are odious political views. So he even took heat for doing the thing that the
I guess 6 weeks.
So in fact, as of 48 hours ago, let's say, that law was the law of the land, that you cannot debank somebody for politics. Well, thank goodness that law is there so that Republicans do not feel like if they go on a white supremacy spree or something like that, they'll get
whatever
debanked.
Conference you want. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you can swipe your card at the Marriott for the KKK, and you're going to be
as long as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has that essential regulation, as it were. Except yesterday. Tell us.
So yesterday, the United States Senate goes to the floor with what's called a CRA, which does not require 60 votes because it's a quote unquote privileged resolution. Any rule that is implemented within the last year, roughly, of an administration is subject to being overturned by the next Congress. And the reason this came out in the December of 2024 isn't because Chopra waited until after the election and did this thing that the right would like. He did this right away, but he got pushback from Wall Street, and so he's been fighting with Wall Street for 4 years, and it took him that long in the courts and going back and forth in the regulatory process. And so he finally gets it done, and it applies to any financial app that has more than 50 million transactions. So that's how it ropes in Venmo, PayPal, all of these other ones, and it would rope in Twitter if it does its what Elon Musk says it's going to do. It would rope in WhatsApp, Mark Zuckerberg's thing. Once WhatsApp starts allowing financial exchanges. And so they put a resolution on the floor to repeal this thing. And every single Republican, except for Josh Hawley, voted to repeal it. So they got enough votes. Now it goes over to the House. And we'll see, because Laura Loomer is whipped up into a frenzy now. Because she is, a lot of these right-wing commentators, will do whatever Trump says. That's their ideology. They're pro tariffs on Tuesday, and then they're against them if he lifts them.
Right.
Loomer not only is personally debanked, but she's also happy to go after Musk or Trump, even if
we should also say it's because she got jettisoned from Trump's orbit by Milo Yiannopoulos, who was hired to.
I hit it and quit it. What do you want me to tell you? Why doesn't she call up Trump?
I don't know if she can get through to Trump anymore.
I don't take calls from people with that kind of cosmetic surgery.
So there's been an effort to sideline her. But anyway, so she still has influence on the right, and so now it goes over to the House, and if she can find and the rest of the debanking folks can find 4 or 5 Republicans, they can stop this thing. Because the other thing that PayPal and the others don't like about that rule, it's 2 things. It's you can't debank, and if you're going to be one of these apps that does banking, you have to have a fraud dispute mechanism, because there's so much fraud in these things, and they don't want that either.
Amazing. We don't want there to be a requirement that we have an apparatus to address the fact that people might have been defrauded via our app or because of our app. I mean, like, never mind just like via, but maybe like somebody hijacked somebody's account or whatnot.
Think about customer support on Twitter right now. Like, for anybody who's like gotten locked out of their account or like had some crypto scam, like take their account over. It's like utterly impossible unless you like get somebody to go directly to Elon Musk to get it resolved. And so imagine they're doing financial transactions,
right?
And you're trying to like appeal a charge that's on your app. Like, forget it.
And we should also say, I think the existence of a regulation from a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on a app or an entity, some type of banking thing, I would imagine within the context of any type of legal cases, sets a precedent as to what that app constitutes, right? Because they want to pretend like we're not a bank.
Okay, this is the last one, bro. I've spent too much money on you already. Take care, man. By the way, fuck everyone in chat who isn't vegan.
Let me take a look. That is very strange and stupid. I'm sure the people taking shit were very surprised. Well, thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Appreciate it. CDG donate $2. Are you planning on upgrading to a 240 Hz monitor or just keeping the 165 Hz? Also, do you think this would be a good upgrade as it's also a Samsung? No. It's a 25-inch and it's an IPS. So this is a piece of shit. Yeah, anything under a 27 is just fucking tiny. So no. I wouldn't really specifically bother getting a 240 Hz monitor just to have a 240 Hz monitor. 165 is plenty. And for most games at 4K, you're not going to get that refresh rate anyway. Thanks for the donation though, CDG. Dodo donated $2. Put Putin being uncanny. Also, can you play Life is Strange now? We'll play it soon. That's gross. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. That is just nauseating. Retard finder. Found one. Epstein was in the same business as Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was a child trafficker who sold babies and made between 50 million and 100 million a year from the Vatican. For the Vatican, Teresa's connections include Baby Doc Duvalier, the Haitian dictator, Charles Keating, the criminal of saving and loan, and Robert Maxwell, the father of Jeffrey Epstein's partner in child trafficking. Ghislaine Maxwell, and there is more. Mother Teresa opened the D.C. toddler home with none other than Hillary Clinton. This orphanage was silently closed in 2012. Sorry, Zelensky, we are not letting Epstein leave our feed today. The fuck does he mean, Zelensky? Like, we all know Hillary Clinton's a piece of shit. I'm pretty goddamn sure Hillary Clinton never liked Mother Teresa. I've seen, like, footage of them together, and she looked like she was always about to vomit. Hillary Clinton is one of the most, like, cynical assholes on the fucking planet.
Самой первой нашей гуманитарной поездки в Херсонскую область мы там нашли свою дочку. Сейчас она уже в семье, пока что под опекой. Мы над этим работаем, но для нас это солнышко наше. Это, понимаете, в нашу семью вернулся...
What the fuck? They're literally just kidnapping random children and just giving them to Russian families?
4 годика. В нашу семью вернулся кусочек счастья. Самый первый...
This is crazy. And yeah, there's Trump helping Putin kidnap children. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. CDG donated $2. I didn't donate that question, Richard. Lol, I think a troll donated that because he knows you don't like that kind of monitor. I see. Thanks for the donation, CDG. That was a clever troll.
Bank. We're not doing any banking, even though they're doing banking stuff. And if they're being regulated by an agency that regulates banks, it becomes a sort of like de facto mechanism of defining them. So they don't even want the precedent that you're allowed to regulate these apps. And the longer time they have to develop without regulation, the harder it becomes to regulate them because they're like, yeah, exactly. And that is that's fascinating.
Zuckerberg went on Rogan too and said, I have no idea why this agency would have any interest in us whatsoever. And I interviewed Rohit Chopra, and he was like, maybe Zuckerberg has forgotten, but they tried to launch a currency called Libra. Like there was that whole thing, like 2020, they launched a currency. It's like, what do you mean you don't know why the CFPB or some other financial regulator might have an interest? And WhatsApp is like actively talking about letting you move money between users. Like,
Ryan, I cannot believe that you are even implying that there have been multiple billionaires going on to Joe Rogan to launder their essentially bucket list of deregulation that's going to allow them to make even more money at the expense of consumers and citizens.
I wish Rogan at some point would be like, all of these billionaires really hate the CFPB. Maybe I should look into it.
No.
Because
no,
their curiosity,
they're his friends. They're his friends.
Their curiosity is all about, like, you know, that's what he traffics in, the UFO stuff or any, you know, the conspiracy theories that he engages in. They're all just very non-threatening.
Yesterday they were talking about how
CDG donated $2. Yeah, honestly, that's a higher level of trolling. He was trying to ruin my reputation. Nice try, troll. Too bad. You don't have enough money to keep up with me. I can donate as many times as I want to. You probably have $6 left. Anyway, Richard, thanks for advice. All right, no problem, CDG. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Frank Zappa was an Intel asset.
Yeah,
that's where that's you lose me at that one.
But this is when you want to like kind of just keep people in a constant state of conspiracism, but a conspiracism that doesn't actually threaten power in any way. I mean, that's what the Rogan podcast is at this point. It's a numbing kind of simulated attempt to look like you're challenging power, but like Zuckerberg came on and said almost identically what Mark Andreessen did. And then there was reporting that said that in November, you know, Andreessen is on Meta's board, that the two of them met to discuss their new content moderation policies. And it seems abundantly clear, I think, that they're both well aware that they're going on Rogan to launder their project, and they have deep messaging coordination on this front.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And it's working. A lot of decent, at least judging from the reaction of our audience over Breaking Points, he does seem to be losing people. Like it's getting, like, your point is getting through to people that saw him as iconoclastic and like running up against, you know, the establishment, now see him as doing the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, I think eventually this stuff catches up with you on some level.
Thanks for the gifted membership, CDG. Appreciate it.
But hope springs eternal that it catches up even faster. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the
is about right for how long it would take for Trump's cabinet secretaries to blow up at the albatross around the entire administration's necks, that is, Elon Musk. According to a new expose from the New York Times, Trump called a last-minute cabinet meeting this past week to quell concerns from cabinet secretaries about the scorched earth tactics being employed by Elon Musk regarding the agencies that the secretaries themselves presumably should be in charge of. And Elon reportedly wasn't having it, getting either defensive or outright hostile. According to the New York Times, seated diagonally opposite, across from the elliptical mahogany table, Elon Musk was letting Mr. Rubio have it, accusing him of failing to slash his staff. You have
Is this still
Why
going
is
on?
the robot taking the medicine? Well, the robot doesn't need the medicine. He's a robot.
The world is changing.
Let me see.
Nope, this is not just a car, but one that will require zero charging, and the US is doing everything to not let this get out. A Zimbabwe inventor.
Oh my god, this again.
Named Maxwell created a power generator that does not require charging or electricity, but gets its electricity from frequencies in the atmosphere that can power not only cars, but up to 300 houses for no cost. The generator is believed to be able to help millions of poor people.
Who is this dumbass? This is a guy with 350k subs on his YouTube channel. Oh, he is botting for sure. He's either botting or yeah, no, he's botting. Yeah. This guy pays for views and subs.
I love Destiny's dark humor and I died laughing at the first link LMFAO.
Yeah, he can be funny. He is kind of retarded though, but he can be funny. Oh, I'm sorry, Gum. I have to get comfy.
Okay, this is the very last one this time.
Okay, you didn't link me anything, but thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. I am a very proud cat dad. I got my cat right here. What car can I buy that's cheap and reliable but has pop-up headlights? Maybe has airbags. Toyota A86. Yeah, you'd have to look at some old Toyotas from the late 80s, early 90s. There might be some older Hondas as well, like some really old Honda Civics. They're really ratty and shitty, though. I'd look at some older Toyotas, like an A86. Yeah, old Corollas, they have... Oh my goodness. Oh my god, your paws. Dude, Gummy has the biggest kitty paws. Holy shit. Oh my god, Gum, you are just so beautiful. Holy crap, he's a beautiful cat. Oh my goodness. He lets me rub his tum-tum. He's exposing his belly. That's how you know a cat trusts you and loves you. He's exposing his belly and he's even letting me rub his tum-tum. Oh, I love you so much, Gummy. We're literally the best friends. Sadie, let me see. Oh yeah, I've seen that. People have sent me that post already. Hey, look, that looks like how Trump is planning on saving our economy. Yeah, just run headfirst into a car. That is embarrassing. How the fuck did Trump manage to piss off Israel, Russia, Mexico, Canada all within 48 hours? Where the fuck is our amazing art of deal negotiator? Yeah, really. Oh, come here, Gum Gum. Oh, that is my handsome boy. You know I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's my handsome. This is my handsome Gum Gum. Yeah, so much for Art of the Deal. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Cat Daddy donated $2. Let me see.
Hey Alexa, I want you to fucking fart for me.
I think you just whispered to me. From now on, when you whisper, I will whisper back.
Oh, you're
You can
a dirty
always say,
bitch.
turn
Oh
off
my
whisper
God.
mode.
Oh my God, Alexa,
I'd rather.
fart for me.
Okay, here's big fart.
Oh shit. Oh.
That was a deep one.
Oh yeah.
Shall I play another fart sound?
Yeah, give me another one. Come on.
That
That's very strange. Thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy.
What got me to quit was actually Final Fantasy music. Yes, the video game. The live orchestra version of them is called Distant Worlds, and they happen to be performing, so I got a ticket to their show. Before going, of course, I had to ingest my green sludge, and I accidentally took too much. The main point that I want to highlight with this video is what actually helped me get off it, and so far, stay off it. And I think it's a really unique, interesting story that hopefully can help you guys if you're struggling to find your drive, you know, that kick that you need to finally throw that shit in the fire and burn it all up forever. This is now the longest I have ever gone since I discovered the plant over 8 years ago without taking it. That means every other time I quit, I ended up relapsing within, on average, I'd say 3 to 4 months. I don't think I really made it past 4 months. My pattern of use looked like this. I take it for about 8, stop taking it for anywhere from 2 to 4, which could also be seen as just taking a little break, and then I take it again for 6 to 8 months, and this continued for over 8 years. So you can see why I'm proud of myself now, because this is actually the longest that I have gone. Yay, go Adam, go you. I currently have no urge to take it. Now, I'm extremely cautious saying that, because I can be heard saying in other videos that I under no circumstances will ever take it again. I'm completely positive that I've quit, and I still ended up taking it again. So this is like a video showing the truth of what it's like being addicted to something. A lot of people deal with this. They go their entire lives sometimes going back and forth, or sometimes not even going back and forth, just being on the substance forever. And it's extremely detrimental to our health. And I don't mean in the obvious sense that drugs are damaging to the body. I mean in the sense of our mental health. For me personally, if I have to rely on an exogenous compound to feel good every day, it signals to my brain that I'm incapable of enjoying myself sober. It means I'm dependent on said compound to want to be here, to want to enjoy life. Every time I used to be the same. I'd start off with just once a day, and it would always escalate to anywhere from 8 to 10 times a day. And what would get me stuck in the pattern was this thought that, okay, now that I've quit and I've realized that I can enjoy life without it, I can take it sparingly. I'll just take it sometimes. It was this arrogant, stupid thought. My brain would trick itself into believing that I could manage it. And the truth is, I could not manage it. I just really couldn't. There are some compounds that I probably would never have an addiction to. Cannabis would be one of them. Recently, I've been enjoying cannabis, but it's not something that I feel I need to be happy. Versus when something's very addictive, like the Kratom was to
He is talking about Kratom.
me, I needed it every day. Without it, I would be miserable, which led me to being completely unproductive.
CDG donate $2. Please give thoughts. 4K monitor. That's $200. Seems pretty good, right? It's only 60 hertz though. What do you think? Well, yeah, this is just a piece of crap. If it's only 60 hertz, it's just pure shit, and it only has HDMI port. Oh wait, display port. Yeah, it's just a piece of crap. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Son Goku $20. Are you a person that hates small talk? Also, are you a manga or an anime person? Don't really like engaging in small talk, and manga or anime, I generally prefer manga. Mangas are usually better. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
I had no ambitions, no goals. It just put me in this very mellow state where I was just okay coasting. And I don't know about you guys, but me personally, if I don't have any ambition, if I don't have any goals that I'm striving to achieve, I'm not feeling good in my life. Now, there are some weird people out there who can, drink it every day and still maintain a healthy lifestyle. They can keep their use to just once or twice a day. And kudos to you guys. I'm not making this video to shit on you guys. I'm making this video to share my experience. I hope my experience doesn't offend you in any way. This really is just my experience. So take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. What got me to quit was actually Final Fantasy music. Yes, the video game. My favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy VII. The live orchestra version of them is called Distant Worlds, and they happened to be performing, so I got a ticket to their show. Before going, of course, I had to ingest my green sledge, and I accidentally took too much. So I remember sitting, in the audience, enthralled with this performance, all the nostalgia attached to it, and just feeling nauseous. And I was having such a difficult time enjoying the concert because of my nausea. And I remember thinking a few thoughts. One of them was, wow, being addicted to this sludge has completely ruined this experience for me. And the second one, and this is the more powerful thought, which is what was the catalyst to me quitting, was the music reminded me of a time when I didn't need any compound to feel.
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. We condemn Israel for October 7th vibes. Yeah, European Union strongly condemns the recent attacks reportedly by pro-Assad emolents on interim government forces. Yeah. In just a month, Donald Trump managed to end the American-led world order, throw away any leverage he had over both Russia and Ukraine by halting military aid and intelligence sharing, wipe trillions off the U.S. stock market, push the American GDP into recession, drive a state he saw as a vassal closer to his archenemy, but fucked the value of Starlink as a strategic asset, crippled U.S. influence in ideological battlegrounds across Africa and Asia by shutting down USAID. Turn America into a geopolitical pariah. So you people still think Trump is not a traitor. Yeah. Americans are stupid, dude. Americans are far too stupid to have a functioning democracy, and this is the result. Like, it really is a culture shock if you ever travel to the US for a non-US citizen to see just how stupid Americans are. Like, if you ever go out to eat at an American restaurant, like, the portion sizes are fucking ridiculous. They make no sense. If you watch American television and watch advertisements on TV, it's like, what kind of idiot would fall for this crap? Americans are just really stupid. The actual Russian threat against the EU is not about Putin's armies reaching the Atlantic, but rather about a blitzkrieg in the Baltics followed by nuclear threats. Yeah. For the most part. This is 100% real. US-based activist Amanda Kijira went to Haiti to advocate for racial justice. She was raped repeatedly and violently on a rooftop in Haiti by a local, and she says she is grateful for the experience and somehow white men are to blame for that crime. She says the only issue she has was that she thinks that the rapist's legitimate anger needs to be redirected at white men instead of her. Bro, there are some people that are just beyond help. Like, this is just what feminism does to your brain. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
Feel good. I didn't need anything to get through the day except creativity. When I was younger, I didn't need anything but my imagination in order to feel happy. And I remember learning about drugs and, addiction in school and thinking, oh, that's ridiculous. That'll never be me. I'd never be addicted to anything. As long as I've got my imagination, why the heck would I need any drug? I love living in this head. And of course, life wears you down. And you no longer feel like all you need is yourself to be happy. And that's when these external substances parade on in and they present themselves as your savior. Just drink this green slime and you will have no more problems for the next hour. And then your problems will get bigger and bigger. So you're gonna have to drink more. And then when that wears off, your problems will be even bigger. And you know what? You better just drink it all day, every day. Otherwise, your problems are going to be inconceivably large and threaten your very existence. Metaphorically speaking, of course. The music really brought me back to a time when I felt content in my life. When I got that feeling, I just held on to it. I just kept that feeling alive. I just kept saying to myself, Adam, Remember when all you needed was your creativity. And hey, I just really wanted to get that back. I didn't want to stay addicted to this green plant that was just not only depleting my drive, but it also destroyed my creativity. You need to have some drive to invite the creativity to come up to the surface. I really wanted my old self back. My, I guess you could say, authentic self. The version of myself that I remembered being more true to who I am at my soul level. I wanted that Adam back. And I quickly realized, instantaneously realized, that as long as I was drinking the green sludge, that Adam was never going to resurface. He was going to be kept pushed down. So the answer moving forward was simple. It was time to deal with the withdrawals again. And now I made it here, the longest I've ever gone without needing that slime. And I see no other course of action other than continuing not needing to take something every day in order to live. Like, if I could do it, you guys can do it. I mean, I was drinking it 10 times a day. If I can make it through those withdrawals, you can make it through those withdrawals. I'm not special. I'm a wimp. Well, I don't want to call myself a wimp. I can be a wimp sometimes. And hopefully this video, which
This is the same shit that Frank Tefano is addicted to right now.
I've derailed a little bit, can help somebody out there, you know, maybe make that New Year's resolution. We're almost at the new year. Best time to try to quit the bad habit. The thing is, I get asked this question is, I'm so scared to take it again. I am. I'm terrified to take it again because I am afraid that this next time would be forever. And that's not a state that I want to experience the rest of my life in. This perpetual feeling of chasing a high. I don't want TRT due to having low testosterone, but that's not like something that actually gives me any noticeable effects. At least I don't think so. I'm sure I would notice if I jumped off it, but I take a very average dose, 140 milligrams a week, sometimes less. And for those of you who don't believe me, some of you guys think that I'm on roids, and I'm not on roids. I take the testosterone therapy. That's it. I'm actually due for blood work, overdue. I gotta go do it soon. I'm thinking I'll film it, and then maybe I can actually prove that I am not on any kind of a roid cycle. Why is it important to me to prove that I'm not on it? I don't know. It bugs me having people think things that aren't true. Because if I was taking some kind of steroid, I would talk about it. In fact, there is the chance in the future I will try it. I don't know. I'm not nixing it off for 100% certainty. I might try something in the future, and if I do, I will videotape and document the experience. I have gone through periods years ago where I was taking more of the testosterone, but once I lowered the dose, all of the gains from that higher dose evaporated. And then I was like, what was the point? Even the strength dropped. I learned that there's really no shortcuts. Like if you want to maintain the size, you got to keep the dose up, which is unhealthy. I'm trying to be as healthy as I can be right now. I definitely drop the ball sometimes, like for real I do, but I'm doing my best. Hope this video can help some of you guys with your own addictions. I don't expect it will.
This is like an hour, 14 minutes or something. I don't know
We went about that.
Graduate.
She was the one with the MAGA hat on.
She was.
We had a goal. Could we move the youth vote 10 points over 10 years? And
was it literally you sat down and put that numerical together?
Yeah, like, can we move it 10 points?
I think Gavin Newsom is super, super desperate to invite somebody on like Charlie Kirk, like just a complete retarded scumbag. Dude, the Democratic Party is absolutely fucked.
Left-handed and can throw baseball.
Elected truth that the voters felt.
Yeah.
It's not, that's growing, where they feel as if articulation of cancel culture is somebody who has a power.
This is not the type of conversation you should be having with Charlie Kirk. I have no idea why you'd have just a chummy, buddy-buddy conversation like that with him.
Chest up, shoulders back. This is a Revival Fitness, your home for gains and brains. And this is something that a lot of people, even if they have not directly asked for it, and some of you have, this is something you may be interested in, because the accusations have been flying my way lately, so I have decided to get some blood work done. And this is interesting as well because I have been on the mostly carnivore diet for pretty much a year at this point, and a lot of people have been mentioning that as well, like, well, how is this going to affect your blood work? Your cholesterol is going to be through the roof, and I think you may be surprised. So to start here, we have an article.
Yeah. So usually people see a noticeable reduction in their testosterone when they're on the carnivore diet. That's because your cortisol goes through the roof if you're on a carnivore diet, and elevated cortisol lowers testosterone. So the reason he might not have low testosterone is because he does, in fact, consume a rather significant amount of carbohydrates. He does consume a lot of dairy, which is high in carbohydrate. So he avoids that problem by just consuming a lot of dairy products.
From the Journal of Urology. It says, what is a normal testosterone level for young men? Rethinking the 300 nanogram per deciliter cutoff for testosterone deficiency in men 20 to 44 years old. So before we even go into this, guys, you may have noticed over the past number, basically lowering the reference range gradually over the past number of years. So what we found, the mean total testosterone of men 20 to 44 years old was 466 nanograms per deciliter. I'm not sure exactly what that converts to in the units that Europe and Australia and a lot of other major first world countries use. I think you guys tend to use nanomoles per liter. In the United States, at least, we do for 25 to 29, 359 to 498 for 30 to 34-year-olds. 352 is going to go down somewhat, but it's not a remarkable drop. And that's something that a lot of people online talk about. They make it out like as soon as you turn 30, you need to jump on TRT. I think I'm going to do that myself. Like the day before my 30th birthday, I'm going to go outside a TRT clinic. You know when people camp outside of like natural, where they're just kind of taking levels of people and comparing them, materials and methods on testosterone, and for good reason. It plays a huge role in everything from sex drive to muscle mass and average level. Almost all of our parents had no clue about these things, and even if they were totally well-intentioned, they likely did us no favors in this regard. Also consider health metrics that will be collected the same.
Son Goku donate to her, is she have a point or is she just dumb? Let me see. A man will drive 30 minutes for a $40 haircut, but call a woman materialistic for wanting a $20 meal. There is no restaurant that you can eat out at that's $20 for a meal. That literally does not exist. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I take my girl on a $200 date, so I don't know what this post means. Yeah. Where in the fuck can you go out to eat where you're only spending $20 for a fucking meal? Like, that's a single appetizer. That makes no sense. Like, yeah, maybe if you go to a burger joint, but there's nowhere where you can actually eat that you're spending $20 for a fucking meal. Yeah, we all know it's more like $2.50 and not $20. Yeah. All the women online who are complaining about men not like spending money on dates, they're all saying, oh, you need to spend at least $200. Where is she getting this $20 from? Who is this? Oh, yeah, it's okay. So it's some. She's just a brokey. Well, thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Yeah, she's just an idiot.
Same way as it is at the doctor's office. There's no need to prick your own finger. All testing is performed at CAP accredited, CLIA certified clinical laboratory, or outside in your confidential LabCorp on demand patient account down below. I guess we'll start with the testosterone because you probably want to see that more than anything else. So before we go into my current level, let's compare the testosterone levels that I have gotten in the past. So the first time I got my testosterone formally checked was all the way back in July 2021. Only about a
473.
year and a couple months after I'd really...
That's total. Free Andrew. Does it say 87?
Been on YouTube. And my diet back then
and 20 sex hormone binding globulin
was noticeably different than what it is now. I mean, back then I was eating much more standard, higher carb. I still was not totally avoiding fat back then, but I kept it pretty minimal. Like I would have some eggs and some milk during the day. That was
CDG $22. With all the money I've saved being single, I've been able to save thousands of dollars buying new PC stuff, and I'm buying a new car soon with cash. Hell yeah, join the club, dude. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Basically the extent of the animal products that I was consuming. I'd have some lean chicken breast too, but not remotely the level that I'm at now. But my level back then was 473 nanograms per deciliter. I don't have any reference point prior, so then we go to April 2022.
TRT is not up to $400 a month. Testosterone is extremely cheap. For an average person, they're probably spending between like $75 to maybe $125 on the actual, testosterone. If you're spending $400 a month, you're taking other stuff like Clomid or something.
This was just...
David Pacman, subtard, donate $2. David Pacman spreading misinformation again. He's the Democratic Alex Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonsil stones. It really happened again. Donald Trump, the grossest president in American history, has once again ejected big important speech. Trump launched one of these things. Life, it was a then 77-year-old man, I guess, coughing up
I have no idea if he spat anything out of his mouth. More
The national
lies.
anthem was brutally booed again in Canada. National anthem is booed.
What so proudly we held at the twilight ramparts we watched were so gallant.
That sounds like booing to me. He's anti-vegan. Yeah,
We have a voicemail number. That number is 2.
Yeah, I know. I've offered to debate him, and he just dodges me. He's a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, David Pacman Subtard. CDG donate dollars. I know someone personally told me it's about $100 a month for a good dose weekly, like where his test level is 1500. There's unless the pricing is way different in the United States, which is possible, in the US you're paying way higher prices for drugs. But yeah, in any sane country that has socialized healthcare, medication costs are usually at least half as expensive. But I can almost guarantee you he's not spending $100 a week on testosterone. He's taking something else like enclomiphene or some, what is it? It's some other hormone to keep natural production high to prevent infertility. He's probably taking some other infertility drug, and it's not just testosterone. That sounds way too high. I have friends who live in the US who are on TRT. They're not spending that kind of money, so he's probably on something else along with it. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. Factual News, donate $2.
This is it for us, as the California fire will burn the entire land mass, causing California to no longer exist, and the government is now reported to stop at nothing to burn us all alive. People were terrified after Ali Carter, lead victim in the Diddy case, said the LA fires are not from Earth, as videos show alleged lasers coming out of the fires, and specifically burning exactly where Diddy and his other...
I don't like that guy. Thanks for the donation, Factual News. Jim Bob donate $2. Do atheist pre-sup on Jim Bob.
Oh yeah, run.
Yeah, well,
run like a coward.
No,
you're a
it's
coward.
called not much.
I just
having a honest conversation with
Socrates,
a person who asks you a question and then interrupts you.
God,
and then
you're
you call
such
on
a
it,
whiner,
and then
dude.
you
You're
ask the question and they interrupt you.
unbelievable.
And you call them on it. It just
Unbelievable.
doesn't seem
Hey,
very
Small.
honest.
I just asked you a simple question. You said orb spin. You think bendy spacetime is causing the spinning. I asked you a simple question. How do you determine scientifically that bendy spacetime is causing the spinning if that requires introducing bendy spacetime and removing it? How do you know? How do you know that's bendy spacetime causing the spinning? Because any other causal thing we have, Socrates, like that's why I brought up the sickness, right? Scurvy. Because the only way to test a hypothesis of a causal relationship with an effect is to introduce what you think is causing it, see if it does cause the thing, remove the thing, and see if the thing is still happening. Introduce, remove.
It's a little late for me to try to get into a debate with Jim Bob, and he kicked me the last time, so I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Jim Bob. CDG donate $2. Now he goes through a TRT clinic based in Florida, does online consulting with a doctor, then gets blood work locally in Cali, gets the test sent to house. Trust me, I've seen it. He injects with a needle. Then that TRT clinic might be upcharging him or something.
Short AI debate, Julius Caesar versus Genghis Khan. Thoughts?
built an empire that still...
That sounds way too expensive for the medication he's on. Testosterone's very inexpensive. If he's spending $100 a week, that he is getting screwed over somehow. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
You may have conquered land, Genghis, but I built an empire that still shapes the world.
And yet, I ruled more land than any man in history.
Julius Caesar versus Genghis Khan.
I was a master of politics and strategy. My empire was built to last.
Your empire crumbled. Mine changed the world in ways Rome never did.
Rome's strength came from discipline and strategy. Every success was built on careful planning and precision.
And yet, my horsemen conquered faster than any army in history. I didn't just win battles. I reshaped entire civilizations.
Rome brought law, engineering, and civilization to its lands.
I united warring tribes, created the largest empire, and revolutionized warfare.
I was assassinated, but my name still commands respect. Your empire faded into history.
My descendants ruled for centuries. You were betrayed by your own people.
A true empire is not just one.
That's shitty. Thanks for the donation, Willmage. CDG donated $2. It comes with anti-estrogen, so I forgot what it's called exactly, so maybe that's why. Most, what is it? What do you call it? Most aromatase inhibitors are pretty goddamn inexpensive, so I don't think that's what's increasing the cost. If he's getting it through his insurance or something, that might explain why he's paying more. I have no idea, though. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Just right whenever I was beginning my cut that I went into during the summer of 2022, and my diet had changed a fair amount by that point. Level then was 805 nanograms per deciliter. So there is a pretty significant jump from 2021 to 2022. And I took this under more ideal conditions. You can see as they list here, their range is 259 to 1041. And then we can go to the test I did in May of 2024.
I'm noticing he's not showing his actual free test levels.
As I was preparing for my bodybuilding show, I got this test done, I believe, 5 days out. And that is a very unique circumstance for getting your testosterone levels checked. And my level was 206. And that brings us to today. I just got my test done at the end of February 2025, and I am off the charts, 1007. You see that it is flagged here, and notice their reference interval is 264 to 916. So the previous one that we looked at, theirs...
Yeah, so this is pretty typical. If your total test goes up, you tend to see an increase in sex hormone binding globulin. This doesn't really mean anything, so show your actual free test level.
Went up to over 1,000. Mine would have fallen just in that range. When it comes to this interval, I am outside of it. So regardless of the exact scale that you're using, this is definitely very high. If we refer to the chart from the paper we looked at earlier, I am in the age group 25 to 29. I'm not taking any TRT.
There we go. So he's lying, unless he shows it later. Yeah, he's not showing it.
That's almost 3 years ago now. Isn't that crazy? It was 805. I don't think this is really surprising. Now, some people may be asking, well, what did you do to get your level like that, bro? I mean...
CDG donated $2. His physique is mid. I definitely wouldn't say his physique is mid. He definitely looks very good. It's certainly above average for a natural lifter, but he's not particularly strong. I think his best 1-rep max on bench is 315. So, like, he's saying, oh, I eat eggs and meat, and this is why my testosterone is so high. Like, how many vegan lifters have benched more than him now? I've benched 410. I think Alex has either benched 405 or 410 again. So, okay, great. He's also being extremely deceptive here. He's not showing his free testosterone. Yeah, he never shows it. So he showed it on the first little chart that he got a while ago. It was, where was it? Yeah, it was over here. So his free androgen index was 87. and his sex hormone binding globulin was 20. What I'm suspecting is, after he went on this carnivore diet thing, it made his sex hormone binding globulin go up substantially, which resulted in his total test going up. You typically see an increase in total test if you have an increase in sex hormone binding globulin. That's what you see with vegans, actually. Vegans tend to have higher sex hormone binding globulin, and as a result, they have higher total testosterone compared to meat eaters. But their free bioavailable androgens are about the same, like not statistically different. I'm going to leave a comment. This guy's, oh my god, Gum Gum. Dude, look at Gum Gum. Oh my goodness. Look at my kitty here. I love him so much. Oh my god. He's on my arm. I can't move my left arm with Gum Gum here. Look at him. Dude, the back of his head is just amazing. Oh my god, he's so beautiful. CDG donate $2. His physique is mid for juicing, I mean. Well, he's not juicing, and he has weird proportions. I don't think he has weird proportions. Like, he might want to work on his legs a bit, but I wouldn't say he has weird proportions. It's just an ugly physique, kind of like Mike Israetel. Sure, he's huge. He's not huge. And strong, but terrible-looking body. Lol, I'd rather stay natural than look like lopsided Frankenstein. Well, sorry, Gum Gum. He's not on steroids, and I don't think he has a bad physique. But thanks for the donation, dude. You're being misleading here. On the first test you showed, you displayed total testosterone along with your free androgen. Yeah, you showed your total testosterone along with SHBG. I don't want to get the thing censored. And free androgen index. In the later test, you only displayed your total testosterone. This is important because higher SHBG usually coincides with higher total testosterone, but not higher free androgens. This is a compensatory mechanism your body has to maintain a consistent level of free androgens. When SHBG goes up, total testosterone goes up. When SHBG goes down, total testosterone goes down, but free androgens stay the same. You can see this effect in vegan populations who have higher total testosterone on average, but they also have higher SHBG, thus the same level of bioavailable androgens as meat eaters. So unless you can show that your free unbound testosterone has increased, this means absolutely nothing. You're not making more gains or being more manly just because your total test increases. If SHBG goes up and free androgens stay the same, you don't get a benefit from higher total test. When SHBG goes up, total testosterone goes down. When SHB goes. When SHBG goes down, total testosterone. You can see this effect in vegan populations who have higher total testosterone on average, but they also have higher SHBG, thus same levels of them. So unless you can show your free unbound testosterone has increased, this means absolutely nothing. You're not making more gains or being more manly just because your total testosterone, if SHB goes up and free androgens stay the same, you don't get a benefit from higher total test. Shuri says some stupid shit about eggs and crap.
Chemicals earlier. Probably the biggest change that I really made last year was switching out all of my cookware. So in the past, I had previously just went on Amazon and bought, the cheapest and highest rated pots and pans, and even if they were...
Oh my god. He thinks changing his pots and pans raised his testosterone. That's adorable. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Dude, this guy is a toddler. Holy shit.
Were ceramic, they would still have chemicals on them that make them non-stick. Even if it says it is free of PFAs, PFOAs, and all these other acronyms, and non-toxic, if it is non-stick, which pretty much everything is going to be besides stainless steel and cast iron, also carbon steel, but it's steel or iron. Those are essentially your only real options with cookware that have no chemicals and coatings added. Everything else has chemicals on it because that's how they make it non-stick. So if you can cook an egg on your current skillet without adding butter or oil or something, and it doesn't stick, you might want to change it. Now, this is not the end of the world, but keep in mind, cookware gets used repeatedly and I'll have links down below. It is not a huge capacity nylon. Those also have, you can read, they're very, and then we go to the lipid panel. And this is the big one in regards to carnivore. I get comments a lot when I show my diet. Bro, that's so much saturated fat. Aren't you concerned about your cholesterol levels? I've said no that I'm not, and I've given my reasoning. But let's check out my cholesterol, because if I'm eating carnivore, it must be through the roof, right? Well, total cholesterol.
Yeah, so his cholesterol is very unusual for somebody who's eating this much saturated fat. There's only two things that could possibly be happening here. He's lying about how much saturated fat he's eating, which is a possibility. A lot of these carnivore dieter tards lie about their diet all the time. Two, he's frequently donating blood for whatever reason. Maybe he just likes to donate blood and he thinks he's doing a good thing by giving to a blood bank. If you're frequently donating blood, say every 2 weeks, I think that's generally the amount that they let you donate every 2 weeks, you're going to have lower cholesterol. So yeah, and it's for obvious reasons. You're getting rid of your blood, so you're also getting rid of a lot of cholesterol. Frequent blood donations lower your cholesterol score. This happened with Frank. His cholesterol was through the roof. He was donating blood, I think, every week, he said. Not every 2 weeks, but every week. His cholesterol went down like crazy. He was in I think his LDL was in the 200s. Donating blood once every week brought his cholesterol down, I think, into the 60s. So that's a plausible explanation, or the other explanation is he just genetically has very low cholesterol. That's the only explanation. So that's his current, not like the previous?
134. That is on the low-ish end of the reference interval, which is 100 to 199. So I'm not even at the halfway point with total cholesterol. Let's check the triglycerides. That is 76. That is almost smack dab in.
Yeah, so I'll also want to point out that you're not going to see any immediate benefit to switching to quote-unquote non-toxic cookware. These chemicals take years, even decades, to build up in your system. And if they're acting as androgen disruptors, yeah, these chemicals take years, even decades, to build up in your system. And they are there pretty much permanently. They're there pretty much permanently, and you're not going to get rid of these androgen disruptors from your system within only a year. Yeah, let's see. These chemicals take years, even decades, to build up in your system, and they are there pretty much. Fucking grammar. Pretty much permanently, and you're not going to get rid of these androgen disruptors from your system within only a year of not using non-toxic cookware. This couldn't possibly account for the increase in your testosterone. On top of, also, as far as your cholesterol is as far as your lipid panel is concerned, there's a few explanations as to why you may have low cholesterol, considering the high amount of saturated fat and cholesterol you consume. One, you may not be completely honest about what exactly you're eating, but I'll be charitable and take your word for it. However, people shouldn't just believe anything a social media influencer tells them. Two, if you're regularly donating blood, this will have a substantial effect on your lipid panel, dropping your cholesterol significantly. So if you're whatever. This will substantially affect. If you're regularly donating blood, this will substantially reduce your cholesterol score, and it will be misleading on a blood test will not give you an accurate representation of how the saturated fat and cholesterol is actually impacting your lipid values. 3, you may genetically have very low cholesterol, which is not you may genetically have low cholesterol, which would not be representative of your average person, and thus someone seeing your results wouldn't expect to get the same lipid values on their blood work after eating a carnivore diet. Let me just read this through just to make sure there's no errors. You're being misleading here on the first test you showed. On the first test you showed, you displayed total testosterone along with SHBG and free androgen index. In the later test, you only displayed your total testosterone. This is important because higher SHBG usually coincides with higher total testosterone, but not higher free androgens. This is a compensatory mechanism your body has to maintain.
Yo, chill, nerd gains. Ain't no one gonna read all that lol.
Okay, thanks. I'll look at that link in a second. Thanks for the donation, dude. Maintain a consistent level of free androgens. When SHBG goes up, total testosterone goes up. When SHBG goes down, total testosterone goes down, but free androgens stay the same. You can see this effect in vegan populations who have higher total testosterone on average, but they also have higher SHBG, thus the same level of bioavailable androgens as meat eaters. So unless you can show that that your free unbound testosterone has increased, this means absolutely nothing. You're not making more gains or being more manly just because your total testosterone increases. If SHBG goes up and free androgens stay the same, you don't get a benefit from higher total test. Also, want to point out that you are not going to see any immediate benefit to switching to non-toxic cookware. These chemicals take years, even decades to build up in your system, and they are there pretty much permanently, and you're not going to get rid of these androgen disruptors from your system within only a year of not using non-toxic cookware. This couldn't possibly account for the increase in your testosterone. Also, as far as your lipid panel is concerned, there's a few explanations as to why you have low cholesterol considering the high amount of saturated fat and cholesterol you consume.
Always copy your comment in case it doesn't get posted.
Oh yeah, good looking out. Thanks for the donation, S. One, you may not be completely honest about what exactly you're eating, but I'll be charitable and take your word for it. However, people shouldn't just believe anything a social media influencer tells them. Two, if you're regularly donating blood, this will substantially reduce your cholesterol score, and a blood test will not give you an accurate representation of how the saturated fat and cholesterol, how the saturated fat and cholesterol in your diet is actually impacting your lipid values. 3, you may genetically have very low cholesterol, which would not be representative of your average person, and thus someone seeing your results wouldn't expect to get the same lipid values on their blood work after eating a carnivore diet. There we go. And that looks like it posted. Made this 14 hours ago. This guy is a bit of a fucking clown.
You misspelled permanently and you're in the second paragraph. Please fix.
Who cares? I'm not fixing it. Thanks for the donation, CDG. CDG donate $2. You spelled there wrong and permanently wrong. Yeah, whatever. CDG donate $2. Reduction, not reduce. Whatever. Yeah, I'm not doing it again.
Let me just see if Jimmy Jr. got any of my very cool texts that I sent him on the drive over here. Huh, no response yet.
I've challenged him to debate about veganism before. He just ignores me, so I'm not going to bother.
Maybe I'll just send one more. So one more fun prom thought. If proms were people, what kind of dances would they go to? Again, this is Tina, sent. Texting from my family's emergency phone. But this is not an emergency. Send. But I would love to hear back from you. But no stress. Ha, 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 ha. Double hang loose emoji. And send.
Maybe it's good you don't have your own phone.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Nerd Gains.
In the middle of the reference interval. So the reference people here now. And I know some people that do this type of diet, their numbers are much higher. So those are my results, and I will have to do one of these in the future because it's good to have reference points if for no other reason than even content, for my sake. but I've never done this before, and if you guys want a full panel like this, be sure to check out LabCorp asking, well, what did you do to get your
He is deliberately being misleading, I can guarantee you. He is absolutely being misleading. Yeah, in this first panel, he showed sex hormone binding globulin, but he didn't in his other panel. Like, just inexplicably, for no reason, just doesn't show that. Like, and again, if you're getting a hormone panel done, they're going to include free androgens in the panel. So the idea that the second blood test he got didn't show free androgens, I find that hard to believe. So, yeah, he's just following a very weird diet, and for whatever reason, some of these low-carb diets increase SHBG. And he just had an increase in his total testosterone due to an increase in SHBG. That would be my guess. I'm pretty sure his free androgens are exactly the same. Could even be lower because of the higher SHBG. So that is super misleading for him to make that video. Let's see, DD donated $2. Let me see.
Knowing what foods digest best with other foods. And a basic rule is the
food combining is just pure nonsense.
foods with the most liquid will digest with other foods that have a lot of liquid in them. And the foods with the least liquid will digest best with the foods that have the least liquid.
There is no research on this whatsoever. It's just nonsense. Yeah,
if you're going to wear a weightlifting belt when lifting weights, don't make these mistakes. The first is pushing your stomach forward, that big power belly. The second is cinching it tight like an 18th century corset. Rather, you want to be able to fit a finger between your belt and your stomach. Then you're going to take a breath and brace into the belt completely. Here's a great example of that. Watch his stomach expand into the belt, then he begins. You see, when you take this big breath, you create intra-abdominal cavity.
I know how to use a weightlifting belt.
So here you can see what I personally love to eat. We're gonna start with our proteins. I love chicken breast.
Nobody ever says that with a fucking straight face. Chris, bullshit. You don't love chicken breast. You eat it because it gives you abs. Same.
I love shrimp.
Now, see, he said love in a different intonation there. That's a VIP motherfucker. You got a kitchen like that, you probably got someone working for you making you shrimp all day long. Forrest Gump type of shit.
I love salmon.
Salmon's dope. Salmon has a lot of fat in it, but healthy fat is totally great. If you account for that in your calories, it's a great choice.
And I also love red meat. I don't eat it too much, but I definitely have it at least once every 2 weeks.
Whoa, that's pretty rare. For the record, red meat is perfectly safe and healthy to eat.
It is not perfectly safe and healthy to eat.
It's kind of as often as you like, as long.
Yeah, the more red meat you consume, the higher rates of heart disease, diabetes, cancer go up. That's from the Nurses' Health Study, Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. But, oh yeah, eat as much as you want, whatever.
As long as your calories are in check and you're exercising and eating other nutritious foods.
By the way, this is the same guy who said it's totally fine to drink like 2 glasses of red wine a night because it relaxes you and there's health benefits. Like, this guy's an idiot.
So there's nothing like that you should be avoiding red meat like this. But some people just don't like to eat red meat a lot. I don't like to eat it.
What a dumbass. Mike's an idiot, dude.
So here you can...
Well, thanks for the donation, DD.
Alright, was just trying to help Mang. SMH anyways, that was a pretty well thought out argument. Hopefully he responds, even though he probably will hide from you.
I think I'm gonna post a video about this because I can almost guarantee you he's gonna hide from me. The guy's a total coward, so... Yeah, like maybe some people in his thing will see my comment, but he's never gonna respond. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
What would be really good is if you made a video about him, especially using your old wigs and costumes, and make a skit about him. And you forgot to challenge him to a debate in the comment.
Again, I didn't forget to challenge him to a debate. I've challenged him to debates before, and he just ignores me, so I'm not bothering. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG.
Now, I must warn you, what you're about to see next will make me gag. Even the snuff. Oh god, I need to juice this shit. Okay, I got a little bit of coffee left. Whew. All right, Mr. Huberman, we got our phenylethylamine here.
There is one compound that you are all familiar with, and you've probably actually taken without realizing it, that increases dopamine, and that's something called PEA for phenylethylamine.
What he's trying to say is phenethylamine. Phenylethylamine is one of the alternative names, but he's talking about straight phenethylamine. The backbone of amphetamine, the backbone of Molly, the backbone of mescaline, phenethylamine.
PEA is found in various foods. Chocolate just happens to be one enriched in PEA, and can increase synaptic levels of dopamine.
No, it cannot increase synaptic levels of dopamine, not without the presence of a monoamine oxidase inhibitor.
I personally take PEA from time to time.
Why?
As a focus.
No, do nothing. Do nothing. It does not help the focus. Why?
And work aid.
No.
In order to do intense bouts of work. Again, I don't do that too often.
Not too often, but you take a monoamine oxidase inhibitor with it. The monoamine oxidase, it take it, disarm it, disable the chemical go poof, bye-bye. Not hit brain yet. What you talk about? I prove it.
Again, I don't do that too often. This might be once a week or once every 2 weeks.
Once every 2 weeks, he placebos himself into thinking he has received more dopamine.
It's usually for mental work. And I will take 500 milligrams of PEA.
That is 4 times higher than what it even says to take on the package that I received from Amazon, because they sell this on Amazon because it do nothing. I prove it. We take now.
That's something that I personally do. That's what's right for me. It's within my margins of safety for my health.
It's in his margins of safety because it do nothing.
Again, you have to check with your doctor and decide what's right for you.
Check with your doctor if this...
Oh, what a surprise. Andrew Huberman doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about again. The fucking grifting retard who just talks out of his ass constantly.
Drug that does nothing for you. Let's take it now. Let's get some of these other drugs off here. You don't want to mix compounds. We have here our phenylethylamine powder, our phenethylamine, and it even comes. Oh, look at this little thing. But we measure because we want to make sure we don't take too much of our phenethylamine. Okay, let's go. We got there. Oh, it's already up to 2.5. We take exactly what Mr. Huberman suggests. We're not going to listen to the packaging, 125 milligrams. We're going to take a whole 500 milligrams just because Mr. Andrew Huberman said to do so. All right, because all these guys that go on Joe Rogan, they'll know exactly what they're talking about all the time. They definitely know more than someone who's wearing a high school lab coat who's not even a scientist. What is this thing? Yeah, they know more than me. They got to. You got to know that you need a monoamine oxidase inhibitor to make this thing even potent or to even really feel it, to be honest. All right, so we got our shot glass here. We got our liquid here. Now, this is a completely legal thing. I bought this on Amazon. Fit powders, recommended for enhanced workouts. But really, it's phenylethylamine. Phenethylamine, the backbone of lots of very strong drugs, including meth. That's the backbone. Doesn't mean that it's going to do anything. You can buy a lot of things at the supermarket that don't do anything. Now, I must warn you, what you're about to see next will make me gag. This is putrid, vile... Ugh. Even the smell. Oh, God. I need to juice this shit. Okay, I got a little bit of coffee left. Whew. I'll make sure this shit's still recording because I ain't doing this twice, dog. All right, Mr. Huberman. We got our phenylethylamine here.
Ugh, that must be bad.
I'm used to drinking bitter powders, but that... Oh my god. I used to drink kratom every day, and this... That's next level nasty. Paracetam... It tastes like really intense drugs. It tastes like you're getting higher than the moon. That's what it tastes like. Oh, man. I gotta stop thinking about it. Now we wait. Update you guys as soon as I realize that I feel nothing. I don't think you understand the level of nastiness. This is... What's that sound like? It sounds like bullshit. Nothing happened. Do you know why nothing happened? I'm going to tell you why nothing happened. What is phenethylamine used for? People use phenethylamine for athletic performance, depression, obesity, and other conditions, but there is no good scientific evidence to support these uses. Don't confuse phenylethylamine with Acacia rigidulia. This is a shrub that contains phenethylamine. Great. What does Acacia not have? She's got our DMTs in it. Even's got the phenylethylamines. According to Wikipedia, phenylethylamine, PEA, There's an organic compound, natural monoamine alkaloid, and trace amine, which acts as a central nervous system stimulant in humans. In the brain, phenethylamine regulates monoamine neurotransmission by binding to trace amine-associated receptor 1PAR1 and inhibiting vescular monoamine transporter 2, BMAT2, in monoamine neurons. To a lesser extent, it also acts as a neurotransmitter in the human central nervous system in mammals. However, in orally ingested phenethylamine, a significant amount is metabolized in the small intestines by monoamine oxidase B, MAOB. Phenethylamine is inactive as a psychostimulant under normal circumstances due to rapid metabolism by monoamine oxidase, but can become active in the presence of a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So the next part of this experiment is going to be revisiting this foul gunk with an MAOI, which I happen to, of course, have in my possession. So, let's see how this...
Well, yeah, in his test that he got before his bodybuilding show, his testosterone was crashed, and that one showed free androgens, but he didn't show free androgens with his latest test. That's what I was talking about.
This compares to a real stimulant when it's actually activated via MAOI. Stay tuned for the next episode where we will do that, and I will for sure vomit.
So, yeah, Andrew Huberman recommending his audience take bullshit supplements that do nothing. That sounds exactly like something Andrew Huberman would do. Alright, let's play Life is Strange double exposure. I've got a little kitty on my chair here. Look at him, so handsome. Oh, Gum. That's a good baby. Let me just scoop you up so I can put my arm down here. There we go. Are you okay like that? Is that okay? Hey, little baby? It's not too tight? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. She's moving now. There we are. Sorry, Gum. Twilight movies are terrible.
Enjoy the party.
Operation Expose Lucas is a go. Hey, Reggie. You manning the projector tonight?
Babysitting, more like. The school only agreed to let us use Olga here if someone kept an eye on her at all times.
Oof. Not what you had planned for Krampus. Reggie, how would you feel about helping us pull a prank on someone? We need to use the projector.
I don't think that's
Just testing you.
Oh.
You're doing a great job. Caledon must appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm paying all the bills with all this appreciation.
Okay, Reggie's not going to cut it. But if something went wrong with that projector, and Moses was the only one who could fix it, but how can I make sure I only break it in a way that this Moses can fix? I need to make sure Moses is running this for the roast.
You still in the running? It's the truth.
I should let Moses have a little more time with Diamond before I drag him into things.
Who else did I have to talk to? Talk to Gwen. Dead World Moses for help.
Pranks, not robbery. You're such a delight.
Hey, Moses. Not sure I'll ever get used to that.
I like it. It'll help with cosplay. How's your first Krampus?
It's amazing. Red lights everywhere and baby doll heads on the tree. It's...
Anyway, that's not why we're here. Did you guys figure out a plan?
Yes, we did, but it's already falling apart. We require Mosai assistance. I need to get other Reggie to let other Moses control the projector instead.
Okay.
I was thinking, if something went wrong with it...
So it's gotta go wrong in a way that's right for me to fix it.
Exactly.
Do you know which projector it is?
Reggie called it... Olga?
Olga can be particular. If you go to the other side and listen, I can walk you through jamming it from here.
You might be better at my powers than me.
Probably. Come back and let me know if it works, okay?
I will. Better get into position.
Dodo $2, are you interested in playing the other Life is Strange games too, or not really? Also, why did people review this game badly? What were they saying? I think they were mostly disappointed that Chloe wasn't part of the story. I've been enjoying this so far. I think a lot of the bad reviews are stupid based on, like, my current enjoyment of the game. But no, I don't want to play the other Life is Strange games. Don't really care about any of the other characters. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Gummy. You know I love you, Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I don't want to miss Moses' instructions.
Right, oh, am I supposed to travel to the other world?
God. No, I told you. People talked about it. So you would...
Wait, what?
You don't?
So I'm just supposed to tamper with it?
I need Reggie's eyes off that projector long enough for me to get my hands on it. Huh. They're chummy. Maybe Diamond can help me out. Reggie's officially distracted. I should be good to go now. I hope Moses is ready on me.
Maybe Reggie did see her and she had to talk to him? Okay, how long would that take? Max, you there? Man, this feels silly. If you're there, start by opening the control hatch. It should be on the right side.
You mean there are more?
I feel kind of like a spy. Do you feel like a spy?
Oh, Moses.
Okay, Max, you back? If yes, switch the focus mode to manual. If no, I'm not really sure. Just keep talking to myself, I guess.
So far, so good. What's my next step?
I already switched it to manually.
The focus is set to manual.
Shouldn't take too long, right? Flip one switch. Yeah. Max, next, make sure the focus dial is turned all the way to the left.
Still needs to be a little more to the left. This looks like it's in the right spot. This looks like it's in the right...
I'm giving you an extra second or two. You probably turned the knob all the way to the right at first by mistake.
Hey.
All right, Max. Final step. Just hit calibrate. After a few seconds, you should hear the motor stick. I can't believe I just did that. I'm sorry, Olga.
Sorry, Reggie, but this is one omelet we have to make.
No, shit. What is happening? Oh, God!
I guess I should have
Still need to
closed
talk to Gwen.
the
Roll for
panel.
charisma.
Gwen. Who the fuck is Gwen again? Gwen. Oh, that's Gwen.
Hey,
What is it, Max?
Sophie has a plan to tell the truth about Lucas's book during the roast. It would be a lot more credible if someone from the faculty backed us up.
All I wanted was one last drink before I left this place forever. I hope you two get him, but I didn't sign up to confront anybody tonight.
Hey, I totally get that. I'll still miss you. I can't picture this place without you.
We'll see each other again. I don't intend to slip that easily into obscurity.
I hope whatever you do, it's so successful you can rub it in everyone's face later.
I'll miss that optimism.
Hey, guys.
Max.
Hey.
Hey, Moses. I need a favor. I think Reggie's on the brink of ruining school property.
Oh, it's Olga. Everyone thinks she's finicky, but she's just... Rain check?
Sure. Duty calls.
Hey, Reggie, I found help.
I don't know what happened. 1 minute she's fine, and the next she's yelling at me like she's my mom.
There's your problem. The focusing motor is stuck.
Maybe take the night off, Reggie. I think Moses has it from here.
Really? Are you sure?
Yeah, Max. You sure?
Yeah, this is Krampus we're talking about. We need a pro.
We need a pro to press next on the projector?
Everything has to be perfect for the roast.
Okay. If you're sure. Thanks, Moses. You saved my life.
You're being all maxi. What's afoot?
Me and Sophie are hijacking the roast tonight. We need your help to run this slideshow instead.
I'm doing fine, freaky, creepy gamer.
Reason. You'll see.
All right. I trust you.
I should talk to the other Moses. It worked. Other you is in place and ready to go.
Nice.
Where'd you get this house? Aren't they from the party?
Amanda saved me a kid. She knew Sophie and I really got into it last year. Last piece. Oh, damn. Chimney broke. Wonder how it tastes.
I bet I can find an extra chimney on the other side.
Why would you care? Oh my god.
Just hang on.
Why? Why? Oh my god.
I should talk to Sophie and get the roast going.
Why would you bother with the fucking chimney? Yeah, fuck that. Where's Sophie?
We're ready to go. Is he...
Part of your merry band? Yeah, I am.
I wasn't able to convince Gwen. Figures. Don't worry about it. We've got bigger problems. Why? What's going on?
Lucas is about to call the whole thing off. He's out on the patio freaking out.
He's supposed to announce his movie deal tonight. I guess he's worried it's too good to be true. Okay, so what do we do?
Better be quick. Guy's 2 ticks away from calling an Uber.
Fuck. I'm gonna go stall him. You figure something out, Max.
Good luck.
What's she doing? Is that Sophie? Yup. That's definitely Sophie. I better go back up Sophie out on the patio.
Tiny questions? I'll be quick. How did you find success after years of mediocrity?
Loretta?
I've talked about this in my workshops, Loretta. Don't you remember? You don't have to be good to be successful.
Have you hooked up with any chicks since your divorce? I'm not resigning up to your OnlyFans until I know there are going to be prime white cervixes destroyed by your BBC in 4K. You are
No, have not hooked up with any chicks since the divorce. Thanks for the donation, Gooner.
Just persistent.
Excuse me?
It's been years since Water Beast was published. Have you settled for an early retirement?
Wilder Beasts Than These was a triumph. It doesn't matter if he never comes up with another idea in his life.
Of course, I still have plenty of ideas.
Besides,
There's a reason Lucas needs to focus back on wilder beasts for now.
Oh, really?
If you stick around for the Krampus roast, you can be the first to break the news. Right, Lucas?
Yeah, that's right, sure.
Nice work, Loretta.
Thanks for your time, Professor.
For a moment there, it almost seemed like you were trying to insult me.
No, of course not.
Well, anyway.
Is Corona Bro your favorite troll? I don't know who
Trying to
my
get on my
favorite
good side
troll
again?
is.
I don't like fighting with my colleagues.
What are you doing in academia, Max? I'll let you in. I almost called off the event before you got here.
You? On your big night?
Yeah, I know. If my old man could see me, he'd tell me to Come on then. I deserve this. I should stop stalling.
Go get him.
Let's roast this dickhead. Have you heard of the show Common Side Effects? Yeah, I've been watching it while I do cardio. You'll be hooked after watching the first 10 minutes of it. Mike Judge voices some characters. Yeah, I've been enjoying it. Thanks, Rob.
Shit. RC. Roberto Colmenero.
Great job, partner. Although, I thought you were gonna puke there for a second.
Lucas has a gun.
Ew, what the fuck?
That's not the type of gun you would just hide in a pocket.
Why?
It belonged to his father. Sophie, this is bad.
Jesus, Max. You might shoot me, Lucas might shoot me. America has a problem.
So in this world, Lucas is gonna shoot her because he's pissed off that she exposed him for the thing.
I told you, Max. I trust you. Here, I'll hold on to it. Happy?
Dude, that's a big-ass gun. You can't just hide that in your tight-ass fucking girly skinny jeans. Where is she hiding that?
It's time for the Krampus roast! Let's welcome our guest of honor, Professor Lucas Colmenero. Fair warning, he's gonna say a few words before we start, so I hope everyone's already halfway to wasted.
No hard feelings, bro. Thanks, Vin. I wanted to announce some surprising news.
No?
My world-renowned book, Wilder Beasts Than These.
Why do they keep giving these inbrood Dagus wins over people for holding them against the cage and getting 0 takedowns? Chama Inc. Fake Champ. Oh, was there a fight on tonight? Who was fighting? Well, anyway, thanks, Sky.
Lean beef patty is mid as fuck and you have horrible taste in women. You are an incel. Rename your channel to Incel Gains.
Alright, I'll consider doing that. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
That's not right. What is this?
Not your past, Lucas. Your former student, Maya Okada. Now that's odd. I thought this was a presentation about your book. Would you care to explain what Maya's doing up there instead?
These are not my slides.
No? Then let me help you out. The beast rose and stared into me. It became me. I had always been the beast. Powerful words from Caledon's famous pet novelist. Am I right? What do we all think?
Woo! What? Maya was a good writer.
Thanks, everyone.
Now, wait a minute, Professor. This might be the clue we were looking for. So, what do we have here? Maya Okada's draft. Wait a minute. Maya wrote that sentence? That page? For real?
Alex Pereira just got robbed. Alex versus Anklev. I'd have to see the fight. I don't know if he got robbed.
Yes, for real. But you already know that. Because every word of your venerated novel belongs to Maya Okada. What
the hell are you doing? This is slander.
Every one of this man's accolades belongs to Maya Okada.
That's why he only wrote one book.
Can't believe this. That's why the one book.
You were right. It's working.
I need to get away with this.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Try me.
All right, let's rein this in. Now, we wouldn't want this roast to end in any actionable legal threats. Continue, please. As some of you...
Destiny offers resistance to the black pill. He is an ugly pork-bellied midget who gets hotter women than Richard Burgess, a 6 feet 4 inches Chad. Destiny gets way more pussy than Richard Burgess, let that sink in.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
Must surely know, Maya Okada was a beloved former student of mine who tragically took her own life. The thought of her death being politicized and used as a cudgel, beyond disrespectful. Maya believed in my work. She believed in me.
I knew this would fucking happen. What are you doing? I'm changing it to Ven. I'll make Lucas fess up myself. Sophie, wait. This is your chance to tell everyone your side. Shouldn't you go up there as yourself? Are you serious right now? If speaking my truth worked, we wouldn't be here. I am serious. Superpowers aren't the answer to every problem. I would know.
With the rest of Caledon.
Fuck.
As of next year, Wilder Beast
All right.
will be adapted into a feature
Trust you.
film.
We have to get him this time, Max.
So,
This is Ven's
let me
turf,
your
not
cast
mine.
list, friends. Make my day.
Do you really think I should go up there as myself?
Yes.
You can do this.
Fuck.
Hey, Gum Gum.
Honesty is not my strong suit.
Oh. Hey, handsome. Oh my goodness, you're such a big kitty.
Here we go.
Oh, Gum Gum.
Safi.
Did you forget that I was actually there? That at one point we were all friends? You, me, and Maya? I trusted you. Was that all a lie too?
You're trying to turn me into this monster.
I watched you tour the country, win awards for the work you stole from her. I watched her beg you to stop. I watched you kill her. Now you expect me to watch you profit off her grave?
Yeah, and what about you? If what I did was really so bad, you would have said something back then. You didn't.
Come here, Gum Gum. Come here. That's right. Come here, Gum Gum. That's right. That's my kitty. Oh my goodness, so handsome. Yeah, it's okay, Gum Gum. You can lie down. That's a good boy.
I was a child. What was your excuse?
And what young Safi here doesn't understand is it wasn't stealing. Authors frequently take inspiration from one another. I was going to give her credit, but then she... Think about what I was going through at that time. My divorce, my son. This is absurd.
Get fucked.
You were right. They listened to me. Just me.
Of course they did. You're you.
You don't know how much this means to me, Max.
I'm just happy to share this moment with you.
Okay, enough. Let's celebrate.
Hey. We need to talk. Alone. And before you say, fuck off, you'll want to hear this.
Relax. I'm the one packing, remember? I'll be fine. Wait for me?
I'll be over with Moses when you're ready.
There is no way you want her to go alone with that guy. Are you fucking kidding me?
Lucas and Safi?
Bro, why would they... Why would she ever let her
Moses know how
alone?
it went.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Those are some good kitty mlams.
Wait, I want to update the other Moses first.
Oh my
I don't want
god.
to leave him hanging.
How far are you from Spencerville, Big Vegan? I don't know what the fuck that is, dude.
We got him.
What I would have given to see it. How is Safi?
Exhausted, I'm sure. It took a lot of courage, what she did.
You should get back. She'll need you.
Gum Gum. He's licking his toes.
Us. She knows you're still here for her, too.
And I think her transforming right there, somebody would see. Living World Moses.
Whoa. That made my entire year.
Mine too.
So that's what you two were planning this whole time.
I don't know where that is, dude.
Wait, where's Safi?
Where's Safi? Safi wanted the truth, so I gave it to her. All of it. You don't even know what the fuck you just did, do you?
What was that about? What's wrong?
My head, it was my book! I can't leave you.
I can do this!
You lied to me.
You lied to me.
You lied to me. You lied to me.
Sophie, you lied to me.
You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me.
You lied
to me.
Yeah, dude. Can you stop spamming in chat? I don't think I'm going to that.
What did she do?
Last chance, stop spamming in chat, dude. Okay.
Sex is weird. I subconsciously manipulate my GF to let this flaccid component of my body get hard and rub it inside her for 25 seconds until it squirts fluid. Then I no longer want to be around her. She leeches me because of my urges. It's a trap.
Okay, well, maybe just jerk off then. Thanks for the donation, Julington.
Before it's too late.
Fuck is going on? Is there footsteps? Oh, so this is the storm.
Oh no, it's getting worse. People's headaches are getting worse.
There's the storm.
That doesn't make it okay.
Sophie, wait for me.
Gummy is so handsome. Oh my god, I love this cat so much.
Up there. I have to hurry.
We have ruined the school. You did nothing. Only terrible choices. You won't even admit you spent my life shielding you from harm. You have no idea. What you did is unforgivable.
Almost there. Hold on.
Please. I was trying to say you were trying to protect me. Say it one more time, I fucking dare you.
Sophie, don't do
Stay
this.
back! Both of you.
Sophie, listen to me. Your powers are hurting people. The whole campus is in danger.
All this time I've been trying to get justice, and she's the one who's been getting in the way. Not Gwen. My own fucking mother.
It was you? You canceled her book deal?
The book was just her latest twisted fuckery. She's been doing this for years. Since I was a kid. You just...
No, I don't make 15,000 CAD streaming per month. I wish I did. That'd be good.
You're better than what I experienced.
wonder if her mom has powers too.
Sophie, remember what I told you about Arcadia Bay? About the storm? It's happening again. If we don't do something, the whole town's gonna be destroyed. And you don't want that on you. Trust me.
Max, she kept me from seeing my dad. And she made me think it was his idea. How fucked up is that?
You don't understand. This world can be so cruel.
How's this for cruel? The only time in my entire life that you were controlling me was when I wasn't even me!
Habibti.
Oh my god! Who the fuck do you think you are?
I'm your mother. One day you will understand.
Shut up!
I've done everything for you.
Shut up!
Well, at least she has her finger on the trigger guard. She actually knows how to shoot. Rush Safi takes off.
No! What the fuck, Max? You the fucking hero again? You couldn't just stay back and let me handle this for once?
It's okay, Yasmin. You're gonna be okay.
She just got shot in the arm. Who cares?
Hey.
Get away from her! Ah!
Oh my god, Sophie!
Natty or not donated $2. Let me see.
So lonely.
Oh my god. Fucking music. Pretty sure she's Natty. She's likely Natty, but, you know, who knows? Let's say likely. She likely has fake boobs. I think she might also have gotten some other cosmetic stuff done, but she might have fake boobs. And that's some good taint stretching.
Yeah, come here.
That's kind of gross. Thanks for the donation, Natty or not.
I didn't stop.
Dude, her finger's on the trigger. Take the gun away, or at least make it not point at you. It's very bright. Ah, jeez. Okay. Oh. I thought, okay, so I thought the choices were rush Safi and take Safi down. Am I going insane or just misread that, or was that a typo? Because I was really confused. What's the difference between rushing Safi and taking her down? Because I would have chosen talk her down. I don't know if there was a typo in the game or if I just misread that. Oh shit, fuck. I went to Goosh.
It worked. I made it back to the night of. But before. The storm's here too now. Maybe it's everywhere. And if I'm here, then Sophie. The Overlook. Which Sophie will be there? The one that drank champagne with me out of a crappy mug?
There's a lot of owls around here.
Or the one who hurt so many
There's
people?
a little owl.
Even herself. God, this is just like before. I didn't want any of this. I tried so hard to...
Fancy seeing you here.
You see, Joey Carbstrong did an expose on a halal slaughterhouse and now he is getting called racist and getting hate by the same pro-parlitards he was cucking for.
Oh, what a surprise. Yeah, I wonder if that dipshit's gonna learn his lesson. My god, what a fucking retard. Like... I could have told him... But, yeah, that dipshit wanted to spread anti-Semitic fucking nonsense and try to get friendly with these fucking scumbags and, oh, what a fucking surprise. You're racist. You're not letting us commit a genocide against animals. Alright, okay. What a clown. Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Which Sophie are you? Am I even Sophie? After all that? Holy shit! You really did it! Weather's worse than I remember it.
The storm followed me.
So did I, apparently.
I've never done that before.
I guess it's time.
Do you understand what you're asking me to do?
You've already done it, right? At this point, it's just recitation.
Sophia, I'm serious. This is too much.
So I'm assuming we're gonna have a choice between killing her and letting her kill herself. I'm just gonna let her kill herself. At least it's in her hands.
Stop stalling, Max. You saw what happened. There wasn't any of me left. It was all Moses and Ben and Lucas and Gwen. It hurt so much. I hurt so many people. Help me fix it. Please.
Kill yourself. Oh my god, why did she take the gun? Just let the storm kill everybody.
So that's what it feels like to capture the perfect photo. It feels good. Final. Maybe we are cursed. You, me, and Maya? Or maybe the world is cursed. We just live in it.
Sophie, that's
poetry and bullshit? Yeah, I know.
You're so important to me, Sophie.
God, you're such a cornball. Pull the trigger.
Kill yourself. Why are you making... Like, why would you make your friend a murder suspect? Just kill yourself. Don't be a bitch.
No! No! Fuck this!
Oh, you know what she could do? She could shoot the tornado, and then she'll kill the tornado, and then nobody will get hurt. Just shoot the tornado. Come on, do it. Oh my god, what an idiot. Why wouldn't she just shoot the tornado? That's not gonna do anything. You know how a gun works? Dumb bitch.
What are you doing?
I have no idea. Kinda making this up as I go. But I'm not gonna make another impossible choice between two shitty futures. Come on.
Why don't they just kiss? Kiss. Now, Kith.
Okay, so looks like I'm not dead. And I'm in the North Quad. Small victories, Max. It's so quiet for a storm. Like, oppressively quiet.
Hey, Gum.
Sophie?
Oh my god, you're so handsome. I love you
Sophie!
so much, Gummy. Oh, you are the love of my life. I just love you so goddamn much, you sweet kitty. Oh.
I'm not in the past
Gummy
anymore.
is the best kitty.
Sophie could be back to the way she was. I have to find her.
Max?
Sophie?
Max!
I can hear you. But where?
Where are you? What's going on? Help me!
Diamond. Max, thank God. I walked out of the snapping turtle, and then somehow I was here.
Maybe if Sophie were to adopt nihilism, the bitch wouldn't need to die.
That's a good point. Maybe this is all a consequence of the nonsense inside her head. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
You see all this too, don't you? The eye of the storm? I see it. What the fuck is going on?
I don't know. But if things are weird now, they're only going to get weirder.
That's not comforting. I wish Moses was here. I hope he's okay.
Come on, let's get inside. This
this storm is as bad as it looks. Maybe Safi and Moses found shelter.
Max!
I'm right behind you. This definitely isn't the Fab. And Diamond is definitely not here. But Moses is? I'm past the living in a dorm. Mom and Dad. Blackwell Academy? That was forever ago. And hey, Moses?
Give me the Cliff Notes version of what we're actually here to see.
Since when do you smoke?
Doing normal people shit like some kind of healthy, productive member of society?
Doors don't seem super reliable right now, so I guess it's good you're outside for now.
So, should we be worried about this crazy asteroid hitting Earth?
You're not making any sense. Are you trying to tell me something?
Just trying to capture the perfect photo. The perfect photo. The perfect photo.
Hang on. Safi?
All right, Max. You have 24 hours before the world ends. What would you do?
Safi, are you in there?
Max! Max, it's me, Moses.
Moses!
All right, Max. You have 24 hours before the world ends. What would you do?
I don't know. I guess I'd watch Return of the Living Dead and eat a whole pizza. Right, Moses?
All right, Max. You've got 24 hours before the world ends. What would you do?
Strange. This feels right. But that's just Safi. I haven't double exposed a photo in a while, but if I superimposed two images of Moses on top of each other, maybe I could separate the Safi parts out of Moses.
Max, thank you.
What happened?
I don't know. It was like Safi had locked me in a kind of, I don't know, a sarcophagus. I was trapped, but still protected somehow. And I could hear Safi. I could hear you. Just outside of it,
Where was she?
I don't know. I couldn't get to her. Whatever you did snapped me out of it. Or snapped her out of me?
Max? Max, where? I'm sorry,
Safi? Safi?
You okay?
I
think I know what I have to do.
Bet. I'm coming with you.
No, stay here. The storm. I've been through something like it before. Reality gets unreliable. Better if you sit tight.
Machine, Angel, Psychic, Storm. Take care, Max.
See you on the, flip side.
I have a kitty sitting on me.
When a door closes, a window opens. What? What? Where? This isn't Caledon. This is Blackwell Academy. Chloe was shot here. I listened to it happen.
You don't know who the fuck I am or who you're messing around with.
Where'd you get that? What are you doing?
Chloe!
Come on, put that thing down!
Don't ever tell me what to do. I am so sick of people trying to control me.
You are going to get in hella more trouble for this than drugs.
Nobody would ever even miss your punk ass, would they?
Get that gun away from me, psycho!
No!
Too bad you can't make her lick the toilets.
Maybe Sophie's right. Maybe we are cursed. Cursed to relive our worst moments over and over again. I had a chance to save Chloe from this bathroom, from Nathan's gun, and I did. And dozens of people died.
What conservative political commentator do you hate the least? That's kind of a hard question to answer, but like they're all retarded. So like not one single one isn't fucking retarded.
Instead, to my Storm. Well, joke's on you, Storm. If you don't think I play out this moment in my head every day, then you don't really know me.
Where is that coming from?
Abraxas, the Vortex Club.
And not open the other stalls.
This still isn't as funny as the artist thought it was.
Mustache.
I used to look at this every day.
Max and Sophie? Not Max and Chloe? So, that's it then? We're done?
Sophie's cooler than you ever were.
Cause she drives a Porsche?
Cause she has powers. This is so fucked up. I would never. It's in one of these stalls.
Yeah, no shit. Is 2K per month CAD reasonable rent for Ottawa? Sort of depends on what you're renting out and the size of the property. but I think that's close to average.
Okay.
Here you go.
Well, that's new.
My gum is such a sweetie.
Lucas, I have to get down there.
Yeah, that works better.
Okay, one neb is cute. Kinda. One. Kinda. This is not that.
Is there a way to, like, do something here?
Still busted. I'm not getting down this way. Jefferson's sick photos. One binder for each girl. Go fuck yourself, E. Never thought I'd hear that again. Never believe people who try to justify. It can't be anything but that. I can't. I was 18 when Jefferson trapped me in that chair. I'm not 18 anymore. So this is what it's gonna take.
Destiny said Kirk actually made reasonable points during the pod. Yeah, I can't be fucked to watch it.
Oh God, I can't move.
I knew you were such the second I saw your first selfie. Yes, I still hate that word, but I love the purity of your own image.
Holy shit, didn't Jefferson say that to me? I had so many dreams about this thing. I think I forgot just how many. No! No! Never again! Once is all you get. Time to get the hell out of here.
Pull him down.
It's even more magnificent down here. Yikes. What happened to you, Thomas?
A forgotten hope. We gaze at each other in the windowless box. It is flight. or fight. Never forgive.
Lucas, it's me. It's Max.
But there are no bells, doors, or windows. Only his face. A mirror. And I feel a
Smile, Lucas. Maybe double exposing the photo again? It worked with Moses.
Max. It's really you.
In the flesh.
I thought I was dreaming. Sophie was there. What the shit is this place?
Stay put, okay? It's dangerous out there. I think that's all I can do for Lucas. Maya's memorial tree. What the hell is it doing here?
Miss Caulfield? Is that you?
Reggie, I'm so glad you're okay.
Max, what the hell is happening?
I'm not sure. It has to do with time? A time vortex that manifests in a storm. Ugh.
Time vortex.
Hey, Bosman, what's up?
Fuck, you're right. I remember Sophie being shot, and I remember seeing her around campus.
Just stay here, okay? I'm going to fix this.
This is Sophie. Isn't it? This is her pain. What we did to her.
Vin, I don't think Sophie blames you for...
No. You're right. She doesn't. She was in my head back there, and she doesn't think about me at all. Two Sophies in two universes, and neither of them cared if I live or die. You know, I was in love with her. Or I thought I was.
Maybe you should focus on what's in front of you.
Yeah. I should go make sure Reggie's okay.
He looks like he could use a hug.
Or something.
I'm going to fix this. Trust me.
I do.
Oh, come.
I do trust you.
Little kitty.
Be careful, Max.
Okay. Out of the frying pan and into the turtle, I guess.
Amanda, thank God. Are you okay?
I don't know. Weird shit at the turtle is someone flipping the paintings or the bathroom key going missing, not this. Max, what is this storm? Why is Gwen out there, and why are you not also freaking out?
Look. Go get yourself some water, or a beer. And I promise I'll explain soon. Or try to. I don't think Gwen entirely knows she's outside. Gotta find a way to get close enough to take Gwen's photo. Thought I'd be used to this. At least the motel is new. Even if I were hungry, I'd rather just wait till I'm back in the Snapping Turtle to eat. On tonight's motel mishaps, Max tries to make a grilled cheese. Accidentally commits arson.
Wait, Pam! It was
Chloe's lockpicking set. She could even get me to open up. Wild that my baggage is such an on-the-nose metaphor. That's why Sophie is the pup. It's past time for me to get a new one, but we've been through so much together. Ah, yes. The famous mountains of Topeka, Kansas. No escape, huh? Buddy, that's the story of my life. Don't worry, Sophie. I'm coming. Is this the same room? No. This is where I stayed in Santa Fe. I think.
Spring isn't canceled yet. Clear skies are coming. Hang in there a little longer.
Hang on. Okay, wait. This is... Pretty sure this is that motel in Cleveland. Damn. This painting actually feels like dreamland. Problem is, Simon, I haven't just been remembering the past. I've been living in it. Even in my dreams. All right, Cleveland. After this shoot, I'm gonna nap till June. Maybe September. I'm so tired.
Alright, guess we're taking a nap.
Maybe if I lie down for a few minutes, all of these rooms will stop spinning. Feels so nice to rest. Nebula. Nebula, nebula, nebula. I was just there. There was Sophie. This isn't right.
Felt like nothing. You felt like no one. What you wanted was to be alone.
Oh, fuck. How do I get out of here if I can't even open this door?
Everything's a painting.
How do I get out of here if I can't even open this door?
Can I take another nap? Looks like the window's real. Can I just burst out the window?
There's gotta be a way out of here. There has to. Let me out! Now that I've traveled to Purgatory and back, I can finally see what's going.
I'm back. Jesus, Max. Warn a girl first.
Sorry.
You disappeared and I don't know where you went.
I'm okay. And I promise I'll explain everything. Later.
You know she was flirting with you, right?
Listen, I'm here to help you.
I adore you, but read the room, bud.
That's Sophie, all right. Hang on, Gwen. It's almost over.
Max! Oh! Thank you! I genuinely before. They were all soft. They called me a fraud. A coward.
It's okay. I got you. Amanda, you and Gwen stay here, take shelter.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
Sophie's out there. Somewhere close. I can feel her. And she needs me. I need her.
Be safe, yeah?
When am I not?
Why do I always gotta fall for the weird ones?
Always forget you're so huggy.
I was so fucking worried about you. When I couldn't see you anymore, I thought...
It got a little hairy. Thank you, Max.
Don't thank me yet. We still have to find a way out of this place. Or this time.
Hey, I'm taking a minute. All of that
was pretty fucked up. Yeah.
Who needs all the king's horses and all the
Eat
king's
each other's
men?
buttholes.
I've got you to put me back together again.
Did my controller die? God damn it, my controller died.
I didn't really do anything. I just took pictures.
False modesty is annoying.
Gum gum. Oh, I love you, baby.
Oof.
Such a big
So,
chonko.
Any
Mm,
chance
big
of everybody
chonko.
just forgetting I tried to rip out their soul?
I've erased timelines before, but this time I think I assimilated them. Sorry.
Oh, you just assimilated the timelines.
Yeah. At least, that's what it feels like.
Time travel, alternate universes, scraping together the broken pieces of your unstable friends. What else can you do?
I can fry a mean egg.
Promises, promises.
Horrible person, not even vegan, piece of shit.
What?
You just seem extremely chill, considering we're still stuck in a supernatural time storm.
It's the little things in life. Frappuccinos, movie marathons, chilling with your bestie in the void. Here's the thing. I'm glad you were here too. You know. But I just tore everybody apart into tiny little pieces.
You didn't mean to.
Are you sure? I didn't not mean to. Maya isn't any less dead. Everybody I cared about still betrayed me. My mom will never be different. I think the best thing would be clean break. I don't belong here.
Don't say that. Of course you do.
After your hometown got whirlwinded, what did you do?
I ran away. But I shouldn't have. It was cowardly. I've wasted years of my life hating myself, knowing that if I'd only made better choices, I might have saved everybody.
Don't say that about yourself. You have it wrong. People like you and me, we don't belong at some B-tier liberal arts university with a bunch of washed-up bloggers ready to knife each other for tenure. We're fucking divine.
Come on.
I'm serious. The shit that we can do, gods can do that stuff.
Maybe
Or
you should shoot her.
monsters.
You can say whatever you want about the choices you made, but you aren't a monster. You're my friend.
I hurt people.
And I fixed it. We can fix it. Together.
Of course. Duh. That's why you're so confident. It figures the only person I can rely on is me.
Sophie, I don't...
Last piece of me, Max. It's in you.
Why isn't it hurting me like it hurt everyone else?
Maybe I trust you. Maybe it's more of your Magic Max bullshit.
Now kiss.
I wish I didn't have to take it out. Is that weird?
Kiss. Come on, kiss.
Sophie.
Come on.
This is maybe the least.
Come on, lesbian kiss.
We should though, right?
Come on.
That's how we get out of here?
Come
I had to put
on.
money on it, yeah.
It's probably for the best. We don't want you to get an infection or anything.
See you on the other side.
Sophia.
Oh my god, Yasmin! Everything is gonna be okay, don't worry. Do you think you can get up? Can you...
Sophie, help me!
They didn't even kiss. What the fuck?
Clean break. Remember?
It's all right, Maxine. If Sophia wants to pretend I'm not here, well, that is her right.
Sophie! You do have a place here. People need you. I need you, Sophie.
Sophie?
I don't know her. I can be anyone, Max.
I can be a cute girl at the bar.
I can even be...
Sophie, stop it!
Keep that thing away from me. You can make her forget she saw that, right? Better yet, you could make me unshoot her. You have an instant undo button on life, Max. Why not use it?
I'm not your magical toy you can wind up to fix all your problems. You saw how bad things could go.
You're right. I've got a lot to learn. So teach me, Miss Caulfield.
What?
You said we could fix everything. Together.
Sophie. I can't. I have my life. Everybody.
I'm going to find other people like us. People with powers. I spent my whole life thinking I was the only one. Knowing I could never tell anyone because they would look at me like that. But now there's you. You and me. Time traveler and a shapeshifter. Imagine what we could do. And who cares if I'm a silly little girl whose mom needs to show her how the world works? Because now, it works however I want it to. Stay here. Keep your job, your life, whatever irresistible glory Caledon can offer you.
I mean, she does
But I
have a
have
pretty
to
nice
know.
house.
When I come back, are you going to stand with me, Max?
Nah, I didn't see the
Are we in
UFC
this
fights
together?
today. Yeah, I don't really like Sophie. She's just
Or is
kind of a
everything you
immature
said in the
cunt.
storm just words?
Yeah, no, she's too immature and annoying.
I'm so glad you're okay, Sophie. And I'm happy you don't feel alone anymore, but I know what happens when you just use your powers without thinking.
get out of jail free card.
Okay, Max Caulfield.
Be seeing you.
Yeah, she's a cunt. That was a pretty long chapter, it felt like. Wait, what was
No more lies. No more hiding. They're all waiting for me at the Snapping Turtle.
Okay, we'll finish this game tomorrow night, probably. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna go to bed because it's late and I want to sleep. But thanks again, everybody. See you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.